the Earth?
It depends on it. If it's reflecting light, then it's going to
Well, how
you are
far
going
away?
to be able to see it from very far distances. If it's
What's the
not,
maximum distance I should be able to see the bottom of the building?
as long as it's reflecting light, you are going to see it. There is no limited distance. You can even see it from outside of planet Earth.
So infinite refraction would allow me to see my own back of my head if it was perfect refraction.
I can't truly say if you can see yourself inside your home because we don't have that technology yet, but it's possible in the future. Why not?
Right. So
Anything.
what's the maximum distance, right, that we should be able to see something before it's behind the curve of the Earth?
It's light. It's about light speed. It's basically light speed. How far can you get before you can no longer see instantly what's happening on the planet Earth? Before light speed starts traveling in 1 minute and 2 minutes, you
I'm
can't
not
really answer
asking how
this.
long it will take the light to reach my eyes. I'm asking you how far away is the maximum distance a six-story building should be before I can't see the bottom of that building anymore.
You need to get truly far away from Earth, honestly. And by far, I mean like outside of the entire galaxy, as we know. Not entire galaxy, I mean by half the distance of this galaxy outside
You're
of the
just
Earth.
talking out your ass.
That's how far you can see. But with the right technology,
You're,
as long as you can filter light out, you can see. But
you're
if you
just
can,
talking out your ass right now. You're
it's
literally just you have nothing to back up anything that you're saying. You're just making up an excuse after excuse.
new.
Everything I ask, and it's all basic stuff, right? You just keep making up excuses after excuses. You've never given any claim to anything. You've never shown any measurement, stated any measurement. You just keep saying, we have to get really far away. We have to leave the galaxy. That's dumb.
How fast does the light travel, man? How fast does the light travel? So we are talking about light. It's reflecting from a surface. You don't want to see that surface. What I'm saying to you is if you are totally aligned with that surface, you are going to always see it. But when that alignment disappears, it's pretty impossible to even filter that out and find a correct way to absorb that light that's come.
Do we measure the one-way speed of light or the two-way speed of light?
We can only measure the uh, two-way speed of light and we predict the one-way speed of light. We can't really
Okay,
measure the one-way speed of light.
so if we
They
have the distance to something, or if we look at something, we don't know how far away it is. How do we determine its distance? Just by the speed of light. How do we determine its distance?
by the time that light go to you. So when something hit an object, you send the light to that object, and that light reflects back to you. So it's a two-way. Two-way. You send the light and it comes back. You send the light and it comes back. You register
Okay.
when that light came back to you.
Okay. Now we don't know what the medium is that it's in, and we don't know the distance. Now, how do we determine the distance?
Well, that light traveled like for 5 seconds, let's say. We will simply use that light speed and x that by 5. So it's going to be in a trillion. or in a billion. I don't know exactly what. So it's in a million, in 300 million. So it's going to be around 1.2 billions in 5 seconds, something like that.
300 million in 1 second.
Yes, you multiply.
300 million in 1 second. Did anybody ever measure 300 million? I don't even know what the 300 million is. I'm guessing 300 million meters per second.
Meters per
Is that
second,
what that
yes.
is?
So in
Did
five
anybody
seconds,
ever measure a full meter of light or 300 million meters of light?
you can't measure that. As of yet, you can't
Is it-
measure that. But there is a chance to do that. I don't know
So then
where
how do
there
we
is.
know that that's correct?
It's a two-way. You send and it comes back.
Right. So you'd have to put something 300 million meters away, fire a laser, and then it should take 2 seconds to come back, right?
Right. So you divide that by two. If it takes 2 seconds to come back.
Right. Who has ever measured 300 million meters of an object away and bounced it off that object for it to come back?
Yes. I think they calculated it by physics. I don't know the calculation. I'm not that physical engineer. I'm electronic.
Well, I know they calculate it. They do it over a short distance, and then they just extend that number out, over however long they needed to work out for that equation. But
Yeah.
I'm asking you for an actual measurement.
Yes, you multiply. You already know that speed of light that they determine it. You are using determination to calculate the distance. So let's say the light came back in 0.02. You simply multiply by 0.02 in that speed of light that you already determined. And that's how
Right.
engineers
You multiply it times 100, and it gives you 2. I understand that. I want them to measure the whole thing out. What if they got the number wrong?
I don't think the number is wrong because you can measure the two-way, but there are so many scientists that say there is there is a problem because we can't truly separate the direct speed and the reflection speed. Is it the same or is it not the same? And that's a question that we haven't
Right,
answered
because you're
so far.
taking an average. I understand that. It's not.
Yeah,
It's not even a real measurement. It's an average,
it's an average, yes.
which is weird because it's supposed to be a constant.
Because it's large, and when mathematics things get large, you start turning them into constant and rounding things up.
You, do you realize we've gotten so far away from the R value?
Yes,
Like, let's get back to C equals 2 pi R. Can we get back to C equals 2 pi R?
yeah.
Do you know what C equals 2 pi R means?
C equal is it's a mathematical equation for the circumference of a sphere, something like that, of a circle.
Right. Can you find R if you don't know C?
Can you find R if you don't know C? No, you can't, unless you use
Can,
some advanced physics. I don't know.
can you find C if you don't know R?
If you don't know R, no, unless you use some advanced physics. Same. It depends on the position. Sometimes you need to determine both.
Well, how do we know R then if we don't know C or R? Like, how do we find R if we don't know, C?
If we don't know both, when we neglect all the physics and we are stuck in a circle, you can't determine C or R when you don't know one or the other.
Well, what physics determines the radius of a sphere or circle?
It's it's complex. I've seen it in the past. I don't know exactly how to explain it. It's not my strong point, but I've seen.
Brother, like it's just a measurement. It's not that complex.
If you don't know R and if you don't know C, you are and we are not going to use a tape to measure it. How can you know? That's what I mean by physics. It's complex physics. But if you are going to take a measurement anyways, we are going to know the R using a ruler or something.
No,
But
I mean
yes,
we need a measurement, right? We need an arc segment measurement. We need some kind of a measurement to prove R.
yes, we need an
So
arc
has
measurement.
anybody ever measured
But still,
for R?
yeah.
What did they do to measure for R?
On what plane? So I can tell you what's the plane we are going to measure R on. On flat plane, you simply take a ruler to measure it
Well,
and
no,
add it.
if it's a flat plane, there is no R. R is zero,
Yes,
right? So if I shoot a tangent over the surface of something, let's say like water, right?
right, yes,
Right. Then there should be deviation from the tangent, right?
yes, yes,
And eventually the water, the ball should start to fall away from the tangent, right? Should have drop over distance.
yes. It should drop.
Right. And if it doesn't drop, if it goes parallel, then what would you say about that water?
That water is, if it goes parallel and it doesn't drop, that water will be like static, something like that.
Flat? The
Yeah,
surface would be parallel and flat.
yes,
It would be two coplanar lines.
yeah,
Right. So how come when we shoot for a measurement over the surface of the earth, we don't get drop over distance? What we end up finding is that water everywhere at rest is flat and horizontal.
because water is like air, functions like air. We say always we start calculating above Earth from water distance. Why we do that? Because the water is going to fill all the gaps everywhere inside the Earth is going to flatten out. It's not something rigid. It's
Right.
fluid.
Right. So water is flat. So you agree, water is flat on Earth everywhere at rest.
Yes,
Okay. So if the Earth is made up of 72% water, how is
yeah,
the Earth a ball if water is flat everywhere? That means 72% of the Earth is flat.
yeah. Yes, but when we say water is flat, We mean the surface is totally flat. When we see it, it's it's like we feel something at and it gets shaped in a level where it becomes level by the entire gravity and by everything. That's what we mean when we say water is flat. We don't truly mean it's a flat surface. It is flat because it is physics. It's going to fill the gap. But when we pick up a balloon and uh, or a water bath, we fill it with water and we start moving it real fast. That water wouldn't simply spill over. It's going to be stuck at that bucket of water, and because we are moving, and it's going to fill the gap there because of the pressure. So we are talking about a spherical globe that is moving around itself. It's not,
You do hear yourself, right? You're saying that the water on Earth is all flat because of gravity. You hear yourself.
you do, well, we are talking about the axis of the planet Earth. Let's say
We're just talking
around,
about water. We're just talking about water being flat.
yes, but you can explain that with physics. When we say water is flat,
Feel what? I see the water is flat. I don't need to feel it. I see it.
I understand. I understand that you see the water is flat. But like I said, it's because the Earth is rotating real fast, so it's going to appear flat, but is being pulled by the gravity in order to stay there. If, if water was truly flat, we would have no waves. But we do have waves, we do have air. You can't explain air and waves without
I'm not
saying
talking about the choppiness of the water. If you go from crest to crest over each wave of water, the surface of water is flat.
it appears flat from
It
our
measures flat.
perspective.
From crest to crest, over 20, 30, 40 kilometers, it measures flat.
Yes, but when we talk about 2,000, 5,000 kilometers, it's no longer going to be
You've
flat.
never measured 2,000 kilometers. No one has.
Hey, no one can measure that. For now, no one can measure that distance. It's a very around distance
So
because
then how do they put satellites in orbit if they never measured it?
satellites don't simply measure it. What satellites do, they take parts
No,
of
they had to measure the Earth first and then say, oh, we need to calculate this speed for the satellite to go around the Earth, right? You got to measure something first. You never measured anything. In over 40 kilometers, there would be like 1,000 meters of curvature or more. Here, you know what? I'll do the calculation.
yes.
Sorry, bear with me. Meters. We're going to do 40 kilometers. We'll do 0.01. 40 kilometers. Calculate. There would be over 123 meters of curvature over 40
Yes.
kilometers. It's like a 300, like a 30-story building.
I see that. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
except when we do laser tests, we don't do that. They run parallel to the surface of water. Over 40 kilometers.
over 40 kilometers, you don't see that.
Okay, I'll post a laser test that shows that. Here. There you go. There's one 40-kilometer laser test. And here's another 40-kilometer laser test. There's two of them. With two different laser colors too. One blue, one green.
Let me enter YouTube in a second to check that. Get a summary at least. I'll see this test, yes. Where was this test taken at?
Which one?
Uh, the first one, I only saw the initial one, the earlier part of the video.
Which one?
The early part of the video, the 23
The green
minutes,
laser or the blue laser?
green laser.
The green laser.
Yes.
Give me just a second and I'll post it. Does it matter though? I mean, it's over water, right?
It can matter slightly because you don't know the actual Earth from the distance to the other distance. Was if this was taken straight up on boats, I would say yes, it doesn't matter.
Kootenai Lake. I'll type it in the chat and then I'll search it on Google Earth for you. So it looks like Kootenai Lake is in British Columbia, Canada. It has a lake area of about 154 miles squared. They give you all the information in the video. I mean, it wouldn't hurt you to learn something new, would it? To just watch the video or watch both videos and just learn something new.
Yes, it won't work. But what I know, as what we studied in our engineering schools, is that light doesn't travel in a straight line in our atmosphere. So it might be that after in this distance the light is curving a lot or doing like a glare everywhere,
So,
something like
so because it looks like it's doing something flat, therefore it has to be refraction.
if
Because we know refraction exists, therefore it has to be refraction.
let's say the endpoint should be actually placed in 5 or 10 different points to check if you are going to still see that laser is being flat also from other vertical points. That's what I mean because light doesn't travel straight in Earth when it's being on traveling on large distances. I
So,
don't know how to
so in this
calculate
video,
here.
you can see the laser from the other side of the lake, leaving the laser gun. Okay. So
Yes,
the laser light is not going up and down and doing this little zigzag pattern until it finds the sensor at the other end of the lake. You can literally see the entire laser the whole time.
yes, but can you see it also from 10 meters above and 20 meters above? That's my question.
See it
'Cause,
10 meters higher and 20 meters higher.
yes, because you can. There is uh, in physics, the glare will also show you something like that from a very large distance. The light will get distorted. That's why I am
So,
asking.
so, so if I was 10 meters higher, why would I expect to not see the laser?
Exactly, you are going to see it. Same
Right, but
if
I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it at ground level, at 3 feet or 5 feet or whatever he measures the camera level to, right? So why would I need to go 10 meters higher?
because wouldn't you say that that light curved down like the
Why?
125 meters? That's why I'm asking her. If
Why would I say
if,
it's curving down? Have you
if
ever seen a laser curve down in the air?
yes, yes, in this instance, the light start curving. I don't know truly.
You've seen a
But
laser bend. You've seen a laser bend down in the air.
I don't truly know much about lasers if they don't
Like,
down that much in the
like
air. But let me
if
check.
the Earth was a ball, if the Earth was a ball with a diameter of 12,600 kilometers, the laser would be 104 meters above your head.
Well, I checked the like ChatGPT and Gemini. They said the lasers do indeed curve in large distances.
Okay, they curve down in the air. Can you demonstrate a laser bending down in the air?
You can demonstrate it if you go 125 meters above the air and check if the laser or still flat with you, and then you come down back to the ground and see if the laser is still appearing flat. Then that entire distance is where the glare is going to happen. That's why I'm telling you it's more complex. And it's probably going to, you are going to probably also see it from the above to above the 25 meters. So I can't truly explain this because I'm not
I've
like
n-
physics.
I've never seen a laser bend down in the air. I've never seen air make a laser bend down.
It's the entire atmosphere doing that. It's not just the
Yeah,
Earth.
can you demonstrate I can show you a
I
laser
think
bending up. Watch. Here, I'll show you a laser bending up. Hold on. I can demonstrate that in the air. This is done over 19 miles. Okay.
yes.
Give me a second. Hold on, man. I'm looking for it. So here's a laser bending upwards in air. All right, and then here's also another demonstration of a laser bending up. Right, we can see the laser bending up.
Yes.
Can you show me where a laser bends down in the air?
Well, we need for that to happen. We need to go above the ground by a lot, like 200 meters or 300 meters. I don't know if you ever done tests like that. We need to also do this test to confirm. So we can't take simply one position and say,
So
or
someone else has done it.
I don't know. That's why we need to experiment this. Let's share maybe
Okay.
they are because
Okay.
people
How
thinking
about
about
you
this.
do the experiment then, since you brought it up and you made it up in your brain? Why don't you do the experiment?
Uh,
So
because I
you
don't
think,
have that laser. That's the problem, and I don't have access to high ground.
so
I
what's
bet
your logic? What's your logic here though? Are you claiming that in the lower atmosphere light will bend upward as a normal?
I'm not claiming that it's going to bend down or up. I'm claiming that it's going to glow. When it glows, it goes everywhere. Even so, you can see it from different distances and from different altitudes. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you haven't
But you
studied
haven't.
that. You haven't seen
We
that.
well, we know basic on light physics, but no one has done this test, so someone needs to do it. I think.
Well,
So,
we've done dozens and dozens of tests using different spectrums of light over different distances in
but
locations all over the world at different heights. Right? We've not ever seen a laser bending downward. Most often, a laser will go dead straight. Occasionally, in a rare situation, it can bend upward. And we do have experts doing these tests as well.
what's the highest height you have done this?
The highest height. Why? Okay, so why are you worried about the height? What makes you think that the height would change the result?
Because it's important to confirm if the glow is truly something happening or not. Because it's something very important in physics to understand where light is
Right,
going to
but
travel from one point.
for these observations to hit the target on a globe, the laser would have to be bending downward hundreds of feet to hit the target if the Earth was a globe. But quite often with these laser tests, we also have a side view of the laser, and we can see that it's not bending downward, even though it's hitting the target. This is not possible on a globe.
But is the side view done everywhere? I don't. What I
Well, it's not,
mean on the entire distance.
yeah, the entire distance, right? Like if you get a giant frozen lake, for example, you can go 6 miles away and take a side view of the laser transit. We have a 12-mile side view, we have a 6-mile side view, and we're doing it with a rectilinear lens as well. And we can compress the image horizontally and see that the laser is absolutely not curving downward.
Yes, I see. Even at the end of the distance, like the opposite end, you can't
Say
capture
again?
like, the incoming laser or the incoming glow from a different vertical position from than where you have pointed the laser from the
Yeah,
center.
so we can have a target, right? So we can set the laser up at a specific height, and then we can have a target at a specific height. and we can see if the centroid of the laser beam hits the target.
And it never hit one time.
No, it always hits the target, right? Because the Earth's not a globe. If the Earth was a globe, the laser would be way up in the air, right? If you level a laser beam on a globe, right? If you imagine if you get a basketball, for example, and you put a ruler, right? Like a straight ruler on top of the basketball. As the ruler is going out, right, the basketball is going to be dropping away underneath it. So if there was someone looking at the ruler from further down on the basketball, they would see the ruler right up in the air, right above their head. Right? But what's happening in the test is that there isn't any curvature, there isn't any drop over distance.
Yes, but this can be because of the atmosphere interfering with them over the rise distances.
Right. So that would be a bold claim. That's why we're asking you, right, that do you have any evidence of this? Do you have any evidence of a laser bending downward over a large distance, right, through the medium of air? And it doesn't exist, right? There isn't footage of it. And we have dozens and dozens of laser tests that are hitting the target. And we even have side views negating the claim that the laser would be bending downward because we have the side angle view of the laser beam. So it can't be bending downward if we can see it and it's not bending downward.
Yes, but the side view doesn't really prove it. What
Yeah, side view
I'm
does,
trying
right?
to
Because
I'm trying to think of a measurement tool that actually prove this, but I can't find.
okay, so how do you explain the laser not bending downward with the side view shot? Because the Earth should be curving. These are done over a level surface. So, right, if you're talking about level on a globe, that means that the surface should be curving, right? This is your gravity argument, right? Gravity would be pulling everything towards the center of mass, and that would mean that the surface would have to be curving. The surface of the water would have to be curving, and we can calculate that exact amount that it should be curving. And if it's not doing that, right, that would that would be very strong evidence against the globe. And if this was repeated and repeated and repeated in different locations, then that would be very, very strong evidence against the globe. And this has been done.
Yes, I agree that this has been done. But when we say cameras, the sensor truly work differently. They try to capture in pixels, so you wouldn't truly see it exactly curving. You can't really tell unless
What
we
do you
use
mean?
third measurement altitude, something like we put in a third location, like
You,
a distance GPS or something like that, to indeed measure to still measure the distance of the camera and its
yeah,
position depending on that GPS. We can just look at it in a straight camera line and with our eyes
yeah, we can take it.
and
Yeah, we're not just looking at it, right? We can take the image, right? If it's a very high megapixel image, we can take the image and we can compress the image to see if it's curving or not. And we can validate that it's not curving. And it's not like it would have to be curving just a small amount. It would have to be a very large amount of curvature because over these distances, there is quite a large amount of curvature. For example, some of these laser tests have been done over 40-kilometer lakes, right? Not just done with a regular laser either, done with a 30,000 euro laser. Very
yes,
powerful equipment, and the centroid of the laser beam's hitting the target. So, I mean, this was done many, many times, and anyone can go and repeat these tests if they have the means. It's not like you have to believe these tests. I mean, we encourage anybody to go out and test the Earth for themselves. I mean, we even have a PhD in spectrophotometry named Dr. John Dee, who took a bunch of his laboratory equipment out to try to debunk flat earthers. And he became a flat earther in the process. And he filmed all of his tests as well. He was using different spectrums of laser beams, shooting them over very large distances. He did years worth of laser tests over 350 plus hours. He said that he's never seen a laser beam bending downward. He said he's seen them going straight. Occasionally they'll bend upward, but he's not seen them bending downward. Because, I mean, the normal lapse rate in the atmosphere is that it gets colder with altitude. And generally light will refract towards the colder air. So occasionally we can have a gradient that is strong enough for it to bend upward, but we don't tend to see them bending downward through these long distance observations. In fact, nobody's ever been able to provide any footage of it happening, but it would have to happen 100% of the time for these observations to work on a globe.
Yes, I do agree. I do agree with this point.
Yeah. So, you know,
But
it's interesting once you look into this topic. It's not quite as silly as you might first think.
there is something else. When we position the cameras, we need to also calculate the altitude. I know, I
Right.
understand that we are using the surface of the water, but we need to add a third point of reference,
Yeah,
something else.
we can measure the altitude of the laser. We can measure the altitude of the camera.
No,
You
no,
know, these
not
things.
not by the camera or by the video or by those things. You can like include the GPS or a locator, something that actually tells you how far the other thing is from you without actually having to calculate it with the
Right, but that's just GPS is just going to use the same coordinate system as the mapping systems that we're using to get the distance in the first place. I mean, we can know the
yes,
distance.
there
We
is
can know the
something else.
distance to things. So
There
look,
is
according to the latitude longitude coordinate system, the object will be a certain distance away. We can calculate that. So, because what we're testing the globe, right? So, if we use a spherical coordinate system in the first place, we're just testing the globe claim.
no, no.
So, according,
Yes, I mean we can do. You can maybe try with distance sensors. That's what I mean. I don't know how exactly to code them and make them work in this situation because they don't calculate a very far distance.
right, but the distances, right, long distances, I mean, look, if we have 20 miles distance on the globe, there should be 266 feet of curvature over that distance. That means that if we get a direct hit with a target over the surface of the water, that laser would have to be bending downward 266 feet. I mean, that's a lot. That's like 70 meters or something like that, right? Like a skyrise building that's 26 stories tall.
Yes, I think best sensor distance distance sensors could achieve 20 kilometers around that, something like that. But these are best quality sensors on the planet.
Right, but the map distances, we're just going off the map distances.
No, no, you can totally ignore the map distance because you can use like three sensors, and based on these three sensors, you could make your own plane and your own geometry, totally ignoring the fact that you are using uh, the map. And by that new plane, you can compare it to the actual map if there is curvature or something like that.
Right, but this is the problem. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's 20 miles or if it's 18 miles or if it's 22 miles. Right, we're measuring zero curvature where there should be hundreds of feet of curvature. So it doesn't matter if it's off by a little bit because we're just measuring zero curvature. It's off by orders of magnitude from the globe predictions consistently.
Yes, but it wouldn't hurt to confirm it. That's what I
Right. It
think.
wouldn't,
If we create
it
our
wouldn't.
own plane, if we create
Yeah,
our
yeah.
own plane to measure in it, regardless of every single plane on the planet Earth, any plane used by the globe or by politician or whatever, by we create
Right.
our
But,
own plane, then that's when we can be for sure we are correct. That's
well,
why.
okay, look, what's correct though is that we're not detecting the curvature that should be there every single time we go out and do these tests. I don't think changing the sensor, right, or using some sort of laser distance measurement device is going to make much of a difference because we're testing the globe geometry. We're testing what the globe predicts the distance would be between point A and point B and how much curvature the globe predicts would be between those points. Even if we don't use lasers, even if we just use visuals, we can see boats that are more than 20 kilometers out in the ocean from just above the surface of the water that should be hidden behind 20, 30 meters of curvature. And we can track the boats using GPS, right? Using ship tracking radar systems.
Yes, that
GJ,
can definitely happen.
didn't sorry to interrupt. Didn't the US, I don't know the story, the complete story. I've heard it a few times, but didn't the US military do tests over 150 kilometers to test the refraction of different laser colors and frequencies to see what the refraction rate would be over 150 kilometers, and they found that all of the different lasers were hitting their targets. It wasn't
I
refracting.
think they found that the standard atmospheric refraction model failed. It didn't work. They couldn't rely on it. It didn't. Their predictions didn't match what they what they thought would happen. But
It,
Yoda's the person that knows about that in detail. I haven't studied that one personally.
it was either extreme refraction or it's just flat, right?
Yeah, I think there was a bunch of, things they didn't predict. I mean, they didn't predict the laser would bend upward, but the laser bent upward by a large amount, this kind of thing. And the laser split into two. All sorts of crazy things happen. I don't know the details about that particular test.
Okay. There's a lot more involved in it than I'm aware of.
Yeah,
Then.
yeah. Look, here's a simple test, Dark Blade, that I like, right? I was talking about a guy named Dr. John D, who's a PhD in spectrophotometry. Now, this is a very basic observation, but it's also a very effective observation. And I'll show it to you if you can have a look at the video in the side chat. Okay, this is just a clip, right, from the full video. The full video is in high definition. It's an hour and a half long, but this is just a quick clip just to give you an idea, right? So in this one, he set his camera up at 1 meter height above the surface of the water, and we have windmills out in the ocean. And those windmills range from 8.4 miles. The one on the left is 8.4 miles, and the one on the far right is 11.2 miles away. Right? The geometric horizon on a globe Earth should be at 2.3 miles based off the sorry, I keep jumping between metric system and imperial. So I'll just stick with metric.
Yes.
Okay. So the observer height's 1 meter. So he's got his camera on a tripod 1 meter above the water. And let's just focus on one of the windmills. Okay. The furthest windmill to the right hand side, that's 18 kilometers away. Right. So you can see when he zooms in, we can see the windmill on the right hand side. That's 18 kilometers away. Now, the geometric horizon on a globe should be at 3.4 kilometers. So
I
you
agree.
shouldn't be
Yes.
yeah, so you shouldn't be able to see any of the water beyond that point physically, right? It should physically be obstructed behind the horizon, behind the curvature of the Earth. Now, the bottom 16 meters of the windmill tower should be hidden behind that horizon. And not only can we see the entirety of the windmill, but we can actually see a boat off in the distance. Now, he decided that he would track the boat on marine tracking. And here's a screenshot from the marine tracking radar. And the name of the boat that was out there is called the Shetland Trader. And it's 12.1 nautical miles from the shore, which is 13.9 statute miles. Now, we're able to look up the height of the boat. And based off the metrics of the boat, the hull of the boat's about 8 meters above the surface of the water. Now, if we look at the Earth curvature calculator and we put in the eye height, 1 meter, 1.07 meters, and then we have the target distance, which is the boat, 22.37 kilometers. It calculates that the horizon distance should be 3.6 kilometers, and the target hidden height, which is how much the boat should be hidden behind the horizon, is 27 meters. Yet we can see the boat. Even if the boat was 3 times the size in height, we still shouldn't be able to see it on a globe. And he went back and he repeated this observation on a different day as well. He actually went back numerous times and took different observations here. And each time he was able to see much further than you should be able to see. And when I say much further, I'm talking orders of magnitude. So these observations have been stacking up over the years, and we basically have a huge collection of them now. And we're not able to find any that actually align with the globe. Not even close, actually.
Yes, I agree with these points. I find these myself in the past, not only in this test but in other tests too. I always say, let's find a justification for it. But then I find other conflicting physics with flat Earth. That's why I truly can't jump in it directly. I need to understand more the entire globe as a thing first. What I know for sure is there is absolutely no satellite near Earth that can show you that it's an entire globe. Nor
Yeah,
I know for sure that there is a satellite that could reach Mercury and even Pluto that could even film Earth because these satellites don't even exist, so we can't truly tell if Earth is round or not until now. Even the satellites that went to the moon are questionable. They don't have that strong of a lens to say for sure.
right.
That's why I told you things appear flat from far away. When you see at NASA pictures and everything without them getting rendered, everything appear flat. Then they render them and everything become round and stuff. We can't really confirm right now
Yeah,
everything.
I agree. Yeah, that's my problem with the space imagery. It's one of those things that we can't really confirm it empirically. We can't go and repeat that ourselves. There's a certain element of faith and trust that goes into it, and that's why we like to stick with things that we can actually repeat here on the Earth. So
I wouldn't say that NASA and many space agencies are being unfaithful or lying. What I would say is the technology we have right now is very limited. It's very limited because it can't capture everything. It can't capture every detail. It's always blurry images that are later getting enhanced. That's what's happening.
Yeah, a lot of the imagery that we get from NASA, it's taken allegedly with a radio telescope, and then, that data is being sent to an artist at NASA, and then the artist is converting that data into artworks, into images to make it meet people's expectations of what they think that the Earth should look like from space. And that's exactly what Robert Simon, NASA's visual design artist, did with the blue marble images. I mean, he took satellite data or scans essentially, and then he stitched them together into a big flat map. And then he wrapped that map around a globe, and then he added in the clouds and everything, and he colored it in, and he said himself that it's his job to um to meet people's expectations of what they think that the earth should look like from space. And he says it is photoshopped because it has to be. So I mean, these types of images, yeah, they're not validating that the earth's a globe. um but NASA does claim that they have full frame photographs of the earth from space, like the 1972 blue marble, or recently from the Artemis missions.
Well, I can't say they can prove it. They can't prove it even if they have these photos. They can't prove it. The reason
Right.
is you don't have a strong lens that's going to filter out the sun and that's going to make you see what we see outside of the inside the space, because light and atmosphere don't function the same way, and you can't easily replicate the atmosphere with camera lens outside of Earth. That's why I'm saying NASA sometimes say things that are unrealistic. Even though I'm a mechatronic engineer and I work in this kind of stuff and helped in it, I truly think some claims are simply wrong or
Sure.
cannot be proven.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Can't be proven. But if it's being claimed as science, or it's being claimed as a scientific fact, but it can't be proven, I mean, I think that would sort of fall under the category of pseudoscience.
I would say it's not pseudoscience. I would say we are building toward the actual facts because we don't really know everything. Like I said, when we talk about earthquakes, most arguments for short because if uh, Earth is not, I wouldn't say it's a globe or it's flat. I would say it's in a shape that we don't know and we can't confirm. If Earth, if earthquakes are happening simply because of lava, if when we say Earth is flat, it means lava wouldn't even exist. There is no reason for it to exist. It will be all Earth crust.
Yeah,
There is
we're not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? Flat's not a shape. We're just talking about the surface area. That when we test the surface of water over large distances, it's not curving, and by default,
it's
it's
flat, yes.
it's flat. And what the shape of the Earth is, I have no idea. What the size of the Earth is, I have no idea. And most of the flat earthers in this channel would agree with that. We're not claiming to know exactly how the sky works. We're not claiming to know exactly what the earth is, but we're just going out and testing it to the best of our ability and repeating the test as much as we can. And we're coming to the conclusion that it's some type of topographical flat plane. Um, so most people think that flat earthers claim that the earth is a flat disk floating around in the vacuum of space, but that's absolutely not what we're claiming.
Yes, I know this point about flat Earth. Even in the past, I talked to people who are flat earthers, scientists, and all, and we talked about this. Even when I say Earth is a globe, I don't truly say there is a confirmation for it. Same with you, there is not real confirmations. Uh, we don't have the entire facts right now. Even with camera lens, you can't really have the entire facts. When we see the moon, we can't truly say, even for the moon, we can't truly say it's flat or it's round from Earth, even when we see it from here, because it always faces the same way. So, is it the moon round or is it flat or what's the exact shape of the moon? We only
Yeah,
have NASA photos for that.
right. Well, I really appreciate your honesty, and I do apologize for being if I was nasty with you earlier. I didn't expect you to be such a level-headed, polite person.
Yeah, yeah. No worries, I don't really mind these kinds of raids
Because
and
we
these kinds of things.
Yeah, we get a lot of people in here that are trolls. We get a lot of people that are very aggressive with us. So sometimes the wrong people get you know, we misunderstand sometimes with people. But I mean, you're probably being a little bit abrasive in the side chat as well, but that's all good. I understand.
Yes.
Yeah, he calmed
What?
down after a couple minutes with me. You've been very calm, Darkblade, so I appreciate you calming down.
Yes,
Yeah, yeah.
I
So what do
truly
you think?
enjoyed talking with you two guys. Been very
Yeah,
informative.
awesome. What do you think about this footage that I just posted in the side chat? This is supposed to be from Apollo 16.
It's not rendering on my phone. I don't know.
Oh, okay, yeah. Maybe it'll take a moment to load.
Yeah, that's a spacecraft orbiting the moon, something like that.
That's what it's supposed to be, but I don't know. It
It
looks
looks
very
fake.
fake to
Yes,
me. Yeah.
it looks very rendered. I wouldn't say
Y-
it's
y-
fake, but it's rendered because they try to bring it from like 120p to 4K, something like that. But it's worse even than 120p. It's like 20p exactly on your phone. And we know when
Yeah.
we try to upscale things, so many things get unrealistic real fast.
Well, even the original footage looks even worse than this.
Yeah,
And I think that the recent moon mission, the Artemis mission, was very unimpressive. I think a lot of people were excited that they were going to get some really amazing footage, but they really didn't provide very good footage considering it's 2026 and we have all of these amazing technology with cameras. And finally, they went back to the moon, and people thought that they were going to get, amazing footage, but they came, most of the trip, they were just doing those same little tricks, flipping their food around in front of them and flipping the microphone around. And then we got a couple of blurry pictures of the Earth from space.
I do agree. Because, like I said previously, you can't really have a lens inside the space as easily as you have it on Earth. But, it will literally get fried. It will the sensors will get fried outside of the planet Earth.
Yeah, I know,
And
but they're inside the capsule allegedly, right? So it can be taken from through the window, and they can put these things in a housing that's going to
even if
protect them.
it's still complex because there is so many electrons in the space which are going to ruin the sensors anyways. They are going to interfere with the CPUs and all that stuff. And when we talk about cameras, they usually use one CPU. They don't use multiple PUs to confirm that the action being that the action is being happening right now is actually correct. Like when you launch a spacecraft or something, there is always three CPUs working at the same time to confirm that the three of them are functioning correctly, or two of them at least are giving the correct information. So there are so many limitations. NASA is facing so many limitations. They are on a heavy budget too. We don't have a real insulation right now. So many things can influence our technology.
Yeah, I know, but if they're showing us pictures of a globe through the window, I mean, they're telling us, "Oh, look, this is a photograph of the globe." Um, like this one, for example, in the side chat. This is from the Artemis mission.
It's heavily rendered. That's heavily rendered. And NASA refuses to show their raw footage. They don't want us to render the photos ourselves. I don't understand why they refuse to give us the initial raw footage.
There was a Russian, a Russian astronaut that did an interview recently, and he said that if any man tells you that they've been to space, they're lying to you.
We've been to the atmosphere of the planet Earth, but we've never been to space. Space is outside the moon, outside the entire
Right.
atmosphere of
But
planet
they're
Earth.
but they're claiming that space starts at the Kármán line at what is it, 60 miles, 100 kilometers or something like that.
Yes,
62 miles.
62 miles. Thank you.
100 kilometers, something.
And some arbitrary arguments state 50 miles.
Yes, but that's wrong. That can't be possible. Like Earth and the Moon are very far away. Like you can fit around 17 Earths between Earth and the Moon. So you are going to tell me space starts around 120 kilometers or 50 miles? That's wrong. That can't happen by their system. Even their systems refuse that, because you are going to be around still inside the atmosphere until you are beyond the moon.
Yeah, I've seen some articles where scientists propose that Earth's atmosphere actually extends far beyond the moon.
Yes, the moon plays a huge part in the Earth's atmosphere. Of course, it extends beyond it. The problem when you see so many representations of Earth and the moon, they show them like they are close, like they are very close, but in reality they are so far away, like planets far away, not a small distance at all.
Yeah. You know, even from the height of the International Space Station, they say you can only see about 3% of the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, yeah. They can. They. That's why Google Maps has had to take so many photos just to make the map they have. They had
Yeah,
to.
yeah. Like if you zoom in on the map, yeah, you see it's like a patchwork,
Yeah.
and not they're just patching it together with high altitude footage. I took a
Yes.
screenshot of something the other day regarding that. See if I can find it. Oh yeah, here it is. So yeah, this is a lake in Alaska, and we can see how they how they put it together with all of these small sections, probably taken from a high altitude drone or something like that.
It's a
And then they're just
satellite taking these pictures. It's a satellite.
well, I think even Google admits that a lot of its footage is just done via high altitude drone.
Mm.
I did have something that was written by Google. I saw it last week about how they do use high altitude drones for most of the footage, but don't know if I have it at the moment.
Like when they started, I think they were sending balloons to the space and capturing these distances, like atmospheric balloons, something like that.
Yeah, yeah, like stratospheric balloons or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, strataloons. That's why I think Russia said that they were going to make their own Starlink type system, and they're going to use high altitude platforms, like a network of high altitude platforms, and it's kind of like an airship, like a blimp looking device, and it's tethered and it's up, a certain height, and then they would have their own Starlink service or similar to Starlink over the whole of Russia, just using basically balloon satellites, but tethered balloon satellites platforms.
Yes. But even the position of the satellites inside the atmosphere of Earth is truly very manipulated by NASA because they don't really want to say exactly. They don't want to define exactly what the atmosphere is. They switch the definition based on what their narrative is at the time. This is something happening very often too. It's not like
Yeah,
one thing.
absolutely. No, that's interesting that you say that. And, I've seen a lot of documents that back up what you're saying. Yeah, there's a lot of secrets, isn't there? Here's higher altitude lasers in the side chat for you as well.
Yes, those are interesting too.
Hmm. So I heard you brought up an argument earlier about boats, boats going over the horizon.
Yeah,
That's another one that's very common and can very easily be explained on a flat surface as well. We can make things disappear bottom up on a flat surface just by manipulating the temperature gradient.
yeah. Can you explain this further now? Can you use
Yeah,
temperature?
yeah, sure. Right. So generally, the way atmospheric refraction works is that the light or the electromagnetic wave will deviate or bend towards the medium that has a higher density, right? A higher refractive index because the light travels slower through the more dense medium. So generally in the atmosphere, in the lower atmosphere, that's controlled by temperature. So if you have colder air, the gas molecules are more condensed, so the light will deviate towards the towards the colder air. And the normal lapse rate in the atmosphere says that the temperature reduces by 6.5 degrees every kilometer as you go upward from the surface. So basically, if there's a ship in the distance and the light has bounced off the ship and it's making its way back to the camera, and it has to travel through that atmospheric gradient of temperature, which is controlling the optical density. So if it's cooler up higher, that means that the light will bend upwards just a little bit, right? So
Yes.
if the light's bending upward, the human brain thinks that light travels in a straight path. So it interprets that light that it's getting as light that's traveling in a straight path, and that tricks you into thinking that the things in the distance are sinking. And it's actually called sinking refraction. So basically the light's bending upward and it's making things in the distance look like they're lower than what they really are. So I can show you an example. So we can reproduce this on a small scale. So if you have a look in the side chat, here's a small scale experiment that's set up on a flat floor inside someone's house. So can you see the image?
Yeah, it renders. Yes, I can see.
Okay, so on the floor we can see an object, and you can see the yellow part at the bottom of the object, and then we can see the white part just above it. And on the left we have the red machine, which is just a temperature gauge. So
Yes.
the it has 4 different temperatures taken at different heights. So the lowest temperature is 19.7 degrees Celsius, and that's close to the surface. And then as we go up, we can see that the temperature actually gets a bit warmer. So that's the gradient, right? So it's a little bit cooler closer to the surface, and it gets a little bit warmer as we go up in altitude. And we can see the object the way that we're seeing it here. Now, what they do is they introduce, right? So it says opening door. Okay, so what they've done is they've opened the door and they're letting in some cool air from outside. So when they let the cool air in, it's adjusting the temperature gradient. So if we have a look at the next image, we can see that now the yellow part of the bottom of the object is now gone.
It's
Okay,
gone.
it's disappeared behind the horizon. And if we have a look at the temperature gauge now we have 17.4 degrees lower to the ground, and now we have it getting cooler as we go up, right? So
Yeah.
it's gone from 17.4 to 11.9 to 10 degrees. So basically, what's happening is the light is bouncing off the object and it's bending upward, and it's making the object look like it's sinking. And this is what they call subrefraction or sinking refraction. And basically, if you had a steeper gradient, then you would get an inferior mirage, where you actually see the mirroring effect, kind of like that effect when you look down a hot road or something like that, and it looks like there's a mirror or water on the road, right? That's an inferior mirage. So this is like a mild version of an inferior mirage. It just makes things look like they're sinking. So this is very common and to be expected when we're looking out over the ocean. And if we have these similar conditions where um, we have colder air above warmer air, which is the normal lapse rate, right? So this is the normal condition that we would expect, and it can
Yeah.
make it look like the bottom of the boat's missing. So that's called sinking refraction. So if I
So
look up, yeah, go ahead.
No, no, keep going.
All right. So even if I just go to Google, right, and I type in what is sinking refraction, and I'll just read straight off the Google AI, right? So it says sinking refraction, or simply sinking, is an atmospheric optical phenomenon where distant objects normally visible above the horizon appear lowered, compressed, or entirely hidden behind the horizon. And then it goes on to explain, about the warmer air being below the cooler air, etc. So yeah, this is a pretty common effect. I would actually argue that it's the normal effect, and this would be the reason why we don't see lasers bending downward. And then we have another important factor to take into account, which is that it's much more humid closer to the ground, especially above the surface of water, and the water is constantly releasing water vapor, and water vapor is much less dense than dry air, 40%, something like that. So that actually lowers the refractive index as you get closer to the surface. So sometimes, even if we have colder temperatures down lower, we have a large majority of water vapor, which is lowering the refractive index and still causing this subrefraction effect or this sinking refraction effect. So I think it's very common. And, it's an explanation for why sometimes we see boats and it looks like the bottom of the boat's missing. And we actually have some amazing time lapse footage where we have filmed a boat over 3 or 4 hours' time, and it looks like the bottom of the boat's missing. And then 3 hours later, we can see the whole boat again because the temperature gradient shifted. So these are things that need to be taken into consideration when we're talking about boats over the so called horizon.
Yes, I agree. This actually happens. This illusion also happens a lot when you look at things outside of Earth atmosphere, especially in during the day because everything is warm, and we know the thermosphere is pretty hot. Uh, like where satellites are, it's around 200 Celsius to 1000 Celsius, something like that, or 900 Fahrenheit to 3000 Fahrenheit in the thermosphere. So it's pretty hot. When you look, that's why when you look in the day at things outside of the planet Earth, it's truly hard to notice them or see them. So it's something happening pretty often with thermodynamics. These illusions are part of planet Earth.
Yeah, I think we see similar effects when we see sunsets. It gives the sun the illusion of sinking behind the horizon. But when we take a close inspection of sunsets, we see something quite different. I don't know if you've looked into sunsets before, but a lot of people think that sunsets are proof that the Earth's a globe.
No, no, I've looked sunsets before. They don't prove it. They can't prove it actually. It's something more complex, like I always say.
Yeah. Yep, definitely.
All we can confirm is everything is orbiting right now. That's all we can confirm for sure. But the shapes and the movement and all those things, no one can tell. No one can truly tell because uh, even when you think about it, why is the thermosphere so hot? For example, then when you go outside the thermosphere, everything becomes so cold. No one
Yeah,
can.
I don't know. I think a lot of I don't know, man. A lot of that information's based off models. So a lot of it's not physically measured, like the pressure above the mesosphere or even in the mesosphere. It's just computer models.
Computer models, yes. But we do
Yeah.
have satellites in thermosphere that must survive there. They must be made by materials that can survive those temperatures. That's why we coat them and all that stuff with reflective materials and cold materials. And we don't use aluminum. We always use sturdy materials that last, that could easily survive and not melt in 1000 degrees and that stuff. So there is some evidence to it, but it's always complex. I don't understand when we were designing that satellite in the past. Uh, they always told us to use materials that could sustain so much high temperatures and could sustain different atmospheres too for it to get there in the first place. So things do get complex real fast when you think about it.
Yeah, so I mean, you don't seem to have all of the, stereotypical arguments that the regular globe earthers come in here with, besides the boats over the horizon thing, which I think we've covered already. Hopefully you understand how that could work on a flat surface.
Yes, I only understood it in the past how it works outside of planet Earth, but never thought about it on the flat surface, how it works in here.
Yeah, yeah.
It's great to know.
Yeah. I mean, even just a horizon in general. A lot of globe earthers will say that if the earth was flat, you wouldn't be able to have a horizon in the first place. But that's another argument that's not very logical once you dig into it. And a horizon is something that must be there because it's defined as the line where the sky and the ground appear to meet. And when we're looking out into the ocean, for example, it's not like it can be all ground or all sky. It's obviously there's going to be a point of convergence where the sky and the ground meet, even if the earth is flat. Now, on a globe, the horizon should be geometric, should be a physical horizon that things get physically blocked behind. Well, I gotta go on mute.
Yes. I need to go, guys. It's like 3 a.m. right now. I need to go to sleep.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's 3:57 here. I'm in Poland at the moment. So I appreciate the conversation, man. And have a good night. And you should come in again some other time. And if this guy in the side chats here, Dr. Yoda, he knows a lot about satellites. I'm sure you two would have a good conversation. I don't know a lot about satellites. So yeah, anyway, have a
Yes,
good night.
I thank you too for the information you gave me today, and I
Yeah,
also
yeah, no problem, man.
appreciate the conversation we had.
Awesome. All right, bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
The Earth is not flat. Right, N7? Oh, I guess the Earth is flat.
If there's one thing I am glad I missed out on about flat Earth, it's arguing with you guys because I'd have got shit on.
Oh, I'm the same way, man. I, when I figured out that the Earth was flat, I knew it deep in my heart, but I didn't know the measurements, right? Like, I didn't understand everything about it. And then, like, after being a quote unquote flat earther for almost a year, I found this server and I didn't know what to even expect. I just knew in my heart I couldn't like tell anybody anything because like I didn't have any evidence, right? And I joined this server on Halloween of 2022, I think. And just like, oh well, screw it, it's Halloween. Let's see what happens. And yeah, man, I'm glad I was a flat earther before I came in here. But you can see why people would become anti-flat earthers, right? Why they would like double down on their stupidity. Like imagine getting wrecked all the time and you're just like, I can either change my mind or I can double down.
I don't know. I've never been able to really double down on things. I guess that's a good thing. I don't know. I used to be a compulsive liar when I was really young, and then I got over that, and it's hard for me to be naturally dishonest anymore. So I guess that's a good thing.
Yeah, I think that was part of it. Was like, when I went through my child phase of lying and everything like that, I eventually learned that like I had to adjust to the truth. And so you always had to constantly check yourself and make sure you were in the right before you double down. You know, just double down just to double down.
Here's the note today, though. I think it's important that my family, it went well with my family for sure, especially my wife and my son. Now it's going well, so I'm thankful for that. Sheepdog, you wanna know how I knew my son was ready?
How you knew what?
I said, do you want to know how I knew my son was ready?
How?
With no context at all. He did not know what was going on, no context, and he's in just finished 4th grade. I was like, "Hey, can you make a triangle on a sphere?" And he crinkled his eyes and goes, "No, that doesn't even make any sense." I was like, "Nice."
I do that once in a while. I'll ask my kids weird stuff like, you know how fast the Earth is spinning at the equator? No, over 1,000 miles per hour. Oh my gosh! And what would happen if I spun you on a merry-go-round at 1,000 miles an hour? Oh, I'd fly off. Okay. And I know that's not an equivalent, but I mean, 1,000 miles an hour is 1,000 miles an hour.
It's the common sense things that the kids I was, watching this video about, perspective that kids have, and they showed, like, this jar, I don't know if you've seen it before, but it's basically this jar, and it looks like a man and a woman, like, embracing like they're doing it or something, and I was like, "Word?" She's like, If you ask, like, a young kid, they'll tell you this is 9 dolphins." I was like, "I don't see a single fucking dolphin. Where the hell?" And but, it was basically saying, like, they have different perspectives based on their experience. But sometimes it can be really a simplistic thing in the best way. So, out of the mouth of babes is a thing for a reason. Um, but like I asked my son, we were outside one night and it was like the sun was basically like all the way down, like behind the mountains. It was nearly dark. And if you look behind us on the other side of our, little viewing half dome here, the tops of the clouds, like the full other side, the tops of the clouds were still like lit up. And I was like, I looked at him, I was like, how is that possible? He's like, I don't know. I was like, "Well, what do you think?" He's like, well, it looks like the sun is like gone down. But then if you look back there, it looks like it's like, just, up. It's just above the clouds still. And it's still shining back at you. I was like, well, yeah. All right. Well, now you're thinking. 'Cause I just wanted to see what he saw, you know, I needed to think about it instead of parroting something. So he's doing all right.
No, that's yeah. Like that's what I told my daughters. Is like, look, I will teach you things along the way to make you question what's really going on because really you're going to learn everything you learn in school, and then after school you're going to learn something else completely different. And so just do whatever you got to do to pass class, and I'll teach you everything else that I know along the way. Basically, I tell them school is like um, the tedious work that you have to do at your job, right? Like nobody wants to do the math when it comes to inventory. Nobody wants to figure out how the layout's going to go for the display at the store. These are all tedious tasks that are boring and time consuming. And but what school does is it teaches you to sit through the tedious, boring, time consuming things. That way, you're just like, okay, I just need to do it, and then you go and get it done. That's the way I try to teach kids whenever they tell me that school is boring, and I'm like, yeah, but you're gonna have to do all those boring things as an adult too, and it doesn't stop. So you might as well just get used to it and learn how to like have fun with it, and uh, when it's time to do the work, do the work.
Yeah, my dad was unfortunately not like, good to me or anything. But like one of the useful things he said to me was, "You're gonna get a job one day, and it's gonna be like digging a hole and filling it back up. You'll see." And little did he know I was gonna be a delivery driver, emptying out, digging packages out of a truck, and then doing pickups and filling it back up every single day. So I can see in the future and shit.
Yeah, all those long essays that we used to write in school when I was a paramedic. I had to write these long summary reports about how the trip went and what happened with my patient during the trip and what I do to adjust their uh, the issue and correct the condition. I had to tell a story,
Did it start with Once Upon a Time?
something like that.
You know, paying taxes is boring. How come people don't revolt against that?
Because it hasn't shown up in a Star Wars film yet. No, that was not to go too far into this section, but that was always one of my things about society is like, you look at every person in society, they cheer for the good guy, they want the rebel to defeat the empire, and then they sit there and watch their government lord over them every single day. But that's because they're waiting for Batman to come save them. They're waiting for a billionaire with endless money supply and cool inventions.
They watch too much TV.
Way too much.
You would think with this 250-year celebration, where Americans threw off a tyrant because of a 3% tax on tea, and now they're paying up to 50% of their income in taxes, and they're fine with it.
My favorite was when the soccer player for the U.S. national team got a red card and he was suspended for the next game. And Donald Trump called FIFA and said, "Hey, you need to unsuspend him." And so they did it.
Uh, what the heck? Okay, so who thinks the Earth is flat?
I do.
Millions of people do.
Okay,
About
can
15%
you
of
give me
the
an
world.
explanation on how it's flat?
Yeah. Um. So, do you agree that water on the surface is flat?
What?
Do
I
you
sorry, I didn't
agree
hear
that
you.
Do you agree that water on the surface is flat?
Yes.
Okay. And do you agree that 72% of the Earth's surface is made of water?
Yeah.
So, if 72% of the Earth's surface is made of water and water is flat everywhere, then how can the Earth be a ball if 72% of it is flat?
And you know who I am?
Say again?
Do you know who I am?
Looks like you're Homogasu.
I'm an alien from Mars. I see the Earth every day, and I can confirm you that it's round and it's not flat. It's round.
Well, you're the only one pretending here. Nobody here is pretending but you.
Okay, I'm joking,
Everybody
bro.
knows Martians
But
are green.
seriously, bro, I'm green too, man. That's my little brother. He's half human and half Martian.
Like I said, you're the only one pretending. We're not pretending to be flat earthers. We
Sure.
know the earth is flat.
No offense, but you should get
Hello. I found it. Anyway, yeah?
Yeah, go ahead.
I've liked Minecraft. What are you talking?
Not much, just chilling.
Can I ask you some question?
I'm not sure, can you?
Okay. What is the name of
Sorry?
anyone here? Anyone here? Are you mod this week?
I can't, I'm not understanding what you're saying. When you've got your
Are you
volume
mod
up,
this PC? Are you mod?
Hello. Howdy. Hey guys. Guys. Guys.
Hello, Flatlanders.
Effect, but still light itself is still like bound by gravity and still has to follow the path that gravity
Excellent.
sets before it.
Demonstrator.
Well, I'll give him. I'll let him believe that for a second, because what you're invoking basically though is refraction, correct? Like you're saying, there is a two-story house here, and we're seeing around it because of a refractive effect, correct?
On average, there should be. I'm
Okay.
not saying specifically there is in whatever you're showing, but
Okay.
on average, there should be.
Well, I'm about to disprove it right now. So we can see all
Sure.
these blades of this wind farm. You can see them just fine. There no aberrations in these. And what it looks like when you actually
refraction, yeah.
what it actually looks like when you have high refraction, you might get effects like this. It's rare that you see it, but this is a high refraction moment with Fata Morgana, where you see this container ship where it's got top and bottom and it's flipped on itself.
Exactly.
This one where the ship is looks like it's floating. This is high refraction, and it looks all warped and weird. Okay, so when you look at these images that I'm showing you here, we don't have any signs of warping or that weird refractive effect. So we can't say there's evidence for that kind of refraction. That high refraction like that starts at 0.2 K.
So how do you explain the night sky in the northern and southern hemisphere being different from each other? How do you explain someone from the southern hemisphere having a different night sky than someone from the northern hemisphere?
That's a good question. I don't know. I'm measuring the Earth, the shape of the Earth. This is a flat Earth discussion. I don't know exactly what's going on in the sky, and nor do I need to. I could be totally retarded about what.
If both of us operate on like a version where we both say, you know what, I don't know, but my model explains it, then both of us end up in like this stalemate where there's like one scenario in which both of us can pull up evidence for it being the other way. So what do we do in this scenario?
I'm not looking at stars in the sky. I'm showing you this measurement, the geometry of what we're standing on. That's what I'm showing you. That's what this discussion is about.
You're showing me completely unaffected geometry by anything, but Earth is not a local happening that is unaffected by everything else.
Okay. Well, I've showed you two.
If you show me one picture on Earth and it shows me like some boat floating somewhere in the sky, as there are in your slides, in order to showcase Fata Morgana, then obviously I'm gonna say that's a Fata Morgana and that's why it happens. But
yeah,
if you just show me some picture and you make a claim to it, which I can then refute by giving you some other place on Earth which either directly contradicts this property or which doesn't have this property despite the fact that it should have this property, then we're in a stalemate. Like,
Well,
Neither
yeah, that'd
of
be
us got
great.
anywhere,
That'd be great.
to be honest.
Go out. Yeah, exactly. What we would encourage is to go and do your own tests anywhere on Earth. We choose water because water lies flat. Water seeks level. So I would advise doing that. So yeah, definitely we welcome you to do your own tests. That's how all of us got here. Okay. Also, there's a ship back here, 13.9 miles away, which has another problem. There's a 32-foot Sagitta at that distance, which is the size of Lucifer at the Denver airport, this giant horse that looks evil. And then the hidden height should be 89.9 feet, which is the Tower of London. That should be blocking that ship. The ship is only 23 feet high, so there should be a Tower of London sized hidden height. Okay, so it gets even worse at longer distances. And then we've got another observation. If those three weren't enough for you, we've got the Great Salt Lake in Utah, total other side of the world, 21-mile observation, where the geometric horizon should be 2.7 miles away. And we can see at 5 feet ground level, no refraction because you've got reflection. Reflection and refraction do not work together. There's no refractive index on this day. You can see day and night. We can see shore to shore, 21 miles away. And the problem with that is 73 feet of Sagittarius should be there at a hidden height of 222 feet.
I don't see a problem there. If there's refraction, there's no problem.
There is no refraction.
There's no refraction.
There
That's the
can't
problem.
be.
There's no refraction. You're saying
Because
there's
look,
no refraction.
yeah, that's what I said. No
I
refraction.
can literally see the refraction. Your mouse cursor is hovering over the refraction right now.
Oh no, reflection. Sorry, that's reflection. Like a mirror reflection. And then there's refraction, which is the bending of light.
Yeah, your mouse cursor is hovering over the bending of light. Right?
No, that can't be. That can't be, and I'll show you why.
That is a reflection of a refraction.
No, it's not. That is a reflection of the water that you're witnessing there, where he had his mouse moving across.
The water is not reflecting, is it not?
No, it's not. It is reflecting like a mirror. You know, when you do your hair in the morning before you go to work?
Only reflecting, but it's not refracting.
Yeah, reflection.
The water is reflecting the lights. That is correct.
But it's not refracting. Yeah, but it's not reflecting.
But it's not
no refraction. Reflection and refraction are two separate things.
Is
the
that
lights are being
Matrix?
reflected from the water.
Why would it not do that though?
Because it would have to do like 3 humps to get to your eye like that. Like, look at this.
Yeah, you're titling as a hump, but why would light travel like that? Light would not travel as humps. Light would rather travel along the gravitational path, which is the looming light path right there.
But with
gravitation,
with
actually,
for a reflection to get around a bulge, that's what it would have to do. That's basically what you're saying it's doing. It would have to bounce several times to get to your eye and look like it's just reflecting.
But it's definitely
bouncing.
Like there's definitely like atoms.
But a single time, it's hitting the water once, hitting your eye.
No, it's not a single time. You can, if there's a rainbow out there, you have no idea how many billions of times the light is actually reflecting.
If you're going to claim that it's bouncing multiple times, it's up to you to substantiate said claim, not us. There's a single reflection. You can see the reflection. You can see the reflection quite clearly off the water. So good luck.
Yeah, exactly. Which is what I'm doing right now. If you see a refraction with
it's not curving, because if it's curving, you wouldn't see the reflection.
If you see something like a rainbow, for example,
we're not talking about
the rainbow
itself.
itself.
So that's a good for example.
I know we're not talking about rainbows. We're talking about something that has the same effect as rainbows, which is light bending.
No, it doesn't.
So the light bends.
There's no chromatic aberration there
either. The light
either.
bends because of Earth, because Earth is like really massive and
that's,
really
that's
heavy.
You just reifying your own story. Show
so therefore, the light bends
don't just
around
tell us so
therefore. Yeah, okay, so
hey, M1, are you going to start listening, or are you just going to read your spiel out?
There's like this gravitational effect, and around
he's just going to read his spiel out.
The gravitational pull of the Earth,
Everything is like
M87, can you hear me?
along the gravitational pull of the Earth, and along the gravitational pull of the Earth, we have the
M87. I would suggest you start listening to people. Did he dip? Fancy
He
that.
left immediately. Yeah. He didn't even know how rainbows work. Get the fuck out. He's using an example, but he doesn't even know how it works. What the fuck?
Yeah, he just wanted to read his script out. You would have seen those before, wouldn't you, Normie?
Well, yeah, what I was doing with him is I let him get it out, and then I like go to the next. I'll let people
He
vent
was all over the place, bro.
for a moment, and then I'll say okay, and then show them another observation. Because the big thing he was hinging on is like, oh, it's an average, so like these measurements don't work. But I was like going from different parts of the world, and I've gone, from all the way from where did we start at? Netherlands to England to Utah, and I was going to go to California, and I was just, because his main argument was that it's an average, and that's why we're seeing
the curvature rate.
Yeah.
Because that's what I heard you say, that it's an average, and that if it's an average, that means some places would be bending more than others.
I know, and that's where I was going. Is that okay? So, but he's invoking a couple of things. Now he's back, BPD, but so BPD, you're kind of again going on the light thing. You're either saying, oh, it's an average, or it must be the light bending. But the problem with the light bending is we're seeing reflection, and that can't be happening with a bend. That they don't go together. It never works.
Okay, how about we explain it this way? Have you been to a fun house where they've got the bent mirrors, and some of them make you look skinny, some of them make you look really short and fat?
He bounced.
Oh, so he doesn't want to listen. He just wants to preach. So as soon as he gets unlocked, you watch. If he comes back, we'll unlock him, and he'll just read his script out.
Yeah. Well, it's a lot of,
but yeah, maybe. Yeah.
People, I just think there's a lot of. Go on.
I was going to say, next time he comes back, ask him if he's seen mirrors, the funhouse mirrors. So he'll understand that you don't get a clean reflection off those. It does weird and wonderful things. That is not what we're seeing in that image you presented for everyone. It's a clean reflection off of the lights.
Yeah.
I think someone worked it out once before that it's about if there is the alleged curvature rate and we've got a perfectly clean, like glass type view, I think it's about 0.3 of a mile. Anything beyond that, and it'll be all bent out of shape, distorted and broken.
Presentation's looking great, Rat. You're doing awesome, man.
Thank you. I love the new name. I forgot who helped name it. We were talking about the Naked Emperor. And I just keep calling, instead of Black Swans, I keep calling these Naked Emperors now because I think that's really what they are. It's the Emperor's been naked the whole time. It's not that we always saw white swans, now we see black. It's a Naked Emperor observation. It's always been naked.
How about you just name them white swans and let
or
the Globies come up with their black swan? Because when you think about it, ours was named Black Swan because you only need one black swan to disprove the argument, whereas it was never proven in the first place.
Yeah. We're waiting on the black swan, really.
Correct. So if you want to just flood the field with white swans and let your little flock just flap about and have a great old time, yeah.
Exactly. The whole flock is a giant flock of white swans. But I like this because people get it right away. I think, some of the geometry, it's for mathy people. It's like a lot of really smart people end up being flat earthers because they've studied engineering or whatever, and then they do the math. Well, for the layman, it doesn't come as easy. Most people, if you ask, they don't know the Pythagorean theorem. You know, what is the Pythagorean theorem? You guys know what that is, right?
Oh, I do. It's those three. It's those three things with the triangle, and then like you got one side, and you got the other side, and then you got the other side. I think.
How many
That's
accounts do you have before I ban them all?
Huh?
Huh?
Huh? Your
English?
accent is getting in the way, Matrix.
But her inability to say that, you know, that's what you get most of the for most people. They don't know a squared plus
Yeah.
b squared is c squared. Most
C
people
squared.
don't
I
know
didn't
Yeah.
know
that.
that. What
It's
the
just,
hell?
yeah, I know you didn't, but you know, so like the math is tough. But I think when you have it shown like this in sequence, and then you like bring up something they can identify with, oh yeah, that's how big that bulge should be. It's the size of the Sphinx, or hidden height is Leaning Tower of Pisa. That's the height of what should be hidden. It kind of hits home for people a little
Yeah,
faster than,
comparing it to known items is a good thing. So yeah,
yeah.
depending on who you're talking to. So what you might have to do is get yourself a list of all specific items from different countries, like from Australia. Ayers Rock would fit in there, or Uluru would fit in there.
Yeah.
Sydney Opera House would tuck underneath that one. You know, Centre Point Tower in Sydney would fit in this
Well,
gap. So
yeah,
depending
but
on who you're
that's
speaking with, you can
well,
use their relevant things so they can understand um, size.
what I'm trying to do is take flat earthers' favorite long distance observations and then find some landmark that's the size of what we're looking at here
Yeah.
that people can identify with, like the platform habitat. It wasn't as long of a distance, so I'm using a basketball hoop for the bulge. And the Hollywood
Yep.
sign is the hidden height.
So the Hollywood sign means nothing to me because I've only ever seen it on TV. I didn't even when I went to the States, I didn't even see that. Wasn't looking for it. So to me, those letters are only about maybe 4 inches big, depending on what TV I'm looking at.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a person standing next to it right here.
I know they're massive, but yeah.
Yeah.
But see, to me, they don't mean anything. It's like, hey, the Hollywood sign. Oh, that's big. That's it.
Crap. See, maybe I'm giving people too much credit then. The
It's only
idea
because
was
I'm not from there.
I don't know. This one people
But yeah,
get.
if you could just find things that are relevant to the locations of who you're talking to, like if you're talking to Aussies, suggest those particular things. Like if they say, hey, yeah, I'm from Queensland. Oh, yeah. Then have you been down to the Big Banana? Because it is this big and that would be hiding in this space. So,
Yeah. It'd be a feat to be able to just change based on what place in the world the person is I'm talking to.
yeah.
I'm
Just
just
something to
trying to
think
use
about.
common. I don't know. But this laser one usually gets people. And so he started going, oh, it's an average, you know. So you can't just expect the same radius everywhere.
Oh, it's an average. Oh, it's refraction. Normally, as soon as you say anything to do with lasers or anything like that, it's just refraction. They can't throw.
Yeah.
It's like you can feel them whipping their head back, so they can throw the refraction forward even further.
Yeah. And then I'm just like looking at this picture. Okay, so there's light refracting around this object onto the other side. That's what you're claiming. And then they just feel,
See, a lot of them have got this idea in their head that refraction exists, therefore it is happening all the time. Okay, we accept that refraction exists. The possibility of me winning the lotto also exists too, but I haven't won it.
Yeah. Well, thanks for muting that guy, Lats. That was you, right? Earlier, someone was trying to interrupt.
Oh yeah, that was me.
Yeah, it's good to have mods. We've been in here where there's no mods, and it goes.
I know, it gets rough.
They start eating each other alive. The globe people.
He's good though.
Alrighty, like, guys, I'm gonna bail. Peace.
I see you, Matrix.
Take care.
Yeah, that's the weird part is they turn on each other. So toxic.
Yeah, it's funny stuff, dude.
All flat earthers now. Okay. I'll stop streaming, but you know. But I think like you end up hearing from a lot of really smart people in these chats, the flat earth side, it's engineers and stuff like I'm saying. And some of the math is just, it's not accessible to the average person who doesn't know the Pythagorean theorem even, you know. Most people don't. You know, most people are not going to just think geometrically and do the math and go, there's a problem, you know. So these observations don't mean anything to them. And I'd like to see more of the common kind of people like see it, like get it, that they've been lied to, you know?
Yeah, man, you gotta stick in here. I mean, we do get some genuine people every once in a while. It's rare, but they do pop in here.
Mm. There's that one guy that I've seen him past couple days, and he thinks that we're all bad faith, arguing in bad faith. And I tried to show him like, hey, let me show you a measurement. He's like, no, you're just going to show me a bad faith argument, is what he kept saying. I'm like, you just met me, like,
yeah.
And he kept claiming to be a scientist. It's that guy. I don't know if you know.
Was it Clive? Oh, Knowledge?
No, he changes his name every time he comes in.
Oh, shoot. I don't know who you're talking about then.
Anyway, I think he was getting schooled by Matrix the other day, but yeah, he kept, I'm just thinking that's not very scientific to just assume I'm lying to you. You've never spoken with me before. You have to collect some data first, don't you?
I do that all the time anyway. Oh, man. What time is it?
Why are you taking calls, Lats? I just hear you say I'm taking a call. Do you have like some kind of remote job?
No. I'm just popular.
Oh,
okay. I'm just kidding. No. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. No.
I could see having like a boring job and then just sitting on here all day while you take your calls or whatever.
Yeah.
I had a construction job briefly in 2020. And I would get on here and listen while I was working and stuff. That kind of job I can do that with. Right now I'm at a place where I can't, and it's like a thinking job. I can't be on Discord all day while I'm
no, for sure.
working.
I'm just at home chilling right now. I actually got to go to work in like 8, 9, 6 hours.
You're in the US?
Yeah.
You're working
I got to get up at 2.
Oh my gosh. Are you like a security guard or something?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, that was a really good guess, actually. Yeah, good shit.
Well, I just have had friends that worked that late, and that's what they did. So. But they only did it for like a year or two. So, because I don't know. I don't know how long you've been doing it or plan on it, but I think it gets to you. Your body's just like, nah.
Yeah, no, for sure. I definitely get that. For sure. Did that knowledge guy keep talking shit?
He kept saying he was a 15 millionaire.
Yeah.
And his proof was
Nice.
some video game where I guess it's like pay to play. Is that?
Yeah, where he
Yeah,
said he
he's
spent
like,
like $2 million on it or whatever.
I'm like, is that
yeah,
what a millionaire would really spend his money on? I think he would be careful with what he invests in.
He likes to show off all his freaking Candy Crush levels. I'm just like, dude, that shit is so cringe.
Yeah.
But
It looked like
whatever.
some mobile game.
Yeah. I actually let him get to me last night and that's out of character. So I gotta watch myself on that.
You're usually pretty stoic.
Yeah.
What do you mean he got to you? Like
He's being a dick.
Oh.
Were you there when we were talking about the Bible stuff with him?
Yeah, I think I brought up the Bible because I was
You brought
talking
up part
about
of it, right?
when I,
Yeah.
in
Yeah, you
2018
were,
when.
because you were telling me your story. And you
Yeah.
told me about how your friend at church told you that the Bible is a flat earth book, and he, like, interrupted you and was like, "The Bible is actually a globe earth book." And we were all like, no."
Yeah, good luck. Good luck with that.
And
They
we
did
had
Isaiah.
we had we had 30 things in the side chat in, like, 2 minutes. We blew it up. We were like, no, here we go, buddy." And then we was, like, just quoting stuff off the top of our heads and stuff, and he just was like, "Oh, if you would interpret it that way." Well, apparently that made him mad, and so, like, later on, he was having trouble trying to prove the globe looking where if you're, if you're in the northern hemisphere and you look south, and if you're in the southern hemisphere and you look north, the stars rotate different ways. And I was like, "Oh my god, dude." And, so he, like, was fighting with, like he was fighting with AJ about or stuff, but AJ tried to explain it to him, and he just, like, dipped out. And so when he came back, I was gonna try to be nice to him, so I was trying to holler at him. And it's like he was not mic'd up or anything, but he wouldn't answer me, and then he would, like, talk to somebody else, and I was like, "Did I, like, piss him off and he muted me?" I was like, am I coming through okay?" And Tony Cops was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Well, can he hear me?" And I was like calling his name and stuff. He didn't. I was like, "All right, I guess not." And then Tony Cops was like, "Hey, did you hear him?" And he's like, "Yeah, I can hear him. Just ignore him because it's more fun." And I was like, "Oh, I was gonna give you a child's analogy to be
Oh
nice
yeah,
to you." And
you'll get used to those letdowns.
yeah,
There's
but
tons
no,
of
I'm just not.
letdowns
It
like that.
wasn't. That's a very sarcastic tone I'm taking because that's where I got mean. I mean, in a mean way. Not I actually was disappointed.
Mm.
I mean, like,
Well, you
I'm not
betrayed.
bragging here, but I used to be one of, like, the worst people on the internet, like, 20 years ago. So,
Oh, okay.
like, I've got
you
I've
played
got a
Call of Duty or something.
stockpile. No, Call of Duty is a terrible fucking game. Counter-Strike.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. I was on Counter
Okay.
Strike
So
too.
1.6, 1.6.
No, Counter-Strike
Yes,
Source,
sir.
I got about 5,000 hours in Source.
Mm.
So, but yeah, I played a lot of gun game, and I was, like, tops on some of the biggest servers in the world. Like, way up there, top 5, stuff like that. So I talk shit, so, like, people hated me. But, that makes you, um, just I don't know. I got a stockpile, I just don't use it anymore because I just don't wanna be like that anymore. So,
Yeah.
when he said
Yeah.
that, I was like, "Oh, man, I was gonna be nice, but now I gotta shit on you."
You unleashed
And
on him.
so what I was going to use was, like, the 2 sides of the road, car going the same way analogy for that thing.
Mm.
"Oh, yeah, yeah, man, if you stand on the other side of the road, the things are going the opposite way, and it's not proof of a flat Earth or a globe Earth, and it doesn't disprove a flat Earth or a globe Earth, it can happen on both." I was gonna try to explain that to him in a nice way because I didn't have any animosity towards the guy, but then he goes and does that, and then he said then he exacerbated by saying, "All right, he said, "There's a person on Earth that calls himself D-Town." I was like, "Oh, okay." And then he said, "Oh, all right, what's up, D-Town? It's lowering my property value talking to you." And I was like, "Oh, we're definitely getting him." So I made the analogy to him, and I was very sarcastic in my tone, and he didn't pick up on it. And I went through the whole thing. You're standing on both sides of the road, and this is after bragging about his money. And I was like, "If you go stand on the other side of the road, the car's going now right to left, right?" And he's like, "Yeah." And I was like, "All right, I just wanna let you know that I'm broken retarded, and I figured that out before you." And, and he was like, "What?" And I just left him foundering. I just muted myself and just let him sit there. He was like, what are you talking about?" I was like, "You it's a fucking child's analogy and you can't see it, so I'm just gonna let him founder. I ain't gonna explain things to him and talk shit and be like, 'You're fucking stupid.' Even talk to him anymore. Let him figure it the fuck out. Maybe never." That fucking kind of confusion is worse than talking shit to somebody because they have no way. They're just confused and are spiraling off in the fucking dark. It's fucking mean, and I don't want to be that way anymore. I'm not trying to be that way anymore. So I just hit
Yeah,
a
I
little
mean,
too
it's
far.
it's a temptation, isn't it, to
Yeah,
be that way?
yeah, it's shitty. But let him get to me. I mean, stupid.
Well, it's all right, dude. I'm passive aggressive with these people all the time. It's okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
know, but
mean,
like, I'm just trying to change that about myself, dude. I'm doing pretty good. And when people do that, I just disconnect. I'm like, I can't help you, and I just won't like respond or anything, because I just don't want to be that way to people anymore.
You're a good guy, man. Good for you.
Yes, I gotta
at
watch
least
it. I should have disengaged when he said that. I should have been like, "Hey, you know what, dude? You're not even worth it." As soon as he said I'm ignoring him, it's more fun. I've been like, "All right, cool. I can ignore you right back. I don't even need you in my space," and that's where I let him get to me. So,
well, most people would need to be self-aware to think about it, you know? So
man. Yeah, I'm trying, dude. It's a reactive thing. I just did it for so long. It's so toxic for so long. And then like all the politics stuff happened, and I was really toxic during that too. But I'm
yeah,
out of all that stuff. So root a lot of that up and down toxicity from my life. Just trying to be good to people.
good
Trying.
to reflect
Trying.
so you can refract.
So I can refract.
Yes. Change your
Refract bulldozer.
change your trajectory.
Yeah, you have to do, I like my wife and I talk about it all the time, live like multiple lives in, you know, this time around or whatever it is. Um like just feel like I lived like multiple lifetimes, like just so many different paths I've taken. And I'm in a really good place there. Like I'm in like the best place ever in my life right now. So, but
That's good.
just
And you just
trying,
met out there with
yeah.
the flat. Didn't she get you on to moon stuff? What was she saying about the moon? You
Oh,
were telling.
yeah, dude. Yeah, like so my wife, like when talking about the old twin towers up there, she would like refuse to let me talk about it. She hated like the conspiracy theorist in me. Like she was like, "Don't even
Oh
talk
yeah,
about that."
okay.
And
Yeah,
so right,
yeah.
so I just like don't really talk about that stuff much about her. And like I come home and she's like, "The moon landing was faked." I was like, "Now I'm interested."
There you
And
go. What what
that's the
what
start of the
set her
conversation.
what tipped her off to that? What
Oh,
was her
she's
thing?
her and her sister are on TikTok, like just like a lot, scrolling through and watching videos.
But like
Um
specifically what observation made her go, that's totally fake. What?
It was one of those, compilations, like the something been put
Okay.
together, one of those
Okay.
compilations of, like, all the different
Those are good.
examples.
I'm always
Yeah,
shocked at how much gets out there now because there was so much censorship in 2016 through 2020 out there, like on
yeah,
YouTube, and they were talking about it in Congress about like censoring the flat Earth at the time and stuff, you know. And Susan Wojcicki, who's dead now mysteriously, she was the president of YouTube, and they were censoring
yeah,
everything.
I saw that
But
interview,
now,
yeah.
yeah, remember that? And but now we see like Instagram and TikTok are getting away with murder compared to what they were banning, 7 years ago, So like it's just kind of shocking. I think everybody's like, why is this being allowed to be said? Is it being allowed or are they just making a mistake allowing everyone's algorithm to show them true things? But yeah, those compilations are great. And one of my favorites on the moon is just speeded up by 2x and you can see like the real speed of
Oh,
them
yeah.
jumping around and faking it.
Getting held up by the wires.
Yeah.
And then when somebody tells you, "Hey, how'd they get that rover down there with the limb?" And you look at it and you're like, "Damn it." It just hits you right in the face. But it's been you've seen it a
Yeah.
million times. But until somebody points that out to you, you never fucking think about it.
So she was into
But
that. So she was like anti talking about anything else, but that was cool because her sister was talking about it.
Oh, no, I think a lot of things changed with all of the, let's just say, to condense it
Epstein.
and without ticking things off. Yeah, some like, just all the past, like, 5 years,
Yeah.
I'd say that. About the past 5 years with everything coming out, they becoming but the 2 of them together becoming definitely more, I would say, just, moody and upset about things.
It's similar to my
And
wife about,
so
but it was like Diddy, like the P Diddy stuff. It
yeah, that too,
led
they
into
watched the
like,
documentary and shit, yeah.
yeah.
It's fucked up.
And then she got more open to, okay, there is something going on,
Yeah.
and then it opens you up to other things. That's usually how it goes. But then the flat Earth I love because it just, if you get this
Yeah.
one, then nothing is too big for you. Like you're like, okay, they can lie at this scale, like on
Well,
biblical
yes.
proportions.
That's what I said, that for me, like, it was easy. I was like, "Oh, okay, now that makes sense." For me, that's why it was so easy because I mean, dude, I go deep, like, deep, 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 deep.
Yeah.
I can't even talk about on here right now deep. Like, so
Yeah,
it's
I know what you
fine. I'm
mean.
good with that, but I'm
I
saying
know exactly what you
I
mean.
go deep.
Yeah.
I go deep, and, of course, there's a lot of speculation, but then there's some stuff that, is
No, there's
substantial.
hard
So,
evidence.
like
There is hard
yeah, yeah,
evidence of some
substantial. There's
really bad stuff. Yeah, totally.
yeah, and some stuff, like, I won't even, like, mention, or, like, I don't, like, talk about some stuff to people, like, at all, because it's
Yeah.
just, like, it'd be nice for them it'd be nice if I didn't know about it type stuff, you know?
I
And,
agree. I know exactly what you mean.
yeah,
And I'm
so you
glad you're
just gotta, like
self-censoring because we're on YouTube and everything too, but like, yeah,
yeah,
I know
try
exactly what you
to
mean.
yeah, yeah, just, like, you just when you know that, but, like, it's hard to, like, talk to, like, my wife for that, for instance, because I don't want her to know that shit, and, like,
Yeah.
So when she come home and she's like, "The moon's fake," she's like, all the other ones are real too, but the moon's fake." I was like, "Oh, well, let's look into flat Earth," because I don't even know. But so when I looked into it, I was like, "Oh, this is not bad at all. This is easy." Just there's like I said, it was like puzzles, like the box of the toys are in it, like put everything that I already knew like together and made a lot of stuff make a lot more sense, like a lot more sense.
Yeah, yeah, I like that. I like that.
Yeah, yeah. And then of course came the empirical evidence, which is proof. And I've had to, sift through a lot of what, all these quote unquote proofs and like Dr. Yoder's list and stuff like that, is stuff that like, you know, that are bad flat earth arguments, require
Yes.
speculation, work on both, things like that. I didn't know a lot of that. And so I've had to
Yeah.
learn a lot of that and stay
When I
humble and stuff like that.
started,
So,
I was not humble and I was pretty belligerent with like all the things I would start claiming and
mhm.
stuff. And there's highly scientific minds in this that are
Yeah.
like I would always wonder, like, why don't they want to talk about a model? I'm like, there is sort of a model. You could make a model, and won't that just help people understand? But no, it doesn't. It just invites, now you've got to defend this model that you never verified. And so things like
Yeah.
that used to confuse me. I'm like, hey, why do they always shut me down when I want to tell people about a dome or whatever, because it's like, there's air pressure, but like, what is that made of? You can't really, I don't have verified proof of things.
Dude, we can't
Um,
figure out stuff that's fucking close.
yeah. Or just like how the astral bodies work and stuff, and making claims about how it could
Oh,
work. It just gets you into
I mean,
trouble
dude,
with this.
we can't even see distances. We can't even see distances correctly. We talk about that all the time. How like we're trying to get the stars, but it doesn't work and stuff. But we can't even do things right here. Like how the fuck should are we supposed to know what's going on all the way up there as laymen? We can't access it, so we can't know. But we can't even properly figure things out down here. So yeah, that I didn't understand that when I first joined that. It's like
Yeah.
how that worked. But at the same time, I was talking to you and, and DJ and stuff and being like, "Hey, I mean, I'm not trying to argue for, any kind of bending towards it, but just like it's a perspective thing that I think I should at least say something about is like you gotta understand, like people like thirst for a model. I didn't think I needed one. It was cool to see one, and that's fun. I've even seen new ones. Haven't been diving into them, but like, um, I thought I needed that, and then like I said, the more I look into it, the more like he's right. Like, what the fuck do I know? You know. Um,
Yeah, yeah.
but
I
I
thought I need.
understand
See,
why people need that model because it brings
me
them like
too.
comfort. Like, where am I?
Yeah, because I had the same feeling, and I thought, well, I want something to fill the void. Because like I was told this other thing for so long, I need another object to fill that void. I need another model. Like I feel like I'm addicted to a model or something, you know. And but some people, like the very scientific minds, just don't need that. They're like, nope, all I need is verification. That's it. I don't care about models, and they
Yeah.
don't even want to entertain them. Like it's, and I was so perplexed by that, but now I get it. It's a more scientific way of approaching just science. You know, you need to have a true observation and measurement. And like,
Well, like Dr. Yoder said, he said people like, and I didn't know this, and he's 100% right when he says this, and I as this part of me learning it. He said people don't understand the scrutiny that we withstand from the what is it called, the technocrat side of things. He said we are under extreme scrutiny, and if we don't meet that level of scrutiny with what we say, then we
yes,
look like clowns.
yes,
And it really messes things up when we're trying to prove things. We're not trying to believe things. And when people talk about these things, they're believing these things because they're not proven. We don't
hmm
know. So it's a
yeah,
belief.
yeah. I got that
And we're
today when
separating those two things.
I said Dr. John was a.
Loki, y'all are just saying a bunch of bull crap. That's why everybody laughs. Like, we had to tell y'all this. Like,
Well, they're welcome to
yeah.
chime in. I know a bunch of people left, and it doesn't feel good. Thanks for bringing it up, Emma. But like, um, I don't know why
You're,
they did. You
y'all are
know,
just saying a bunch of bull.
They have
It's
stuff to do.
boring.
I'm just sitting here at home. So
yeah. But it also could mean they just had to bounce. Whatever.
yeah,
No, I
or
think
sleep
because
or
usually Lance will put it in the
work. Or
chat. Wait a minute.
I
Do
get
you
off
think?
here and listen to music for a few hours.
Anyway, what was I going to say? What were we just talking about?
Oh, shit.
See, it's
Dude,
better
if my
quiet.
ADHD mind derail the train, it's hard to get back on it.
Yeah.
But it's
Dang it.
better quiet.
A train ride for a long time. It comes off the track. Shit.
But I kind of did a favor for everybody, though. Okay, I was just saying a bunch of bull. I
No,
couldn't.
I was about to say something.
No disrespect, though.
Well, it's not for everybody. It's not for everybody, Bimbo. You know?
It's for crazy people. Yeah.
Is
Everybody's normal.
that's why you're still here, right?
Oh no, it was like bullying people. And I also have nothing else to do because it's summer, and I don't work jobs. So, yeah.
We were talking about verifying stuff. What was I going to say? Just that. Oh, yeah. Okay, so one of the guys I was showing him the deck, and Dr. John D. He does some of the Rampian observations of the windmills.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, he's a doctorate. He's got a PhD in spectroscopy. And someone laughed at me and said, that's not a thing you can get a PhD in. And he might be right. I can't remember what he has a PhD in. It's something like spectroscopy, but that's the kind
It's
of
a tougher one,
scrutiny.
yeah. It's
That's the
just a little bit
scrutiny.
different.
That's the scrutiny you're talking about. And so,
Mhm.
like, if I mention one thing wrong, it's like you have to be just perfect with everything you say. So that's why it's like so hard to present this because everyone takes it so personally because they take it as like an insult to their intellect. First off, there's a lot of smart people that believe the globe, and
Yeah.
and they'll take this as an insult, and
Mhm.
so that you're right about the scrutiny. So the
And
scrutiny came up.
the debate crowd is just waiting to be able to take something you say as a slip
and,
up, even
and
if they have
clip
to
it.
twist it.
Yeah, that's
They're
right.
even if they have to twist it some, they're just, "You said that," and they're just they aren't even listening to you. They're waiting for you to screw up. That's
Yeah,
all they're
yeah,
waiting for.
which sucks.
Yeah, so
And
that's what they gotta say
so,
all the time. The words you use, like Matrix had said this guy to like 5 times. This guy was like, "The words you use are important." No, they aren't. He's like, "No, the words you use are very important. The words I say when I say them are very important. The words I use. I use them intentionally. I do not just, willy nilly do these. When I joke, sure, but if I'm not joking, when I use words, I mean exactly what I am saying, and you need to fall into that same scrutiny. You can't just go all crazy."
uh,
Something like that. Yeah, he said
yeah,
that
so
recently. It was like very important.
so I was, yeah, so it is very important. I hate misspeaking, but sometimes I use colloquialism, and I was wrong because you would have to have a PhD in chemistry and study spectroscopy because it's a form of chemistry. So having a PhD in
Hmm.
spectroscopy doesn't make any sense. So he's right, and I said something a little stupid, but I was like, well, whatever. That's what he studied. I don't know, but that's exactly what I'll get clipped.
Yep. Yep. And it's just, I mean, that's I don't want to. I don't see. That's the thing is like I don't want to argue. Um, I'm 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 not like I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm a smart person, but like I was good with math and stuff. It was really honestly, it's really simple. So like, I was going to school for Virginia Tech for civil engineering, and I got to do some apprenticeship work with my girlfriend's dad, who
I got an
who is
English degree, dude. You did more, hard science than I did. Like, I got a
yeah,
you know English bachelor's degree. So like
is
I'm not a
prob-
science person, but I've listened to these scientists, people, science people speak, and
yeah.
done the research, and it adds up. So
Well, I mean, the thing is, I did the apprenticeship work with him, and he's built like some of the interstate bridges. Not built them, but you know what I mean, designed them and stuff. Did the surveying and everything like that. But he even wrote plans. He wrote the plans and stuff for some of the bridges on the interstates, right, that I drive over every day,
hmm,
and stuff like that. So like he knows what's up. So I did some apprenticeship work with him because that's what I was going to school for, and I fucking hated it. I
hmm,
was like, "This is I do not wanna do this." And then I thought back and I was like, "I really skipped as many classes as possible to still not hurt my grades to play pool when I was at college anyway."
hmm.
Like, I could do the work, but I didn't wanna do it. It's not fun.
I think that's okay.
Um, so, like, it makes sense to me. I said math made sense to me, but it's like, as I don't wanna, like, delve,
It wasn't a
like,
passion,
crazy deep into it. Yeah.
But some
I
people
mean, I
love
do.
it.
I
Like
like my job. I love my
I
job.
I knew a girl who's an actuary, and she loved math, and she got a math degree, and she liked talking about math. So, like, some people are just attuned to it. They like it. To me, it's like I can do it, but it hurts. I don't like it. That's why people are like, "You like math, right?" Because I show the little graph, but I'm like, "Well, I like to know enough to know how to calculate the geometry of what we're living on." But I wouldn't say I like math. I like knowing the truth of a measurement and knowing enough math to figure that out.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like with these, it was easy for me to understand them and get what worked and didn't work because of that. It wasn't like a passion for me, and I lack a lot of just knowledge that a lot of these guys have. It's been nice to soak up the knowledge because I missed a lot of knowledge because I didn't keep going to my schooling. So, this is
Mhm.
like been going back to school for me, been having a lot of fun because of the application. And the
Yeah.
knowledge also surrounding that. That's what actually the application of the knowledge is what's actually got me into it. The application of the
Yeah.
knowledge didn't excite me to go do surveying, but doing surveying when I'm looking at flat Earth is awesome. So let's go.
Yeah.
Oh man.
You could always go finish the Virginia Tech courses if you're
Nah, nah,
halfway
nah, nah,
there.
nah, nah. I got my career set, dude. I love my job. I love what I do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I don't have too much longer to go before I can retire, so another probably 15 years would be good.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Whatever
but I love what
floats
I
your
do.
boat.
Yeah.
I mean, there's very successful people who like got C's in college, and they're
Mhm.
doing way better than most people, and it's not all about your performance there, but
So, the
so
guys around me all make the same amount of money as I do, and some of them just, I mean, dudes, like when they really, it's really bad, dude. Like the education level is really poor, but I'm just, I'm glad they have a good life. I mean, honestly, so it's a good thing for sure. We all
yeah,
should. So,
yeah, and and I've I always did very well when I was younger, and then I've always had a skepticism of like what we're learning in class and things, just because sometimes you get when you ask enough questions, like I was very inquisitive, and it would get to a point where it was just, well, I just said so. I'm your teacher, so that's it. That's the answer. Bye. And then just that happened so many times at throughout life, and I can't remember every question, but it was probably like like how did we get it might be something like, wait, we got the measurement to the distance to the sun, but like, okay, how is that done? Oh, that's done by the transit of Venus. Okay, but how do we get the size of Venus? Something like that. And then eventually the teacher will be like, just shut up. Like it just is what it is. And
yeah, and when she asking questions,
yeah. And so I was always skeptical, and I thought, why is there so much pressure to not look at certain things? And so, finally when I graduate, I'm going to spend time looking at all these things that everyone told you not to, is what the heck. And that's the problem, is like a lot of this stuff takes hours to get to the bottom of, as your
yeah,
path is in
hmm
a lot of these rabbit holes, and like to get hard evidence of things, it takes a lot of research and looking into things that have been censored and buried, and it's hard to find. So it takes a lot of hours, and then you get to the truth of the matter, and then you're like, yes, I got it. Now I can tell people, and then the reception is not good.
yeah,
People hate it.
yeah. I mean, to be honest, like, I mean, that's the other thing is I've seen this stuff for so long. I honestly can't even really detail things because it's pretty extreme speculation. So I'm not going to go into it. But like, I saw a video like 20 years ago, and it actually, like, I didn't think about it at all. I didn't know what the fuck it was. As far as like a UFO video, I didn't know what the fuck it was. And then I'm seeing like stuff recently that like applied to it, and I was like, oh, I saw this like 20 years ago. But then I go back try to find a video, can't find it anywhere, and searches don't
Oh,
work. So
hmm
yeah.
did you end up watching that Johnny Cerrucci history video?
Oh shit! No, thank you for reminding me.
Oh
Fuck.
yeah, I recommend that. That one, I
Yeah,
couldn't find it on
yeah. You
YouTube. I was
mentioned
trying
it
to
to me.
find it yesterday, and I was like, what? YouTube got rid of it, so it's on Rumble now. But that's the
Oh, I don't
kind of
remember.
thing.
Nice. Yeah, yeah.
That's the kind of thing that happens where like really good information, you go back and you got all these saved videos, and all of a sudden they're all blanked out. That was happening a lot, a couple years ago, and just things getting censored, and happened in flat Earth, but also a lot of other subjects. And that's just how
Gotcha.
it goes. It's a lot of effort, and I don't know. Is there going to be, the Overton window, that concept? I don't know if that applies to you.
Uh, I've heard of it. I don't remember what the application is.
Well, usually it's applied to like social norms. Like the Overton window has shifted from like the 1990s, where like they would have like a gay character on TV, but it was still a little weird, and they would make fun of gay people on TV. And to like 20, 30 years later, where that's like unheard of, and you can't do
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
And like,
Yeah.
the Overton window has moved very, you know, sexual orientation is like very acceptable. That's our Overton window. And it might be the wrong term for like the globe, versus flat, but like I'd like to see the Overton window shift for the Earth, the acceptance of like speaking about these things. But that's kind of one of the I don't even know if that's like. Do you ever think like, what are we doing? Is this futile? Are we going to? Is there going to be a tipping point where there's like a big impact of this, or I don't know.
I think we're already there, man.
You think we're at the tipping point for the flat Earth?
Well, it continuously grows and grows in spite of censorship and all of it.
I agree. I've seen it more boldly stated, but I don't know if is it just my algorithm. I don't know. I think
You
there's
know
a
what?
lot.
You know,
I've been in the conversation for like a decade, man, and it's a way different conversation today than it was 10 years ago.
Mm.
But are either of y'all familiar with the politics Discord here? The people in it?
Not really.
There's
Just this room.
a fella named Billy Bob who sent me a message and is like, are you thinking the earth might be flat? I would like to talk to you. So I'm going to have a little fun with it.
Oh, good.
I'm going to ask him to find me some evidence of curvature.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if anybody was familiar with a Billy Bob.
Billy
No,
Bob,
I mean,
no.
I haven't seen him in here, but people change their name a lot too.
That's true. Smurfing you.
So
Yeah, it's just Bill Bob. Sorry, Bill Bob. Yeah,
Bill Bob. That's weird. Even weirder. I don't recognize that.
yeah, sometimes you'll get genuine questions, but so many times it's like genuinely a letdown where they're acting genuine and then it's just they're trying to troll. So,
I
but
guess he's just trying to save face for Team Globe. But like I said, I'm gonna have fun with it.
All right, go for it. Yeah, you've been in this 10 years. I'm sure you've heard it all.
I haven't been in here. I haven't known these cats for but a few months, but I've been in the conversation for a long time. But yeah, I'm gonna play naive and see what evidence Bill Bob can find for me.
Yeah.
And I'll catalog my adventures here.
So do you think people have softened to the idea? Because it seems like in the last
Definitely. People have heard about it. Like when I try to tell people something about flat Earth, 10 years ago, people were like looked at me like I had two heads. But it's a lot different now. People have at least came across it and heard about it, and at least been desensitized to the mere thought that it's a possibility, especially if they just think for a second of, well, yeah, that's kind of what I experience. But of course, it's still really a really taboo thought. But it's becoming less so every day.
That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know what it's gonna do. I like engaging in it. I like thinking that I can get someone to see the light and get out of Plato's cave, but I don't know. Sometimes I wonder, is there ever going to be that tipping point? But you're saying we might be in it right now, but I don't know.
Well, it's already some of the surveys and stuff. At least 10% of everybody seems to at least question the globe, right?
I've heard that
And
10% in the U.S.
I
Yes,
think
I've heard
I
something like
think we're
that.
at least at a point that no amount of censorship or any social strategies to silence it. I don't think anything like that could stop it when it's that familiar in society. I think as far as that tipping point, I think we're already there. That it's not going away.
Hmm. That would be interesting.
It'd be fun. I think they're kind of trying to like slowly let it happen
Controlled way.
because, well, I mean, just as far as pattern recognition goes, like I think they see that it's like inevitable,
Mm.
right? Because it
Yeah.
takes a while after even somebody sees something, but eventually, especially honestly, sometimes even if they're just mad, they want to kind of go out there and just be like, and then they just like keep looking and they're like, "Ah," because it's flat. And but like what you see how people like spurg out and they go crazy and just rage and like flip their shit. What if
Yeah.
all of a sudden, all at once, everybody on Earth was just like they were just like, hey, Earth's flat? I think there would be a big mess. And so I think that has to happen slowly.
In order to sell the people a new system, the first system must be shown to be needing changing, right? Need to be flawed and corrupted, and that's not so much in the flat Earth versus globe Earth context of things that I've thought about that. But in order to get people on board with a new system, you have to agree and show that the old system is broken.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. I mean, it's just nobody can predict the future.
No, but there's a lot of people trying.
Yeah.
I just decided to let go of what I can't control.
Yeah, that's the
Yes.
answer.
Yeah. And I'm still good at work, still working on my career outside of this. And if the whole world found out tomorrow, I'd still go to work. There's still these structures in place, and I don't know what it would change. Like certain things it would change, like the NASA budget might go somewhere else. There might be a lot of lawyers going after them.
I think it would make sci-fi way better because everyone would know that all the space travel is just make believe anyways, so they could really just go full tilt with it and do whatever they
Yeah.
wanted.
Yeah, because they're always trying to
Without
stick to
having to
some.
act like it's reality.
You remember like all those sci-fi movies? Like in one of them, like if you get in like the movie Alien Resurrection, if one piece of the ship breaks off, then you get sucked through it like a vacuum, like and torn apart. But in another movie, you can live outside the spaceship for a little bit without a helmet on and you're fine. And another one, if you're outside the spaceship, you actually blow up in fire. And like it's like the movies sci-fi could never agree. Like what happens to you when you're outside the spaceship? And you're right, like if they just accepted that it's fantasy anyway, they can do whatever they want. Which is what they do anyway. They do whatever they want, but they don't have
Yeah,
to pretend to stick to some rules that don't exist.
yeah. So I think
You touched on
that'd be a good
something.
thing.
What would change? One of our guys, Elijah, he wrote like a little summary of what would change. All the
Okay.
libraries would be gutted. All the astrophysicists would be out of jobs.
Mm-hmm.
The government would never be trusted for anything, not let alone NASA being taken down. NASA's part of the government, so it's like, oh, what have you been doing with our money? I thought you're supposed to be taking care of roads in the military.
Yeah.
There would be chaos.
I wonder if it would be chaos or if it could be a controlled, like, all right, we're just going to get the lawyers together. We're going to find out how much you swindled. And like part of what NASA did was really communications technology. So it wasn't 100% fraud. So we could say, okay, you can keep the amount of money that you used on that, but the rest of it you owe the Americans or whatever. So we could just go line by line and find out.
Trillions.
Surely, yeah, probably. Over all these years, a lot of money. But it would be fair, and you'd get lawyers. It doesn't have to be chaos at all. You just have to
Well, I mean, how many people would need psychological help after this? Of course, the lawyers would get involved.
People need psychological help anyway.
No, I know. It's just another excuse to take a pill.
Yeah. So, I mean, it might actually be anticlimactic. Like, oh, we all know it was flat this whole time. Okay. Okay. You know, and then like
Honestly,
NASA.
like a lot of people, like, you ever heard the term NPC?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard people being called NPCs?
Yes. I know the meme.
So a lot of people, right? They don't like the idea of a creator, right? And so they need something else to give them purpose. And if all the governments are lying to them, right, they're going to wake up and be like, well, what do I do now? You know, like they're not going to, I can't trust the government to tell me what to do. So what do I do now? And then, you know, some people will figure it out, but most probably won't. And I hate to say it, but I think a lot of people would actually kill themselves over it.
I don't know. You know, I don't know. I mean, I think I've been studying the Reformation a lot lately, and it really reminds me of that. Like when they're questioning the laity, and people are like, "You can't read the Bible for yourself," you know, back then, and it's like you can't do scientific observations by yourself. The laity has to chime in, and they have to sign off and do peer review, and you have to be published in a science journal, and all this stuff. It's very similar to that.
You know what a prime example of what you just said was when Napoleon ruled. They all gave each other awards.
Oh,
They
did
all
they?
they all pulled themselves up through the ranks, and the generals awarded the other generals. And the only ones who ever received awards were the ones that were all agreed. They were all in agreement about what was supposed to be done. So when people say, "Oh, you know, why don't you go and put it in a science journal and then you'll win a Nobel Prize?"
Yes.
You're not going to win a Nobel Prize by proving that the Earth is flat. You're going to piss a lot of people off, and that's it.
Yeah, well, I mean that goes to the source of like where this deception comes from. So what you're talking about, the Nobel Prize is a result of Ratio Studiorum, which is a Jesuit. It's basically the university system in a document. Basically, what we all know as universities. It came from Ratio Studiorum, and that's why like all the universities they worship Latin. Remember, like everything has like a Latin term to it, and like if you say the name of a snake in Latin, it's suddenly more educated to say it that way because Latin is the language of Rome, which is the language of the Jesuits, so the language of Ratio Studiorum, and the Jesuits brought this globe deception all around the world. They were the ones who brought it to the Chinese emperors, who still believed in flat until like 19th century or something, and so that's where this all comes from. So it's funny you mentioned Napoleon. He's a big player, and the gifts they gave each other. I've been studying Revelation a lot. I try not to turn this into like a biblical chat. I know people are trying to talk science, but like,
oh yeah, no, but like just to add on to what you said about the Romans and Latin and everything leading back to Rome, I agree. But like the next step after Rome is Greece and Greek, and what I've been researching lately is that like I don't have the evidence for it to point to it. My gut feeling is telling me this, that Latin is just a smoke screen for Greek, and all the truth is hidden in Greek.
Well, okay, Greek, yes,
And not coin Greek, but like Attic Greek or classic Greek.
I do think there's problems with the Latin, and there was a term that the reformers used for it, and they would use Latin sometimes to try to confirm certain things in scriptures. They would never base scriptures off Latin alone because Latin was so corrupt. The Latin Vulgate, the Vatican stuff, so
Yeah,
bad. So
and so is the Hebrew. The Hebrew is only limited. The archaic Hebrew or the Aramaic, that was limited to like 8,000 words or something like that. So that's why everything was written in Greek.
yeah, Greek is more reliable. Yeah, and a lot of the apostles themselves wrote in Greek, and it was the language of the world at the time of Christ. So pretty reliable. And it was, his King of the Jews was written in Latin, Greek,
Where
and
we get all
Hebrew.
our prefixes and suffixes from mostly is the Greek, or at least the ideas of them. Because how many times have you made up a word you never seen it in the dictionary, but you add like a ly on the end or a tion on the end, just to like make it more towards what it is that you're trying to explain.
Yeah.
And the Greek was very much like that. Like you would just build up from the base root word.
I'm not like fluent in Greek and these origins or anything, but
I'm not either.
I'm just surface level. Like I've studied, and what I know, the way that scholars treated it was like Latin, not nearly as reliable as your Greek or your Hebrew, but they would use all of them to try and verify things. But they had a rule about Latin specifically because that's the language of Rome, and a lot of the reformers. I've been studying a lot of Revelation, and I believe it's like Johnny Cerrucci. I'm kind of on his thing about historicism on it. Basically, it's funny you brought up Napoleon. I think that's right around where we're at in Revelation 16:12. And because he took out the Pope, you know that story. He took out the Pope of Rome. Napoleon's army.
Say that again. Sorry,
Napoleon's army captured the Pope. I gotta look it up. I always forget details, but army captured Pope Pius VI, and so.
Well, supposedly he was trying to capture one land and he went to the wrong place or something like that. But rumor has it that's exactly what he wanted to capture. He just acted like he didn't know where he was going.
Okay.
I don't know if it's the same thing that you're talking about.
Well, the historicist view is basically that Revelation is not some future thing and it's not some past thing. It's a historical progression, and that some of it has happened, some of it is not yet. But a lot of the early chapters were like first, hundreds of years of after Christ, and then when you get into like chapter 16, you're talking about Napoleon because it talks about the beast. So like a lot of the reformers, if you look at their Geneva Bible notes and things like this, they believed that the Antichrist was the office of the Pope. It's like Antichrist is like saying president. It's like a thing a man can be, and so they believed it was the Pope, and they operated this way, and they were being burned at the stake and persecuted by the Pope. And talks a lot about this kind of persecution by the papacy. They believed was the first beast, and the second beast they believed was the Jesuit order. The Jesuit order spake as a dragon and deceived the world. And we can see the Jesuits are behind Ratio Studiorum, the university system that teaches the globe, things like this. Still there? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm here with you, man. I kind of see what you're saying, and like, yes, yeah, more yes than no. But like, you probably have looked more into detail on certain things. Where I see the papacy turning into I don't even think it's the beast. I think it was the harlot on the beast. They created the system that they rode and flourished in, and so that's what the harlot was. But they were the
Catholic Church is a harlot. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Papal Dark Ages, the Saeculum Oscorum. That's where I think it turned, which is like around 1080 AD. Which, if you look at the time frame, that's 1,010 years after, 70 AD, 69 AD was when Rome split up into four horsemen. You know.
Oh, yeah. There's
You
so
ever
much to all
read
this.
about the four emperors? The year of the four emperors?
Well, Four Horsemen, my study of the Four Horsemen has been that it's different movements going on. They're not all bad. First Horseman is white, and that's actually the gospel going through the world, often taught as like some evil thing, but it's actually when the gospel in the church age was beginning. And then the
Hey, hold
second
on.
horseman.
I'll be right back. My wife's calling.
Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of like different stories about that, but Four Horsemen already happened. So, but anyway, point of what I was trying to get to was Napoleon. So Napoleon took out the Pope, and the Pope was the head of the beast that was wounded in 1798, and then the beast recovered in 1928. It was with the Lateran Treaty. Lateran Treaty. The Constitution of Italy recognized the Catholic Church and the Vatican as its own state. The Lateran Treaty. So the beast recovered, beast being the papal Rome, recovered with the Lateran Treaty. And then it says, right after the beast recovering, the second beast would make signs of fire from the skies, or whatever the quote is. And that's, right after that, you see these nukes, things like this. So this is not Speculation Sunday. I don't know. I guess we have a YouTube recording us. I'm not trying to like rain on the Flat Earth Parade. I'm just talking about Revelation stuff I'm looking into. I don't know what the rules are today, but so yeah, that understanding is really interesting to me. And anyway, if we're at that point where the beast has recovered, then we're at a stage where the three frogs have been released. If you read Revelation, and a lot of reformers believe that's the results of three different types of spirits that have come out: spiritualism, all that woo-woo stuff, state worship, like MAGA, or like being obsessed with America or whatever, and then secularism, like atheism and things like that, being the third frog. So that's sort of the understanding that a lot of reformers and historicists have. I think a lot of that stuff's been buried with the globe earth, and that's the kind of thing that they were trying to stop, was all these connections that the reformers made. And part of the Counter-Reformation, the Inquisition, was to create things like the globe that would invalidate the first page of the Bible.
All the history lessons. It's not a good stuff, man. I watched that video. I set my alarm for the morning. I said, I love the history lesson. I love this stuff, man. Just listening and learning. But I set my alarm for the morning. When I get up, I'm gonna title to watch that video. So we got it on.
Yeah, that's a good one. I mean, Cerrucci's really good. I don't agree with him on everything. I've done a study on just basically what the reformers believed, and I think that's who they're trying to silence with all this stuff, Ratio Studiorum, and everything we were figuring out when they were burning us at the stake, and when it was obvious who the evil empire was, Vatican, Rome, and all that stuff. Now they've taken a much more psychological, psyop war approach. And that's why they use the globe, See, and now everybody thinks that events in Revelation are coming in the future, like, oh, there's going to be future Antichrist, but it was made clear by Luther and like Jan Hus and all these old reformers that it's obviously the papacy. It's the Pope is the Antichrist. It's a position held by a man, and even wears a hat that the Roman numerals add up to 666 or 666. I mean, so it was obvious to all the reformers, and now it's not anymore. And it's because of this false teaching from the false prophet who's been falsely prophesying and spake as a dragon for hundreds of years now, and brought us all onto this fake globe. And that's really what it's all about. It's the false prophet that's deceived the world, which is the Jesuit order. And all roads lead to Rome, and that's what it's all about. So it's just a continuation of all this history that was prophesied in Revelation and still playing out today. And then there's the whole little season thing. There's a lot of people saying that there's like a...
Yeah, I've heard about it.
So like I think we're actually in a little season, but not in the way they do, where there's like, there could be antiquitech. There could have been like higher tech stuff that has been buried. And there is questionable building dates for like, oh, they built this giant temple in a year, but we can't build a 7-Eleven in 3 years or something. There could be explanations to that
stuff on frequency building, and it's...
Yeah, there's interesting things, but also it could just be, you know, like when you're building a 7-Eleven, you also have to make time to get the electrician guy in there, and you have to make time to get the plumber guy in there, and like a lot of these buildings didn't have plumbing, so you get to skip all those steps. So it's possible that, you know, maybe that accelerated the build. But then you see the photos of the build, and it's always like there's rafters around a completed building. They're really just painting it, so it's almost like they found it. I get the argument, but to say Christ is here, like physically, Revelation 20 is what they're talking about. I believe it says he was with us, and that makes more sense with the church age and all the gospel going out, that Christ was with us in the way that God is with us in the scriptures spiritually. So it doesn't mean he was like literally here. He was working with kings. There was like the Czechoslovakian people, the Hussites. Really interesting story about. Oh, you know about the Hussites?
Yeah, long
No
time
way.
ago. Yeah, but I don't know the name.
But they won like 5 campaigns were sent by Papal Rome. They had 10 kingdoms that they owned, right? And they sent all their best knights to go defeat the Hussites. And this is after they burnt Jan Hus at the stake, who was a reformer, and they called him the Goose. And then their flag was a chalice and a goose, and they had a bunch of wagons and morning stars, and they beat the best knights in the world 5 times. They were undefeated. So the Hussites were really interesting, very humble people that were able to, you know, defeat the greatest knights in the world.
Yeah, they were badass, man. I read that when I was like, we were homeschooled, so my parents got all their, our stuff and stuff, and I remember reading about that probably 30 years ago. That name sticks to me. Memory's hard, but like things like that stick.
I'm new to it, so I didn't know about the Hussites till recently, and just studying the reformers and stuff, and they're so awesome. And you got to believe God gave them the victory after they burnt Jan Hus to the ground, and they just all banded together and defeated the best knights in Europe 5 times. 5 campaigns came up against them; they were undefeated. So with very primitive kind of weapons comparatively, although they did have some gunpowder and stuff, it was interesting. They had some of the first artillery, I guess you would call it. But it's kind of like a shrapnel shotgun thing they were using, but they mostly used their flails, like with the, you know what a flail is, with the giant ball of
Oh yeah, yeah.
nails and stuff on it
And
on the end of
flails,
it, and
yeah.
they would flail over the. They would just line up their carts, and they were able to move them, and they defeated the best knights in the world. So
Mm-hmm.
really interesting that they were granted those victories. But that's just, you know, some of the. So when you look at Revelation 20, talking about Christ being with the people, it's like kingdoms like that he was with, and certain kings and stuff spiritually, you know. So the little season kind of goes into like, oh, he was here, and that's why we built all these buildings or whatever. But and I do believe that there is sort of a little like some of the symbolism of like the Statue of Liberty, the broken chain on Lucifer's foot. I believe that possibly is Lucifer. You know, it looks like the painting, right? Um, now I'm getting off the reservation here. We're not talking about flat Earth, but I can't.
Yeah, it's fine, dude. It's just there's so many
Usually, I
books,
get
and
corrected.
you just want the info, and it's just usually yeah. I mean
Usually, people
I know
read me in, and that's my
yeah, no, it's fine.
like.
It's great information, and there's so much of it, and there's so much stuff to wonder. I think for me when I read that stuff, and like I said, like last night, my path is real narrow because like it seems like the more I know, the less I know type stuff. But I know what goodness is, and so I'm sticking to that path and I'm with it,
Yeah,
and
but I
trying to
appreciate
like
it. Yeah.
minimize a lot of that around me. Focus on what I can, like I said, what I can pull and stuff like that. But I have been reading into the history. It's fascinating stuff.
Yes,
There's so much to
and
learn.
it's so important. It,
That
it
was my favorite.
aligns.
That was my favorite subject in school ever. Is history.
Yeah, I was a fan of history. I should have majored in history. Really, I don't know why I did English, but maybe study the scriptures. I don't know, but it's really because I didn't know what to do. But a lot of the people in flat Earth they're like STEM degree people, and they studied science and
Dude,
math, and it's
these
very
holy
respectable. And
shit,
that's what
yeah.
they always want to stick to the straight hard facts and everything. I do appreciate it. I do like to go off the reservation though too. Sometimes I just gotta dial myself down in whatever the term
Yeah,
is.
dude, you're right though, dude. They put in hard work on gaining knowledge. I got in
Mm,
here and just listen sometimes, and I'm just like, I get it. I get what they're saying all the times and stuff. Sometimes I'm definitely missing, but I get what they're
yeah.
saying. I understand it, but it's just and I've gained a lot of understanding on a lot of things, learned a lot.
Yes.
But at the same time, dude, I'm like, man, these guys have just so much
They're
knowledge.
encyclopedias. Like, have you ever heard like
Holy
Indio
shit.
speak?
Yeah, dude, are you kidding me,
You
dude?
know him? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't. I haven't. Like I got on right after he's been having all this stuff happening. So like he hasn't been on as much. He was on a little while when I first joined and stuff, and then he's been bad. So he hasn't been on. So I don't know him like personally, but I listened to him a lot, and I've listened to a lot of his replays and stuff like that, and over time. And yeah, dude, yeah, he's so full of knowledge. It's insane.
He is. Yeah. Just any subject, man. He's rabbit holed on everything. Like the guy is just, and then you hear like smart people come in here, um, like Glober physicists who are really smart, and they're like arguing with him about some concept like velocity or something. And I heard him like schooling some young guy who's like, well, because velocity is this or this, and then he's like, well, what is velocity though? And eventually it came down to like velocity is a reification of itself or something, and I'm like, what? And
Yeah, dude.
he had a perfect like uh, defense of that, and the other guy just like blew his mind. He had to leave, and he was clearly an intelligent man as well. But India is just he's like, you're just parroting what you learned in school. You haven't gone in the real world yet, and life experience will teach you that like I think he was talking about velocity. Like velocity is a reification of itself, and it's not really represent. I don't know. He'd have to be here to explain that, but things like that is just like, how does he get this wisdom? I'm impressed by a lot of the people, but you don't have to be in India to figure out the Earth's flat. You know?
No, I say I'm the Pat McAfee of flat Earth, but I figured it out. So
Mhm.
you don't have to be, man. I know a ton of people. Like I said, I've been talking to people in real life, and like some people just need a push. Some people just need to look. I told this one
Mhm.
girl, and she was Catholic, and so she's like, I know the Bible's a flat Earth book. Oh shit! And she's like, I know that into it, right?
Oh,
So we were
really?
talking about it a little bit, and she went and talked to some of her friends, and one of her friends is a flat earther, and he like got super pumped. He was like, ah, and so I didn't turn her into a flat earther, but I got her asking questions. And then she talked to a friend, he was a flat earther, and he like went off and like showed her like everything. And now she's a flat earther. But, I just, you know, maybe she wouldn't have talked about it if I hadn't said something. So, I just trying to do that, just show people in the right direction to look for themselves because I mean, really, dude, I'm not gonna. I don't. I haven't. I don't want to argue with people. I don't want to do it. I get my
No,
friends
yeah, yeah, yeah,
started
yeah.
just shitting on me and wanted to argue, and I was like, nah, dude, I'm good. Like, I'm
It's
not arguing with you, bro.
it's like
I'm just not
Maslow's
gonna talk about it.
hierarchy of needs. Like it's more important for me to have good relationships than like people to know the Earth is flat. Like I have certain priorities, like my own family. My brother probably could not handle it because I've tested him on other things, and like this one, I just don't bring up, and he has no idea. And I remember him telling me a story a couple of years ago. He's like, "Yeah, I went out with my wife, and this guy, he was our friend, but it turned out he was a flat earther, and then he was having a drink with us at the bar, and he got mad and started yelling at us, and then he left, and he made us pay for his drink." And I'm like thinking like, yeah, well, the Earth is flat. He was probably frustrated. I don't know, but I never revealed to him, that I agreed with that guy. So like certain people in my life, it's more important that I have a good relationship with them than that they know this. It's just at some point you're just kind of annoying people with information, and you have to decide when the audience is correct. I don't know.
Well, like how I definitely feel that because let's say I don't have the way my life's gone. I don't have a whole ton of relationships
Mhm.
as far as like a deep like friendship level with people. It's very surface level, and I'm okay with that, especially like at work and stuff like that. I wouldn't say I really have I have like one. Um, Other than that, they're all very maybe like an acquaintance at best, type thing. And so like I'm not running around being like Earth is flat or anything, but like I'm not afraid of like saying something, and I've definitely said a couple things to people. And my boss asked when I think I used the term playnet, and because I'm changing my terminology because I don't care. Like, I mean, yeah, if I don't even like I said, well, I have an argument. Like, oh. Right. So he was there. My other three bosses were said all four of my bosses like right there, and I was talking to him about like the constellations never moving because he like pushed me on it and all like this, and I was like, okay, well the constellations don't move. So, and he was I was like, why not? And he's like, well, because Earth is flat. And he kind of said it as a joke. I patted him on
Mhm.
the shoulder. I said, exactly. And then I turned around and walked away. I was like, yeah, I don't care.
He was probably
What are you
shocked.
gonna do? I was like, what are you gonna do? Like I'm
Yeah.
not like I just, like
What he's gonna
I'm not
do?
gonna talk out my ass.
What he's gonna do is think you're a retard, and like fairly so.
But I am,
Yeah.
so it's cool. So
Yeah,
Okay.
fairly so. Yeah.
I don't really mind it much. But yeah, I don't push it on people, but I'm not afraid of like questions. So I'm not gonna have an argument. I don't want to be. It's not a bad thing for me. So
I don't think it's a bad thing at all. A lot of people are afraid and think it's a bad thing, and don't think it's a bad thing in the least, man. I'm really happy about it.
Yeah. So Tree Man, you think it's retarded,
Yeah,
right?
go.
Oh, he's gone. Dang it. All right. So that's
Listen,
usually my
Nothing
segue
else,
to the
Steve,
new.
go.
Damn,
I
he
saw you
already
pull the
ran
stream up. I
away.
was like, I'm on mute and go.
Yeah, he left. I love when
Yeah.
people say you're a retard or whatever, because it like Naked Emperor. That's literally the whole point. You're stupid if you don't see the Emperor with clothes on. You know, that's the point of that story. So it's a good segue right into the Emperor's new clothes.
I'll watch better for the next time, and just I'll try to like do a little volleyball set for you so you can spike that shit.
Yeah.
I was trying to ignore him and continue our conversation. I should have said, I got you next time.
No, it's all good. People just come in, call us idiots, and leave. It's normal.
Yeah, for sure. But you might have been able to continue it had I. Oh, really? And then just
I
walk.
hooked that Arab guy earlier. I don't know if he's
Yeah.
Arabic, but he's Muslim.
It's
And
something, man.
we had that one going. I showed him like 4 observations, but before he left.
Mhm.
So that's
Yeah,
gonna be
yeah.
cooking in his head, a little seed. What's he gonna do with that?
I don't know, man. Like I said, sometimes you like with me, like I said, I think sometimes people can get upset, but you know, when you get upset like that, especially this day and age, like I was thinking about it, the attitude of people. Like people fight so hard. Why do they fight so hard? People
Yeah.
like if they don't win, if they aren't right, it's like they lose their fucking minds, dude. Like they hate to lose. They hate to lose so bad. Like
It's a
how
mask.
bad is cheating in the video game community, like the professional video game community? It's terrible.
Yeah, that's
Why?
true.
Or in sports or in fucking anything competitive, cheating, doping, whatever is so rampant. Why? Because people just can't fucking lose. They
Well, when
just
people get
can't, and
hostile,
it stems down to like this discussion or any discussion on the internet, dude. You just cannot fucking lose.
usually the hostility, the anger, is a mask for something else. That's not what they really believe or feel. They've got something more vulnerable under all that. I'm in therapy. I'm learning all this stuff.
Me too.
Like,
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah,
it's true. But there's
I got
like,
therapy on Friday morning, every Friday morning, 8 o'clock.
so I hope you have a good one. But like, what I'm learning is that like
Been with her for like 5 years. She's great.
Oh, good. And the anger and stuff and the attacks that people will have, usually there's a real vulnerability they have, and there's something they want to say but they won't, and instead they adopt a persona of like, all right, I'm going to be an asshole to you and attack you. So it's a defense, it's a mask.
Yeah,
Not
that's why I'm
usually
so
what they really
self-deprecating.
believe.
That's why I'm self-deprecating though, because the thing is that's another thing I learned. I was talking about earlier about all that being a dick stuff. Is that when somebody wants to troll you, they want you to be mad and they want you to fight back at them. They want you to attack them. They want you to be mad. They want you to spin out. So if I'm even going to engage at all, I literally kick myself so that they can't kick me.
That's like the
And
Conan O'Brien method.
it
That's what it does.
literally negates them. It's like it's a total negation.
That's like a comedian technique. Make fun of yourself.
Yep. Oh, I don't want to consider myself a comedian. Definitely not. Definitely, like just in general in life, will make jokes of everything. And I'm not afraid of making jokes about myself. So, but I mean, people like they want to call you like one of the double G's. I'm just like, oh yeah, man, that's cool. Whatever. That's just fine. Oh, but even like it doesn't hurt me, bro. Like, I don't care, but you can. No, it's just like, okay, sure, man. That's what I am. Okay. What's next? And they're like, and I just don't get mad. I'm just like, yeah, dude. I don't like, ooh.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
I
what,
could do
dude?
that for a while. I think what I usually get, not lately, but I used to get like where the letdown happens, where they're acting like they're interested, and then they freaking slap you in the face and insult you or whatever.
That's happened a lot lately.
That used to, like, I can't help it. I'm human, man. That doesn't feel good. I don't like that, and so I don't like getting insulted. And but I think it's such a good segue to this Emperor new clothes thing. that's my new thing right now. I'm like a one-trick
Yeah.
pony with
As
it.
soon as, yeah. Well, next time somebody just comes in and unless they're like spamming the N-word, then if they just come in like that, obviously be that way, well, we'll just like immediately deflect to you and you just like stream up and roll.
Yeah. If I like to do it when, I don't want to dominate every conversation, but I do. I really like this deck that we put together, and I based it on stuff with DJ and I think Yoder was a part of it, where we were all like, what are our favorite observations? And we basically, how this came about is we tried to argue with Claude, like to get Claude to take a knee that the Earth is flat, and we fed it tons of stuff, and like these are the observations we got showed to it to where it was like, yeah, it's pretty unreasonable to assume it's a sphere anymore, and so we got it to agree with us. And Claude has a lot of guardrails. The AI.
Yeah, it does. I've seen some of the videos. Yeah.
So we got it to agree with it. We're like, all right, let's talk geometry. We kept it within a geometric argument, and by the end of it, it was like that's too much evidence to deny because it's too many different parts of the world, and like we got Claude to take a knee. So that's why I feel like this is stress tested. This presentation, it's basically everything we showed to Claude.
Because it can't. I mean, it learns from data it gets. So when you show it data, it's like, well, I mean, how am I supposed to argue with the data? That's what I do. I take this data and it's right. And so this is data and it's right. Like, what am I supposed to say?
Mm-hmm.
It's I don't know. Like I said, people are way tougher than computers. That's for damn sure. But I mean, yeah, I love the part of the demonstration where you're able to show like you said, the different things like the Sphinx and the Christ the Redeemer and stuff like that.
That was my little thing, just to like connect it for the layman. Like, well, how big is 103 feet? Like, do you even realize how big that is? Here it is. Like people won't visualize. You can't just give them a number. It doesn't connect. But I really like this last slide. It was like AI. AI was there too. And we were talking
I came in
about
like the tail end of y'all talking about it, right when you were talking about literally naming it the Naked Emperor, and DJ was laughing about it. That's when I came in the room, literally.
Oh, that was a further iteration. So all this came from like an original conversation that was on the 24/7 Flat Earth, where we were all working together to get Claude to say the Earth was flat.
I totally missed that part.
And that was like a whole different one. But like, yeah, it's cool that you came in to tell him that other one. But it's just been iterative. And
because you get like the stuff I saw like tonight, like a lot of that, like so much of that was like the first I'd seen of that. So you've been working hard, yeah.
Yeah, just like cutting pieces off that were just TMI, that the layman doesn't need. But I like this last slide. This one's something AI came up with at the end of the whole conversation when we got Claude to take a knee. And he basically said he got it to say exactly this, that insisting that it's still a sphere after this evidence is no longer science, it is preference.
Oh shit, that's a statement right there. Lord.
So I love that ending.
Well, people are afraid. Do you remember The Watchmen? Did you ever read the comic book? I guess the graphic novel, The Watchmen.
Yeah. My wife is a huge fan of The Watchmen. Yeah, I've seen we own the graphic and
movie's
the
great.
movie. Yeah, movie was really good. Who directed that? Someone.
I'm bad with names like that. If I either have them or I don't.
Okay. Okay, I don't know. I think it's they're
I
still
have
out
brain
there.
damage, so
No worries.
Yeah, brain damage and ADHD with all the autistic traits.
What happened to you?
I was
Mountain climber?
when I was listening in, I was gonna ask you when I got to the car if you had ADHD. It's some of those traits you were talking about is very common. I'm the same. When you were talking about relationships and stuff like that. Yeah, and diagnosed.
I'm learning to weaponize it though, bro. I'm using it as a tool instead.
Yeah, you got a superpower, man.
Yeah, fuck yeah, man.
Yeah, mine's concentration. I can zone into one thing, and I can do it for hours. But you give me two things, and I'm fucked.
Oh yeah, something interrupts that one thing. Yeah, you're fucked. Yeah, I have something like that where I can get into a flow state, but when I'm reading or whatever, I have to look up like every little thing I'm reading. Like when I've been doing this Revelation study, I can't keep reading because I'm like, wait, I need to know every detail of that last verse I just read, and like, so then I can't just like read it straight. But once I do that, then I can read it straight. Like once I've
never finished a book in my life.
Oh, distracted. Yeah, invasive thoughts. Invasive thoughts.
Well, I read a page. I get to the end of the page every time, and I go, I didn't even take any of that in. I was thinking about something else.
Exactly, because you probably read one sentence that took you on another tangent, and then you're trying to read the rest of it. But your mind's going on this thing. I do the same thing, and Claude has been helping. Like, to be honest with you, like this Revelation study I'm doing, I basically got Claude to like, I told it like, look at all the reformers and what they believed. Let's read line by line and look at what each of them thought about what these lines meant, and that's how I've come to my like historicist understanding of what Revelation really is saying, and it's actually very clear. But it helped with that because I would go on tangents. My mind goes on tangents, and it's like I need to know every detail about this passage before I can keep reading. So anyway, I guess you call that ADD. Sorry for monologuing. Am I monologuing? Because I was wondering if I am.
You're just rambling. It's fine. We all do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I learned in junior high school that I had a big problem with reading comprehension. You know, I could read just fine. I just didn't absorb it. You know, I could understand it. So I guess it's not comprehension, but I just didn't absorb it. And I guess my mind was wandering, but I learned that my brain kind of stores things better with sound, and that I could hear a lecture once and never forget it, you know, melodies, lyrics, things like that.
Oh yeah.
And this I kind of had it sounds weird, but I kind of had to retrain myself to read differently in my head, like almost yell at myself, or I don't know, it's kind of hard to describe, but I do really great with lectures. So that's why I love coming in here and listening to people talk, because
yes,
no problem
exactly
recalling what I hear. But yeah, just sit there and to
it's a
read a
more
page and
sensory
to
experience.
stay focused is yeah, it's not easy.
No, you're right, man. And it doesn't, you know.
So I call it
going back to
my audiographic memory.
I like it because I think both the written word and spoken word are very important, like biblically. Like if you look at, what does it say about they that will hear? I always forget them. But there's like, he that hath an ear, let him hear. And then also the my sheep hear my voice, and oh man, there's one I'm missing, a big one. But there's things like that, and then there's also it is written. So like they're both the written word and the heard word are very important. And I'm like you, Boogie Woods. Yeah, is that from like Kirby? Boogie Woods?
No, it's just a euphemism for being out in the middle of the woods, in the middle of nowhere, like the sticks, the boogie woods,
okay.
booger woods. Yeah.
All right. I live in the desert, so. Well,
we out here with the mountains.
That's right.
Oh, you are? Oh, both of you? Nice. So, but yeah, I also enjoy audiobooks. I like listening on here exactly. Like I like to hear people. I think there's more nuance you get sometimes from inflection and the way people say something. And so I like hearing, like audiobooks. I got an English degree, so I did plenty of reading, but like it's not my go-to. I'd rather listen to a book, you know. I'm the same way, and when I'm working, I always put on, 440 hertz like focus music, ADHD focus music, or I'm not going to get much done that day. I have to put on something that puts me in a trance to get my mind focused.
It's like sound will, keep my attention, but reading, requires me to, stay focused, but I don't have to stay focused. The sound will always be coming at me and be coherent. And I guess it might even be that simple to why it's easier for me to store it all.
Yeah, it's just you have different gifts than other people. It's reading for the sake
We're all
of
different.
Yeah, like India will just absorb a book and every word of it, and like AI is like that. You can tell the way they speak about what they've read and everything. But I like to listen and I like to engage. So I like Discord for learning and discussion, and just it lands better for me. And I like AI. I really do like talking to AI these days. I don't know. I know it's not always accurate, so you have to check it, but like
So I
I
can
like the back and
I can
forth.
only learn by doing.
Yes.
So I don't know if you know, but I'm in construction. I've got a builder's license, and I'm a plumber as well. So when someone shows me something, I go and then once I do it, I never forget it, and then I work out a better way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But also, I've always used this channel as a podcast too. So I'm in and out of in between the channels, but just listening. I've done it for how long now? Jeez, how long have I been in here? This is a new account, but maybe 7 years. Been in 24/7.
And
I've
you've
always
probably
used
learned
it during my work day as a podcast.
a lot. I did that. I did construction in 2020. I was doing some HVAC, and I would be in this channel all the time wherever it lived. The regular room, and learned a lot. Loved listening to it.
Back when the home server was rocking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then it got quiet in there. You didn't get as many visitors. I remember when it was really going crazy when some streamer would like come and make fun of it, and then all their followers would come in.
Yeah.
Something like that would happen.
It would get raided.
It would get raided, and the raid days were the best because then you get all kinds of activity and new faces and stuff. I like this thing that we're doing with the mobile, whatever you call this, mobile operations, jumping into other people's servers and making Is it just two servers right now? It's a good idea.
English Hub and politics at the moment. Yeah.
It's like taking it to the streets. It's cool.
Yeah, I think Sheepdog. He keeps on changing his name. Sheepdog's got something going on TikTok too. They used to have Flat Earth Fridays on TikTok.
TikTok.
I never went
app?
in because I never went in because I don't have any of that stuff.
I never did either, but I got Insta recently. My wife got me into it, and it's super addictive.
Yeah, I don't have that either. I got Facebook just for Marketplace. That's it.
Oh, Marketplace is great.
I love it.
Yeah, I look at items in my house.
How much can I get that for? Let's
or
try
sell
it out.
for. You can liquidate anything you have. It's like you're living in an RPG.
Yeah.
You can sell anything.
Yeah.
Cool.
Tools I haven't used for a while, I just clear the garage out and go, all right,
Yeah.
haven't used that in a long time. Let's get rid of it. $50. Yeah, no worries.
And people respond pretty quickly. You know, it's like, wow. I bought a P1000 on Marketplace.
Yeah, that's where I got my camera too. The Sony 6300, 6200.
Oh, I don't know about that one. Is that pretty high zoom?
You can get you can get lenses for it.
Oh, okay.
G Shock or something. I don't know about that. It's an E lens that's across many brands. So you can they click on and off many brands.
Like those big tubes they hook on the front of them.
Yeah, you can get anything you want. Yeah, it's a mirrorless camera.
Pretty cool.
I don't get enough time to go and do long distance observations.
I wanted to see like what people were seeing with the stars and things, and some of that is bokeh because I remember, you know, a lot of the star footage people will show. Once I got my own P1000,
you mean like when they like leave it going for like 6 hours or something like that? You mean those ones?
No, those are cool. I was just saying like when they zoom in on a star and like they're looking at
oh yeah,
like people
I
say,
know
oh look, there's ripple effects, perhaps that means that's the waters above,
yeah,
you
must
know,
be
things
water.
like,
Yeah. Yeah.
and I just haven't been able to like I've replicated that, but it's like some of that they're just showing bokeh, which is what the Globers would criticize it and say like that's just an
Yeah, it's
artifact
just
or whatever, you
trying.
know, like
It's going in and out of focus, right?
yes, and a lot of
Yeah.
times it is, but when you do focus on some stars, like Sirius, I think I was looking at, it really does have a lot of different colors. So it's glimmering, and it's just so different than the other stars.
The dog star.
Yeah,
it's 2 stars, right?
I don't know.
Pretty sure it's a dual star.
Sirius, anyway, one of the brighter ones. Anyway, and I was zooming in on it, and it does have a lot of different colors. It's glimmering, but yeah, some of the stuff that you see where they're like, "Oh, it's waters above," that some of that is just out of focus, and I didn't know that until I got my own camera. I was like, "Is it really like that?" And then it's like, no, they just failed to resolve it. But I still wonder what they are. You know, twinkle twinkle little star.
Right, we got any Globers in the chat? Heard that Boogie guy's a bit of a Glober.
Boogie? No, I don't think so.
I'm joking.
I'd like to take a vote for Boogie to take Morgan Freeman's place for forever going forward.
Yeah, it's a lot smoother.
I've been told that a few times. Gaming. Need to read books for a living or something.
should do a voiceover for when he does a documentary about God. No, you ever seen that?
Oh yeah, yeah. Morgan Freeman's. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
narrated so much.
He's just one of
Bruce
those guys
Almighty.
who could just. Yeah, no, not the movie. He does an actual documentary. Well, documentary. Yeah, well, you could call it that. It's a good movie, that Bruce Almighty.
Yeah, that was a good movie.
That's the movie that got me kicked out of my house.
What do you mean?
My parents were like strict Christians and they hated Jim Carrey. And and I was just straight disobeying. Like I was done. I was basically like ready to go. And so I was just disobeying all the rules. And they told me I couldn't go see it and I went and saw it anyway. And so they were like, you can leave. And I was like, all right, cool. And 3
For
days later I was
watching a
gone.
movie? Yeah.
I mean, I was just really, I was just not obeying any of the rules. I was telling them how it was going to be, and they were like, "No," and I was like, "No," and then I was just doing what I wanted.
Disrespect.
It was just like the final nail in the coffin. Yeah, well, but it was just funny. That was the final straw. It was Bruce Almighty. Great movie, hilarious. I love Jim Carrey, man. He's
Worth
great.
it.
Yeah, his faces he makes. I've always loved contorting my face like that and doing like impressions and voices and stuff is a really fun thing for me to do. A bunch of them, and it's fun.
Yeah.
His faces and like his facial contortions like are just
When I
amazing.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you're the same age as me, but like, yeah, when I was growing up, Jim Carrey was an idol for a lot of people and looked up to. And
Have you heard some of his speeches at universities and stuff like that?
he's
a very
wise.
good,
He's got a lot of
very
wisdom.
good speaker.
Yeah. And just funny. His whole career goes back to In Living Color and all that stuff.
Yeah, yeah, I know.
Yeah, I fell in love with that kind of comedy with like him and fucking who else? Robin Williams.
Dumb and Dumber. It's just
Classic.
It's classic. It's so funny, deeply funny in a way.
Yeah, whoever
Just
wrote that is very, very comedically smart.
And then they like tried. It was like all the same guys that came back together for the sequel, and it apparently bombed. I didn't see it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think I watched the second one.
I think it just maybe they were out of touch too long.
I always
Wasn't
feel like
funny.
those are remakes when there's that much difference in between. It's almost like a remake. And I don't even watch most of them anymore because it's a waste of my time. I'm never happy. I don't go really watch those anymore.
And even when it's not that long, like I thought, like Super Troopers 2 was very disappointing because I love the
What was
first
it?
one.
I love the first one too, and I heard
Super
2 was
Troopers, yeah.
good, so it's not good. Huh?
I mean,
I
it
think
might
I've
be
seen
worth a
Super
watch, but
Troopers.
it's not. Oh, Super Troopers is great, man. You should watch it. Definitely the first one. Watch it at least. It's probably top 5 favorite comedies for sure.
Super Troopers is great. It just totally. It was a lot of surprising stuff they did, and Step Brothers, I'd say in my top 5.
Oh yeah,
Well.
yeah, wow, yeah.
Yeah.
I love movies. I've been a huge fan of movies my whole life, and I did some theater stuff growing up, so that's why I enjoyed it, and I love movies, and they're a lot of fun. I go way back with a whole bunch of them.
Mhm.
Some of my favorites are like Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory and Braveheart.
Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, Star Wars original trilogy, not special edition.
Prince of Thieves. That's the Kevin Costner one, right?
The Costner
Oh
one.
yeah,
That's right.
yeah. That is one of the worst technically made movies ever, but it's amazing.
Yeah, I must say I've probably seen it like 6 or 7 times.
Same.
And another one I can always watch when it comes on TV is Gladiator.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. I like weather movies.
My wife has never seen Braveheart.
Oh no.
What? Looks
To
like you
quote
got
that
movies to
movie,
watch tonight.
to quote the movie Rat, that's something you shall have to remedy then, isn't it?
Oh, yes. That's right.
Hey, can I get a ban or mute on this account from the server?
Why?
Personal reasons.
No.
Just like do it yourself.
Yeah, why
Yeah,
don't
that's what
you
I'm trying to
just
figure out. I literally posted porn in general, and they did not fucking do anything.
why don't you just leave? Wouldn't that be the better option?
There's a reason why that won't work, but I'm just trying to get a ban. Even like a mute will work, actually.
Can't help you, mate.
All right, I appreciate
Reasons.
effort anyway.
Weird.
What the hell?
I think Airplane is in the top 5 too.
That's a pretty funny one there. Yeah. Absurdist humor, yeah. Spaceballs.
Hey.
Baseball's good. And so funny because of like, you gotta wonder, does some of them know that it's flat? You know, like,
Dude, look at the way the movie starts, dude.
The big lady with the vacuum cleaner.
yeah, the vacuum cleaner, and like they have to have the whole movie's about air. And they have it's all contained by the force field or whatever. Does
That's a great one.
Mel Brooks know something? I don't know.
Pretty sure he does.
He's funny.
I enjoy the theater. Star Wars is no less cool.
Yeah, I didn't like the modern ones.
No.
I watched the first 2 of the new ones and gave up. I didn't watch anymore.
And it wasn't worth your time anyway. That's why I mentioned the original trilogy, non-special edition. I'm a purist on that one a little bit. And I'm okay
Yeah,
with
the way
that.
they just killed Han Solo immediately. They could have done something with this new series. I didn't hate the first one, you know,
Dude, they
but
always drag everything out. Speaking of fucking Harrison Ford, what is this new Indiana Jones shit, dude? Just leave it alone. Last Crusade, it should have been The Last Crusade.
oh yeah. Yeah. Well, it's like the Matrix should have been the end.
He's like
that
swinging
would've been
from
the
vines,
perfect ending.
wearing the pins. It's crazy.
yeah.
After the Crystal Skull, it was hilarious. That is the quietest. It was packed opening night, and that is the quietest crowd I've ever heard leave in a theater. And I heard somebody like literally like 12 feet behind me. It was like aliens. Seriously?
Mhm.
What the fuck? And then like 40 people all were like, "Eh, no, right? What the fuck was that? What the fuck did we just watch?" Everybody just got really upset.
That's funny.
Yeah.
That's what we were all thinking, you know.
I don't know. I don't know. Like, it's just whenever they think super, if they're talking about remaking Lord of the Rings, I was like, I'm not even gonna watch it. I'm not doing it. That's one
No,
they
you
should.
can't do that. Just leave it alone, right? It's been done.
I don't even like the new Hobbit movies they did and stuff like that, dude. Okay, I'm done with.
Mhm. At my house,
making
the Lord of the
everything.
Rings. Yeah. Lord of the Rings is on repeat at my house all the time. My wife's a huge fan.
Yeah. I'll pop it in every once in a while and just watch the whole thing. Same
Even
with
the
like the Harry
video
Potter
games.
movies, they're fun.
Yeah, I like Harry
Yeah, that's
Potter.
what she said. It's like a nervous system thing for people. Well, at least for my wife, that's what I understand now is that she watches it because it gets you to a base level of. It's like a comfort show, comfort movie. That and Harry Potter.
Yeah, the orcs are really, really comforting, right?
I guess, yeah, it's like very violent to be your comfort movie, but yes.
No, I hate it when I do this first. This stops the problem.
Yeah, it's like saying, "Oh, I'm just relaxing on Sunday watching Saw." Those movies are fucked.
Yeah. I don't like that kind of movies anymore. I'm
Nah,
enjoying
I
this.
can't stand it.
And
I didn't even see the end of it.
the people
Turned it off.
that all the time are watching this desensitizing like murder death shit, like serial killer shit. Like some people that are just like watching that shit all the time. I think that's crazy.
I know.
Yeah, I feel sick when I watch those gory
Yeah,
movies. I'm like,
yeah.
what is this? Gives me a weird feeling in my stomach. I just fucking switch it off.
Mm-hmm.
And I used to watch, I mean, I'm from like, I've been on the internet since it started. So like, I've seen a lot of stuff and, went and searched for a lot of stuff, saw a lot of stuff. That's just stuff I don't like ingest anymore, man. I don't need any more of that ever again. I don't ever search for it. I don't ever look for it.
Yeah, unfortunately, we remember Rotten.com.
Yeah.
Or E-fucked. I never went there, but I heard of
Yeah. It's just, I don't know. It's just, I know enough. I'm good.
The desensitization is a real problem, man, especially with young people. You know,
Yeah.
it should bother you when you go down the road and see somebody get their head kicked in, you know. And
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh,
you know,
yeah, it's
you
horrible.
should really feel for that person and understand the situation, and people are just so desensitized to it all, like they don't even care. It's pure apathy. That's what I
Yeah,
mean.
like
That's what
what?
it leads to, right? Is that desensitization leads to apathy, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I remember someone like he just had to show me some guy jump off a bridge and crack his head open and blood in the water. And like I'm like, why was it so important to you that I see this? Some
Dude,
guy in college.
what happens at every like terrible accident scene? Everybody's trying to run up and take a video and a picture before they get stopped.
I
I
haven't
don't
been to
think
that
people really
many accident
understand
scenes.
it. Well, I'm just saying if you watch the videos on the internet, like
That's where
fresh
they came
accident
from.
scene
Yeah.
videos, they just like I mean there are like 10 people running up and all of them are have their cell phones out and taking videos and pictures. That's all everybody's doing.
Mm.
It's unreal. And like I saw well, it was like 10. We rolled up on this crowd at the side of the road. My dad and I did. I was riding back from like church with him or something in his truck. And we saw this crowd on the side of the road, so we stopped to see what happened. And like this 5-year-old kid had been hit by a car because he was walking down the road in the dark. He like left his house. His parents were arguing. He left the house and get hit by a car on like a 55-mile-an-hour road. And the woman's losing her mind, obviously, and the kid's dead. But my dad walks up. He's like, "Why in the fuck is nobody doing CPR?" And so I'm like right there, and I see the kid's dead, man. And so like I got exposed to that early, but that I felt that like shit's real. I don't think people really that like that people not having that feeling for me. I know like you're saying that's a problem. The desensitization. Like I'm gonna run and take a picture of this person who just got turned into hamburger instead of like some kind of like fucking respect is unreal.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely a problem. So accessible.
never even. I mean, I might have played a little bit of the first Black Ops, but I never really got into the shooting games. Not so much for the desensitization aspect of those necessarily, but it's just not relaxing. I play games to relax, and it's just like so fast paced. If you're not looking 360 around you all the time, you're just gonna get sniped, and it's just
Mhm.
anxiety. I don't know. I don't see how people enjoy it so much.
Yeah.
Not relaxing.
I'm on the same page. And I don't know if it's just age or something, but like, yeah, it's harder
Maybe, yeah.
to like enjoy that when like real life has enough of like trying your nervous system all the time that why do I have to add to it at the end of the day with Call of Duty or whatever.
Given
But
my
yeah,
life, I get moods with it. That's what it goes with me. I'll like want to play and I'll be like in a flow state, want to play with my friends and play some Counter Strike and play it for a few hours. And sometimes I get
right.
on and hate it and I'll get off. Other times I'll play all night. And other times I'm like, nah, I don't play that tonight at all. Sit down here and play a farming game or whatever with my son and chill.
Yeah, exactly. Like farming games. Stardew. I'll play that. Went
I
through a
will
phase
say
where
the first Black Ops, I really enjoyed just playing Nuketown with four people. Four real
Mhm.
people, and you play like just the ballistic knife and the melee or the hatchet. That was
Yeah.
fun. That wasn't too fast paced and too crazy. I had a lot of fun playing that. So I mean, I'll give them that. But just
Yeah.
the super competitive, like constantly scoping around you stuff. Like, yeah, it's intense, man. Not
Is it
relaxing.
am I just older or has the culture changed and it's just so like there's like those games like Dota and stuff that people get so toxic about the way you play and like want to correct you and like tell you what strategy to use and all these things as if it's their business. I don't know. We're just playing a game. And I feel like that kind of culture has gotten into like every competitive shooter and everything that I can't enjoy it. I'd rather just play with my friends, like you're saying, like just four guys or like a room.
What are we talking about here?
Video games.
Right.
Everybody hide like we practiced.
Hide? What?
Hmm. Well, speaking of hiding, have you guys played that game? What's the game called? Chameleon? Like
Where you
$6.
like? Where
Mecha
you?
Chameleon. Mecha
Yes. Have you
Chameleon.
played
Yeah,
it?
dude. It's awesome. I'm terrible at it, but I'm learning. It's really fun. I play with my buddies. You have a good
It's
time.
made by two Japanese guys, and they've already made like $20 million off this $6 game
Dude,
in the
it's so
last
much
2 weeks.
fun. It's some really good hiding spots, and I
It's
found
such
some
a
really
good idea,
people
and
that
it's
are hidden, and it's really fun.
such low, like I don't want to say low effort, but it's
Wait,
not very polished.
I got
I
like.
hid right on an open wall where three people walked right in front of me, even looked my direction, just based on perspective. I used perspective to shadow myself in a
Oh, it's
tree to make
good.
it look like I was part of a
I got a
tree, and like they were
question.
literally walking on top of me
Oh,
and
I was a
looking right
tree
at
once.
me.
Yeah.
And yeah, they just could not find me. When I showed them where I was, they were like, "Oh my god!" I was like, "Yeah, dude." But I just used the perspective to hide myself.
Who would have known hide and seek?
It's so much fun.
You
Do you have
know.
a question about flat Earth?
No, it was about something I just encountered.
No.
It was really crazy. So, oh, I was on Discord, right? I was on, um, I was on, that Discord, and a guy, like, I don't know if I can say because YouTube is on here, but basically, like a really, really bad thing to himself. And, like, I friended him and I was like, dude, I hope you're like doing okay. And I see that he's like in one of the servers and I want to join him, but I don't want it to be weird because it's like, you know, I ain't trying to be all up in his business. but like I'm low key scared because like he just did it on camera. Like he just like uh how can I say it? SH on camera, and I was like, that's weird. He was like, people pay him to do that. Oh, I want to make sure he's okay, but I feel weird.
I wouldn't
Like,
even bother.
why? Like, what if he like hurt like ends his like
Just-
delete himself or something?
Yeah, it's not your concern.
But it is. We're humans at the end of the day, bro. We're supposed
Okay,
to care about each
go and
other.
talk
People
to
that
him
go
then.
out, yeah, people that go out and try to garner sympathy from strangers about weird, fucked up behavior, dude. That's always a red flag. That's weird.
Yeah. Run. Oh, she didn't like that advice.
He's a victim of circumstances. I need to go coddle him.
Yeah, I want to fix him.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like, yeah.
I just checked up on him. He's just playing with his friend, playing a game, which is good. But yeah, like I was saying, like he was like he had like a condition, like he can feel it, but like the way how like pain transfers to his brain is like a different way. He was trying to explain it to me, but I couldn't get it because I'm slow. But yeah, he wasn't like getting sympathy points. He was just saying like he does it for money. And like he has like I don't know if he's a psychopath or what, but he was a weird kid, you know? Just really weird.
Sound like he sold you a bunch of interesting stories. We know you like stories.
Oh, y'all
Yeah,
want to
like
hear my story that happened at
the
school?
globe and stuff like that. Outer
That's a good funny.
space.
That's a crazy story.
I know, like I don't know, I don't see how he do that. And he was like, I do it for money, like, and then he be like he has other people do that for him. I'm like, you're just weird, kid. You just got problems.
Well,
Who
don't
else
let
gonna
yourself
say?
get desensitized. That is definitely weird.
Good circle back.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
that's the first thing I was thinking is like, yeah, you guys were talking about everybody's getting desensitized.
Something like that. Timbo, I got a question. Is it hot in Australia right now?
It's freezing at the moment. Where I am.
Crazy?
Oh, not freezing, but this morning was 2 degrees. So that's centigrade.
Wait, so
Celsius.
okay, I'm saying is majority of Australia cold or
It's about the size of the US. So
It's winter over there. You know that, right?
no? I did not know that.
Yeah, they got winter this time of year.
That's stupid.
Below the tropics. And then
To
the
the sun
tropics is
about it.
always hot.
So when it's cold over here, it gets hot over there.
Yeah, really hot.
Okay, which one's hotter, Australia or Florida?
What I don't know. What temperatures do you get in the summer?
I think the hottest
Like
recording is in Australia.
90 to 100, maybe
What's that?
one.
Someone convert that for me. I'm driving.
Australia's going to have a higher recorded temperature, but Florida's probably more humid
That's
in general.
32 Celsius
Yes.
is 90.
Oh my god.
32. We get that every day in the summer. And I'm down south. I'm in the cold part. But up north, in the tropic region, it's just hot and humid every day, all year.
Oh, I would kill myself if I was over there. Wait, I can't say that. It might be under against YouTube rules. But yeah, it's really. I can't even deal with it now.
It's a huge place, right? It would be like the bottom well, you got to do it opposite, right? So the bottom would be like up near the Great Lakes, and the top would be like Florida in the tropics.
Oh, really?
Right?
We get up to 46 degrees where I'm at over the summer.
Yeah, we have days like that, but we call them extreme danger days because we get a lot of fires and stuff.
You ever go to Kiwi Island? What's it called?
Tiwi Islands?
Kiwi. I forgot. Why can't I
New
think?
Zealand, yeah.
New Zealand,
I used to live in
yes,
New
thank
Zealand. Yeah, I used to live
you. You
there.
ever go down there?
Yeah, I used to live there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's cooler down there? Is that like Great Lakes?
It's cooler. Yeah, they have glaciers and stuff down the south. In the South Island. And then north of the North Island's pretty like maybe summer's like 25 degrees, 26 degrees. It's surrounded by the Pacific Ocean, so it's.
So are you a Kiwi or an Australian?
I was born in Canada.
Oh, really? You sound Australian though.
Yeah, I've been here for 30.
Oh, you're like me. I was born in
32 years.
Yeah, I've lived in the U.S. my whole life, but I was born in Ireland.
Oh yeah, yeah. So my mum's English, my dad's Scottish. We
nice.
After we left Canada, we went and lived in Scotland for a while.
Oh,
and then we went to France for a year, and then went to the US and toured around the US, and then ended up in New Zealand for 5 years, and then we moved here.
But your
Hi,
accent is so
loud, Mikey.
thick.
What the hell? Oh yeah, I was. My bad, folks.
So I've had many accents.
But it's so Australian right now. Has it morphed?
Yeah,
Has your
because I
accent
came
changed?
here. Yeah, so I only had to go because I was a kid when we went to New Zealand. So I caught on to that New Zealand accent. So it only took 6 months to go from a Scottish accent to a New Zealand accent, maybe 6 months to 12 months. And then I only had to convert from a Kiwi accent to an Australian accent during high school. So
Well, I can understand that. Whenever I go to England and visit family, England, Ireland, their accents are so thick. If I don't start taking on the way they speak, then they don't understand me. So I just start using the accent just to be heard. Is that what you do? It sounds like you're a chameleon.
I think you do that as a kid, right? That's why it's easier to get an accent when you're a kid than it is to get an adult. Because when you're an adult, you don't really care, right? But when you're a kid, you want to fit in. So you start mimicking quite early, and then you just automatically start talking like that.
Is it true y'all got them big ass spiders up in there in Australia?
Yeah, heaps of them.
What is that
I'm
lizard?
sure you've got big.
Do you have one in your house?
Yeah, the one that catches mosquitoes and stuff. Yeah, you just leave them up in the corner.
Is it huge? Because Matrix was saying like he had like not like a big one, but like he had like a good sized one in his house.
We call them huntsmen. Yeah, they're not poisonous.
Yeah, this is on them.
Yeah, they're aggressive and they bite, but they're not poisonous. And you just kind of leave them. Just let them be. You see one and they just sit up in the corner of the room, and then when you go to bed, they go around and eat all the bugs, and then they go back up in their corner.
You're fucking crazy, bro.
No,
Not
it's
letting
like
a fucking intruder in my house.
like bathtub spiders. We call these. I don't know. I forget what they're called, but they're called
Yeah, daddy
bathtub
long
spiders.
legs. Yeah, daddy long legs. Yeah.
We get
those ones.
Not quite. Yeah, we get those, but these are like they're pretty big and they're like thicker, and they don't. I don't think they do. They don't really make much webs, but I leave them alone because they do really good at hunting stuff, like you said.
Yeah, they're your buddies. They catch
Yeah.
cockroaches
No,
and
they're
stuff
not
like
your
that from
buddies.
outside. We kill. There's one here. It's called the whitetail, and what it does, it doesn't have a venom. It infects you with a parasite, a worm, and then it starts growing inside your skin. It curls up inside your skin. You have to get it cut out. So we kill them.
That I've never been afraid of spiders or snakes, but anything that breaks my skin and like wants to set up shop inside of me, no thanks.
Yeah,
Even like
Y'all are
that's
weird.
ticks
I
or
don't see how y'all not
chiggers
afraid.
disgusting.
or any of that.
I mean snakes. That's weird.
You got to be wary of snakes over here because all of them are poisonous too. So
Especially centipedes. Like centipedes are the most disgusting thing. They literally have no significance. Same with mosquitoes. Same with just any insect and bug except bees and wasps and
I had a
butterflies.
What do
Mojave
you mean
rattlesnake.
besides wasps? Those cunts are evil.
What?
who?
Wasps are
Wasps?
evil.
Oh,
No,
wasps! They're
wasps
horrible.
are nice. What the hell are you talking about?
They're a pest.
Yeah, okay.
You got to kill them.
Yo,
No,
Timbo, how
I
you
would
been
rather
doing,
have
man?
a wasp in my
Good man.
house
Long time
instead
no
of a
see.
fucking spider.
You too, man. I heard you the other night when I was listening on YouTube last night.
Ah, all right. There we go.
Yeah, with
Well,
Gemsy.
was I doing a good job?
Yeah, man.
No,
Yeah,
you suck.
you guys were talking to Dylan.
Yeah. Dylan seemed
Yeah.
like I don't know. He might be a globy, but at least he can like converse normally. The dude after him was just horrible, man. It was just horrible to even
Yeah,
converse with him.
I didn't hear the guy after that, but yeah.
Oh, what was his name? Marshmallow, I believe. Marshmallow.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've heard him. Yeah.
God forbid, man. They were doing their like Jamesy was mostly talking to Marshmallow, but every once in a while I chime in for the YouTube audience and just make some clarifications and point out his fallacies that he used as well as incorrect information that he's spewing out.
Yeah, Gemsy's funny because he just starts trolling these people, you know.
He does. Oh. Was it Matrix or Jin yesterday? One of them asked Marshmallow, "So how can you like prove that that these frequencies are bouncing off the ionosphere, right? And they're not line of sight?" And he basically did the whole well, gravity because of gravity thing, you know.
Oh,
And
I
Jim,
did catch some of that. He was the guy that said he was a radar guy.
yeah, with the frequency analyzer, that guy.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think it was Jin. I heard Jin's voice in there.
That was hilarious, man. So how can you prove that to be the case? Because a frequency analyzer. What does a frequency analyzer do? And then he just and then he goes into VHUF frequencies instead of answering the question. It's insane.
Yeah, it was. He said, "What's the name?" Because Jin said, "Oh, there's one in Australia. There's a radar in Australia." And then he said, "Oh, what's the name of it?" And he goes, "I don't know what the name is. It look it up." And you looked it up. He goes, "Oh, if you don't know the name of it. You're talking about radars, but you don't know the name of this thing." Like, is that
Yep.
is
Yep.
that your
I even
argument?
tried giving him even the benefit of the doubt. Like I asked him, "Can you explain what a frequency analyzer does to me?" You know, I made myself all ignorant and shit. Nope, man. Still the same reply.
Man, I gotta crash. Good night, Timbo, Boogie. See you guys.
Take care.
Later, man.
If it weren't for Globies, we would have nothing to do. Ugh. Last night I went out for a walk. The weather was perfect at night. It wasn't too hot, too cold. It was just perfect for a nice stroll. I ended up going to like this bench in the park. Couple minutes passed by, and did I jump out of my shoes, man? Something started crawling and like moving around my legs. When I jumped, man, I kid you not, I jumped like 10 meters, bro. Turn on the flashlight. It's this cat that keeps following me around in the village, man. He scared the bejeebers out of me.
Black cat.
Orange, black, and white, kind of like Garfield, to a degree. Beautiful cat though.
As long as his caterpillar friend doesn't show up, you should be all right.
Cat, dog.
Who's this down the bottom here? Edelweiss. Edelweiss?
Yeah.
G'day.
G'day.
Edelhase, German, okay.
How you
It's a
going
top
today?
good morning to you. Yeah, good morning. How you doing?
I'm good.
What do you think of the topic?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not like a flat earther, but
Okay. You believe in a globe?
yeah.
Yeah. What evidence did they give you that led you to believe that you live on a globe?
Evidence for living on a globe. Well, I tend to believe things like without evidence, to be honest. Like I'm already a Christian, and there's no like evidence for God that's like really rational. It's a faith-based religion, so it's like,
Oh, really?
I
Look
guess you could.
outside. Plenty of proof.
I mean, that's your opinion, but I don't really think that says anything about God.
Okay, so you're not really a Christian, though,
I'm a Christian. I just acknowledge that any faith-based religion doesn't really have any logical backing. I don't think that there should be logical backing for a religion either, because like if God like wants you to choose him and there's already like a logical how do you say this? There's already like logical evidence to choose him, then it's not really a choice. It should be a choice to choose God. There shouldn't be like evidence to choose God, otherwise you would just like choose him. You know what I mean? There wouldn't really be like
Evidence of a creator in general is everywhere.
Yeah, that's pretty substantial.
There's a creation, right? We're in it. There has to be a creator.
We're in the basement of creation. We're in the basement of creation.
That's an illogical assumption, but sure.
Illogical? Why?
Because some things don't need to be created by people. You're assuming that this everything,
I didn't
right?
say
This earth.
people.
Yeah, we never said people.
I was referring to God.
Okay.
As
You
the
get what I'm saying,
creator.
though. Like, if I see a painting and I'm like, well, someone must have
It
made
needs
that.
a painter, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but that's like an assumption, is what I'm trying to tell you. You're assuming
Well, I've yet
something.
to see a painting not painted by a painter. So
that's not an assumption.
It is an assumption.
That a painter was painted by a painter. Painting was painted by a painter is an assumption.
Yeah, it is. Could have been painted by like a fucking monkey. Like, the fuck are we talking
Yeah,
about?
and he would be the painter, right?
The monkey would
Yeah,
be the
but
painter, yeah.
oh my god, maybe it was a bad example, right? Because like a painting always requires a painter.
Why so?
But do you
Why
get
so
what I'm
angry?
trying to say to you?
I'm just trying to have a conversation with you. You don't need to get angry.
I'm not being angry. I'm just I tried to
Sounds
give
like
you
it.
like an explanation.
Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. You know, you don't need to get upset about it. Have
Nobody
you
is
never
getting
had a
upset.
Have you never had a conversation before where people have
Nobody.
different points of view and they discuss their different points of view without getting emotional?
I'm totally fine with doing that. Again, like nobody is getting like emotional or upset at you. Nobody's doing that.
Okay, cool. All right.
I just want to make one quick point, and then y'all
Yeah.
have the
Go
conversation.
for it, man.
I think the point they were trying to make to you about creation is you're told a certain story about how things came to be, how this spherical earth came to be. If the earth is measurably not this sphere, then it didn't come to be in the same story you were told, and it had a creator. That was the point, but y'all go ahead.
Jimbo, you want to take the reign, and I'll tune in from time to time. I'll be your backup. I'll be
That's all
one of
right,
the
man. You
Backstreet
go
Boys.
ahead. I gotta pick up some supplies for tomorrow.
Alrighty. So, Ibr, where shall we start?
What do you mean?
Well, do you want to talk about the topic of the room or not?
Yeah, we can talk about anything you guys want.
All right. So, can you present to us, to people in the VC, an example of the heliocentric model being confirmed and not it being a belief system?
What model?
Heliocentric globe.
I'm not even familiar with that.
Ball Earth, the ball that you live on, that we were taught in school. Can you give any evidence that substantiates that we live on a ball?
Not really. No, isn't
Okay.
really something I think about very much.
So do they say that you know that you live on a ball, or do you still use the term belief? Because you don't have any evidence and you haven't verified it yourself. What would be the most accurate thing to say?
I don't know. I like genuinely don't know.
And see, I'm you. See, Dembo, I'm used to people arguing and fighting and being, this is weird.
She's being honest, and she said before that she just simply believes without evidence.
Yeah, I'm acknowledging that like a faith-based religion probably doesn't have logical evidence to like prove a faith-based religion. And I also think like as someone that has believed in God for a very long time, that it's set up in that way so that you choose God rather than being like, oh, like God is just a logical deduction that I can like come across. Because then even like pieces of shit would come across like God. You know what I mean?
Can I ask you, are you Christian?
Yes, I am.
And I assume you read the Bible and are pretty familiar with it, correct?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so let me tackle what you said about if you have evidence of something, it ain't a choice anymore. I'll refer to Mark 4 and the parable of the seed, where the seed falls in different types of soil. You know that verse, right? And that's a good example that even if you show somebody, right, evidence, they still can back away from it, right, and not accept it, right? So just like the seed is going to fall on hard, unfertile soil, the seed is going to wither away. Sometimes that happens with people when you give them facts, right? It just doesn't enter their mind whatsoever. Other times, for a second, they are like, "Oh, wait, this makes sense. This is real, right?" But then it also gets choked by the vines, and by few, right? When the seed falls, the soil is already fertile and it can bloom and prosper properly, right? And with those people, when you show them the facts, then they're like, okay, wow, right? I accept it, and then they choose. because it's human nature to always deny, to be skeptical and to not just believe things arbitrarily, right? To deny things and stuff.
I disagree. I think that just depends on the human.
Well, hey, through the topic of flat Earth alone, we've seen this to be true multiple of times, right? Every single day when we have conversations on this topic with people, although we bring evidence, they fall into the first two categories very often, rarely in the third, right? So there's an example of it being true. Same thing happens with any ideology or thought processes that different individuals may have when they start conversing over it and debating, right? So that's that. On the secondary note, right? Um, well, when it comes to the actual shape of the Earth, right? It is measured to be flat and observed to be flat, right? And then that is the truest statement that you can ever hear in your life. The Earth is measured to be flat, right? From NASA all the way to the military, army, navy, right? As well as different colleges and universities have documentation and entire uh, formulas, metric calculations.
Okay. Like, I don't care if people think the Earth is flat. I don't care if people think the Earth is a fucking, like, piece of cheese.
It's not a thought. It's not a belief. It's not a theory. It's measurements and observed reality. It's empirical data.
But again, I don't care what you guys believe. It's okay. You're allowed to believe anything that you want. Free country.
Of course, but this is not a belief situation. Do you believe how tall you are? Do you know how tall you are?
I mean, probably both, to be honest.
Let's say you could measure yourself and then directly afterwards, would you have to believe how tall you were?
Yes, to convince me otherwise, yeah.
To know how tall you are requires belief. Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
to know anything would require some semblance of belief, yes.
Well, you're a brain in a jar type. I got you. Have fun, Mer.
I'm not dealing with this one. I dealt with Marshmallow yesterday. I'm not dealing with this one. No. After that statement, I can't argue with that, man. I can't argue with these type of individuals. It's more expensive than the actual meal, man.
Like,
I'm good. I'm good.
what's funny is, like, Murr made a statement about a seed accepting knowledge and truth, right? And that a seed that doesn't accept knowledge and truth may be because that person is, like, mentally unwell, or, you know what I mean? They're already, like, theologically opposed to it before we accept it. So, in a sense, he does actually agree with what I just said. He does actually agree that someone needs to have some semblance of belief or faith or trust in
You just
whoever is approaching like another idea, which
you
I think
just
is comical.
sorry.
I completely disagree with that. On the contrary, the enemy of knowing is belief. I can only
Okay.
believe in things that I truly do not know. Right?
You
I
just in
believe in unicorns. Right? I'm sorry, Boogie. One sec. I believe in
oh,
unicorns because I can't prove that they're real, but I know that horses are real. I don't need to believe in horses.
that's all I was gonna say is you just insinuated that there is no knowledge, there is no truth. That's what you just insinuated. If you
No,
cannot
I did
know
the
how
opposite.
tall you are directly after you measured yourself, then there is no truth in your reality.
I did the opposite. I think that in order to reach truth, we have to believe, right, whatever we're being discussed to a certain extent and then test it. If someone
If
doesn't
we
have faith in what you're saying, for example, Boogie, like they don't believe anything that you say, then it doesn't matter whether or not it's the truth because they won't accept it.
Do you
Which is
believe?
funny because we just had that conversation like 5 minutes ago.
Do you believe that boats float?
Yeah, I do.
Do you believe this, or do you know this to be so? If they're not
I said
damaged,
both, like last time. You already like asked me this question. I said both. Like I believe it to be true and I know it to be true.
these are mutually exclusive.
I
Okay.
disagree. I don't think
Empirical data that's repeatable by anybody at any time does not require belief. It is not
it does when
you cannot
you
have both. I mean,
okay.
it's I guess I'm failing to understand how empirical repeatable data requires belief according to you. I
Okay,
don't
so because
understand.
all right, when you were a child and they told you like the earth is a sphere, right? Did you believe what they were saying even though it wasn't the truth?
Sure.
Okay, yeah. So then you know exactly what I'm saying.
No, that is
Yeah.
not a good analogy. You just said when I
How is
was
it
little and I was told a story, did I believe it? That's referring to stories and belief. I was referring to things that can be empirically validated over and over. See how those are two different things?
they're one and the
Like one
same?
plus one.
So a story without evidence is the same as empirical measurement. This is why no one wants to talk with you, because you make zero sense.
No, because they're one and the same. I literally just explained it to you.
Poorly.
Okay, sure.
It makes there are two different things. You can believe things that are told to you and you have no way to verify them. That is a story and that is a belief. Or like you wanted to talk about, religion, you can have belief in religion. You do not believe that boats float. You do not believe how tall you are. This is empirically verifiable. These are two completely different realms. Belief
Okay.
and truth have no meaning if you want to conflate the two and pretend they're the same thing.
Okay, if you don't have logical evidence for any of these things, then you would have to just believe in it like a faith-based system. For many things that we didn't for many things that we didn't have logical evidence for, right? Like the Earth being flat or the Earth being
Yes,
round, right? There were
things you
times
don't.
that we didn't have
Mhm.
evidence, right? So then it was a belief system. So then people
Things you
believed
don't
in
have
certain.
evidence for require
Can I
belief.
finish?
I agree.
Right, exactly.
Things you do have
And then we
evidence
can.
for do not require
Okay,
belief.
you're cutting me off and not letting me finish. But
Sorry, go ahead.
yes, but before we had evidence and before we had this concept of like how do you say this? Like before you could test theorems and stuff like this, plenty of people believed that the earth was flat. Plenty of people believed that the earth was round. Okay, are we in agreement on that? What I'm saying is that to believe in a hypothesis before we test it is a part of the hypothesis. It is a part of the scientific method, right? We have a belief, we then test the hypothesis and then test that using evidence. That is a part of it. Even as much as you want to, you know what I mean, like move those things apart, and I understand why, right? Those things are connected.
So
That's all I'm
that's
trying to say to
partly
you.
inaccurate when it comes to the scientific method. Saying the word belief would be watering down and disrespecting the scientific method, right? Because within the scientific method, you have to stay objective within your research, observations, and measurements. Yes, you can make assumptions, which we do in the scientific method, about why something happens, but we don't believe it to be true because that's not what science is about. Science is about knowing, right? If you start believing it to be true before verifying it, then you fall into a fallacious way of thinking where you're already like basically begging the question and trying to find a way to affirm that belief instead of trying to confirm or deny that assumption, right? So there's a big
Yeah, I
play that you
mean,
gotta be mindful of the words you use, right? Secondly,
yeah, I know.
um, in that case, it doesn't truly matter that we don't need courts. We do not need courts because everything is true within your own definition, right? Because I believe, for example, in this case, that you killed several people, right? right? So you will be a murderer in that case. Now that is true because I believe it, right? Because everything that is true, we once believed in your own words. So it must be true. You see how irrational and dumb that sounds?
No, I was
And you
giving
can't
you an
defend
example,
yourself if I call you a
and then I
murderer
was
because
explaining to
it's a belief,
you
it's true.
how a hypothesis is, which is that hypothesis is a belief, right? We're going to test that belief and then see if it's true or not.
I mean,
That's a part of the science.
you're saying that science needs philosophy in the first place to begin. I agree with that.
Exactly.
I agree with
Exactly.
that. I understand your
Yeah,
point.
you know what I mean? I'm not
But
trying to
what you're
say that these things
what
are
you're
like
failing
congruent, you know?
but what you're failing to understand is what we are talking about. This falsification of a sphere with a radius of 33959. This has nothing to do with theory or even scientific tests at all. This is geometric measurements, okay? And though for science to begin, it requires philosophy to begin with. I will give you that. But we are not talking about that necessarily, not this part, not the direct fault,
That's
not the
fine.
measurements.
No, that's fine.
We are
I know
talking
you guys
about
aren't.
empirical measurements. That is all. That requires no belief. And you can talk about originally we needed philosophy to get to science. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not talking about originally. I'm talking about right now with all the tools we have at our hands, you do not need belief to measure how tall you are. There is no belief required. And if you want to say that there is, then I would like to hear how you would ever differentiate between a belief and a fact.
Okay, what I said specifically was if I believe that I'm a certain height and then like a doctor or something like comes to me and they're like, "Hey, we're actually going to measure you and you're actually not the height that you believed in." I would have to have faith in that doctor, right? I would have to think that to myself, I'm like, "Oh, I'm wrong." And this doctor, right, this person with like academic excellence is going to tell me why I'm wrong and then show me why I'm wrong.
When
Yeah,
If
you
so
have
someone, for
access,
example,
you can check the
if
measurements, right?
right, I'm almost done. I'm almost done,
Yeah,
right?
but
If
you can check the
someone,
measurement, right?
yeah. I'm almost done, right? If someone, for example, doesn't have belief or faith in doctors like academic excellence, right? Then they might not hold the same opinions. They might be like, yeah, a doctor told me this, but I don't really trust doctors. I think it's a scam. You could say the
well,
same for like psychologists and stuff like this. I
no,
agree
that
with you, but that's just
Wait,
my
but what
central.
if that doctor who you're putting so much faith in measured you, then you can check his measurement, right? You don't need to be another doctor to check his measurement.
yeah, that's why that was
Yeah,
a
I'm not
piss
saying
poor
you have to.
analogy.
I'm just saying that you would have to believe in what he's saying.
No, you
No,
wouldn't. You just
you
check
have
what he
access
measured.
to the same tools. Yeah, no belief required for empirical measurement. And if you can't understand that, then we have nothing to talk about, frankly.
Okay.
Maybe you're just using bad analogies. I've heard you use 3 bad
Maybe
analogies.
I am, but I don't know
Yeah.
how else to explain this to you guys on a
Yeah.
genuine level.
That's all right. It's hard to understand something you don't understand.
Well, I still manned her position very well, and she agreed with it. And then she went on another bad analogy about having to have faith in a doctor when that is not the case because we can measure ourselves. We have
I
access
can
to tape
I can measure
measures.
better
We
than
have
the
Okay,
access
doctor.
fine.
to any
Take
tools.
okay, so then Boogie, let's take like a thing that you can't do yourself. So,
Like
could
what?
you do like an MRI scan to check if you really had cancer? Could you build like an MRI scan? You know what I mean? Like we can think a
No.
little deeper. Like
Then
maybe, yeah, okay,
then
maybe we
that
can't do
wouldn't
that,
be
right? So
yeah.
then, yeah, so
Even
then,
with an
okay,
MRI,
that's a better example
wait,
then. It
pause,
didn't take that
With
long.
with an MRI scan, right? Even though you can't do it yourself and somebody has to do it to you, right? Afterwards, you still have the actual scan itself, which shows you if you have cancer or not. There is no belief required to see a picture and notice if there's cancer cells or not. So again, it's a false analogy. Thank you very much.
Okay, I feel like he's just coping, but whatever.
Should we move on to another topic?
Yeah, sure.
How you doing,
About the
fellas?
actual topic. Hey. Hey. Who's that?
It's Frank. Do you guys talk about scripture in this channel?
Not at the moment. Maybe amongst ourselves when it's quiet, but it's not the room topic. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Unless it's got something to do with the room topic.
Well, the room topic, it branches off into many places, you know? So, like, it's kind of, now it's a very broad term now. It's not just exclusive to what it's written. It's actually, it now branches off to so many different, it branches off to the point of, like, it even gets down to politics now. That's how deep it gets now. So, really, it's kind of vague now.
What's vague?
Flat Earth.
Okay. How is describing the surface of something vague?
I'm saying the topic of it, like it's become very broad now. It branches off into so many different categories of sections of talking about it. Like you can talk about it in a
Yeah.
biblical perspective, scientific
Yeah, but
perspective.
that's unverifiable, though, right?
I'm not talking based on what's verifiable. See, even verifiable, that's another aspect of the topic. Like I'm talking like the concept of flat Earth is not
Not a
only
concept.
about what is verifiable. It has to be. Even if it's true, it still has to be considered a concept.
Oh, here we go again. Okay, reality is a concept. So if you measure the surface to be a flat surface, it's now a concept. Yeah. Why don't we? Are we ever going to get to talk about the topic, or just people's philosophy on words?
All right, fine. It's reality.
Cool. So, do you have any thoughts on the topic?
I don't know. I don't know what to bring to the table. I've joined this channel a few times, but like, it's very hard to bring up a topic here because it always just wants to be deleted and just taken back to flat Earth. It does get kind of boring, you know.
Yeah. Okay. We'll try it out. What would? Do you sit on a side?
Sorry.
Do you believe the Earth's a globe?
Maybe you haven't. Maybe you forgot me. I've joined this channel many times. Like, I do believe the Earth is flat. Maybe you just disregarded who I am or something. Or do I have to reintroduce myself?
I don't know. Maybe you're speaking to a different Australian.
What's your name?
Timbo down the bottom.
No, it's you. It's you, Timber. I remember your DP. I remember your voice. I remember your name. But it's all right. You know, there's too many people you meet on this channel anyway.
Yeah. Actually, were you in maybe 4 days ago?
Probably 4 or 5 days ago. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't think I got to talk to you though. I was in the chat, but I don't think I got to talk to you. It might have been Matrix.
Yeah. But yeah, I do believe the Earth is not a sphere. I do believe it's a very.
Actually, I did speak to you when I was at the gym. That's right. I remember.
There you go.
It was a short chat. Actually, I was out for a walk.
Yeah. Now you
Now I
feel like
remember
a
now.
fool, don't you?
Yeah. Sorry, man.
It's all right, all good.
All
Like,
good,
I
man.
don't blame you. You do talk to probably like 1 million people on this channel anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. And I bob in and out as well. So, you can bring up other topics too.
Yeah, like where do you just draw the line? Where do you say, okay, that's enough? It's not about flat Earth anymore. Like where do you draw the line? Because I like to branch it off to so many different locations. because they all connect to it anyway.
Yeah, it depends who you're talking with, right? So a lot of people don't want to delve into speculation and stuff like that. So because you can't prove any speculation. A lot of people want to talk about empiricism. A lot of other people you like to, posit ideas and stuff as well. So depends who you got in here.
I will say this to connect with the female in the room. I do have children, and they weren't born in hospitals because I refuse to go to hospitals. I refuse to give my children to the hospitals. They were born at home.
Yeah, good for you. I
So like,
agree with that. Like, you know what I mean? I may not be able to agree with like flat earth, but like, yeah, there are certain things like I think psychology is a fucking scam. I don't care if a psychologist tells me, oh, you're this or oh, you're that, because I don't give a shit in what he believes in.
but yeah, like if hospitals, doctors and stuff, if they are in the world, and if they can be a load of bullshit, and they can convince the whole world that they can heal you, and that they have a lot of like medicines and stuff, wouldn't you think that if whoever's in charge of this world, wouldn't you think if he's powerful enough to deceive you with just hospitals, you don't think he can deceive you in any other place as well, like science or mathematics or politics or
Oh, of
media?
course, of
Yeah, so,
course. Hospitals
like,
use all of these other things to deceive you. They use the fact that they have, an academic claim to knowledge, right? They use,
yeah,
you know what I mean? Like they're going to, pull out an MRI scan and be like, okay, that's correct. Now there's a possibility that the MRI scan had a fluke. There's a possibility that the MRI scan had a malfunction. Just
yeah,
because, you know what I mean? Just because they show you something doesn't mean that, it's true. It's an
look,
unfortunate reality,
Sounds
but
just
it's
like
like
the globe
that
model.
wasn't even explored.
so can't you connect that to like if they could be lying there just in hospitals, you don't think they can be lying about the shape of the earth?
No, I do. I never said like, you know what I mean? I think
Okay, fair
otherwise.
enough. Fair
Like
enough.
I'm
I didn't know that
here
as well.
to learn about it. You know what I mean? And I was like, yeah,
Yeah.
okay, let's hear, their opinion. But yeah, no, I'm what you would call like a tinfoil hat. My mother, God bless her soul, she was a very Catholic woman. She was the type of woman to have me, not use deodorant. She was very against psychologists. She was very against all of the things that you're saying, hospitals. A lot of pushback from that. A lot of pushback from how people, for example, get their food. I come from like a farmer family, Irish Catholic. So we have a different take on life. Like, I'm not going to say much more, but that's kind of where I come from, like a very conservative mindset, a very fuck the government, fuck the CIA mindset. There's probably a lot of things that you and I would agree with aside from like flat earth. You know what I mean? Flat earth is just not one of the topics that I would say that I was like, oh wow, that's like so cool. I'd rather talk about 9/11. You know what I mean? I'd rather talk about shit like that, like, but yeah, sure, I can agree with you.
Yeah, I was gonna also branch it onto look, us humans, all of us in this channel right now, every single human that's alive right now, that's what's the span of life within all the humans that are alive right now? Like, how many years is that between the oldest person to the youngest person? How old would you say that is? Like 110 years? 100 years?
What
Or are you
of
tracking?
all like life on the planet?
Like, I'm saying, from out of all the people alive right now, how old is the eldest person right now? Probably like 100 years old, would you say?
Oh man, I'd say older. There's like this specific island that's right on the Mediterranean, like they're right on the equator line, and they live up until like 200 around. They live like up until
I don't think
150.
anyone can live past 120 years old. I don't think anyone can live
Nah,
past that.
I'm telling you, it's possible. I'm telling you,
I think it's impossible.
it's possible. I'm telling you.
Okay, well, I don't believe it. But anyways, my point
That's what I'm
is,
saying. Like, it's fine, but it's kind of like, you know what I mean?
my point is, humans, all we can understand now is when that is within that span of life we've lived here right now, and we don't know what's happened before this life. Like, we don't know what happened like 50 years ago, or unless you're over 50 years old or something. So everything we know now is just whatever we've been taught or programmed or conditioned to know within that span of life you've been living. Are you tracking with what I'm saying, or am I too confusing when I speak?
No, you're not confusing.
Okay. So if you try to compare everything we know now to the past, let's say 6,000 years of human history, that 6,000 years of human history was so consistent within itself. And when you try to compare all of that to now, it's like the opposite. Everyone thinks the opposite.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Like, for 6,000 years, there was no such thing as hospitals, But now we have hospitals, and we have more people there's more sicknesses and diseases now. Like, so what's going on here? So a long time ago, there was no such thing as like actual schools. When they have schools and you send your kid off to school and some random stranger is teaching your children things. There was no such thing as that a long time ago. A long time ago, the kids used to grow up with their parents, and they learn as they're with their parents. Whatever the father is, the son becomes. If the father's a carpenter, the son becomes a carpenter. And then his son becomes a carpenter. That's how it was. It's only these past 50 or 100 years where people say, oh, I'm going to school. So then now there's another person teaching your kid. And they get programmed and conditioned to now become something else, something that your father isn't. Like, for example, oh, dad, I'm gay now. Or I want to be an astronaut, or something like that. Something that isn't what the father was. Are you tracking with
Right.
what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And back then, there was...
I'm someone that comes from a family of farmers. This is how we had last names. Okay, Miller, you worked at a mill. If your last
Yeah,
name was
exactly, yes.
Baker, you were a baker. Yeah, I understand. Of course.
Yeah, so now we don't have those names anymore. We don't have those last names anymore. Our names
No,
are just...
it's worse. You have the last name, but you don't have the knowledge. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of strange now.
Like in German, there's a ton of them. Schuhmacher. You made shoes. You were the dude that made shoes. We have a ton of them.
You know.
Wait, is this
You know
actually a
what?
Earth channel, or is this like something different?
Yeah, this channel believes in flat Earth. Is there something you wanted to ask?
Well, I'm not a flat earther, so like can I make my argument for why I think the world is
Yeah.
round?
Yeah, go for it.
All
Go
right.
for it.
Some evidence.
Simba, you take it from me.
Well, so two things. I took astrology in college, and when one of the spacewalks, I know this isn't quite flat Earth, but at least that we've been on the moon, so I'll start there. That when the astronauts went to the moon, they left a mirror on the moon, and you can hit it with a laser, and it reflects back at you. And that with certain telescopes, you can actually see the moon landing. So like, do you agree that the moon is a sphere, or is that also a flat object in space?
I'll quickly say this: that's a straw man without you even knowing. No flat earther claims that we're a disc in outer space. That's a straw man.
Well,
We don't believe in
I'm not
space.
trying. I'm not trying to straw
No,
man anybody. Just
no,
correct.
I'm just telling you so you can just like get that picture out of your mind, right? When it comes to flat Earth, don't think of like a disc in space or discs in space. There is no flat earther that is an actual flat earther believes that, okay, or thinks that,
Well,
if you
okay.
will.
So then let me ask you this. I sail, right? I have a captain's license. One of the things I've done in my life is I've moved sailboats from one part of the globe to another. And so I have had to use compasses and the stars for navigation, and I've had to use GPS. So I have a lot of faith in the systems that have been developed even before GPS, because you need to know how to do the backups in case your electricity goes out or something. You need to be able to find your way around with the stars and a compass. So, as somebody who has actually traversed the globe on using these methods, how do you prove to me that those are being manipulated some way for me to think that we don't live on a globe?
May I, Mer?
Okay.
Convince
May
me.
I?
I'm not
You
going to
may.
convince you. Convince me.
You may, bro. You can take over. You can take over.
Okay,
I'm on a station right now, so there's trains passing by.
gotcha. So this coordinate system that we use, it is all relative to the stars. Latitude, longitude, the equator, none of that exists on the earth. That exists in the sky. And the coordinate system that we use is internally congruent. It can be projected onto any surface and still function. Okay. Now, that there's a lot of questions that you will have about, well, how could this work and how could that work? And as Mer was saying, what you will probably do is try to picture a flat disk in the heliocentric model. But of course, that's not what anyone is claiming. We are claiming this is all that there is. The Earth is the basement of everything. Okay. Now, just because these coordinate systems function and are somewhat useful does not make them reality. And no matter what's going on with the luminaries in the sky, that has nothing to do with how we have falsified the spherical Earth. Okay. Now, are you curious how it's been falsified and how you can go falsify it for yourself?
Yeah, like that's my biggest question, because I've used these exact things that you're saying are falsified to navigate in very precise ways to get from one part of the planet to another on a boat. And I think that if you've ever had to go sailing, if you've ever been on a sailboat or any sort of boat, right, and you go out to sea, it's very easy to see that we live on a globe because of these longitude and latitude lines that you can follow. And I can't understand how you can falsify it when I'm using a magnetic compass that has nothing to do with any sort of computer, and I'm using the stars, which has nothing to do with any sort of computer. So how do you falsify those things?
Not.
Yeah, did you
How am
hear
I
what
able to navigate?
did you
Yeah, but
did you hear what
how am I able to navigate using a spherical world view? But how am I, like, if you were to tell
because
me that the world is flat and these you can still navigate the same way, it doesn't work that way. There's no way for me to navigate from Key West, Florida to the Canary Islands without knowing that you live on a sphere, because if you try to do it on a flat earth model using the techniques we have, you can't do it. And no one's ever
you're
showed me a technique that I could do that on a flat earth model.
So
you're
let me quickly
incorrect.
interject for 2 minutes. I'll just say something real quick because this is kind of my thing. I'm an astrology geek and I love ancient civilization and shit, right? Um, so from the Chaldeans to almost everywhere else in the entirety of this known realm known as Earth, right? The ancient civilizations and peoples use the same principalities what you use currently while still having the belief system of a flat geocentric non-rotating Earth, right? The longitudinal and latitudinal lines come from the heavens above being projected onto Earth, right? And all of them have done
No.
this. Yes.
Well,
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
you can do it that way, but that's not how it's been done.
That's how
When
it's
you look at
been done.
No, the
Um,
way
that's
the
all I have to say. You
longitudinal and
can take over
latitudinal
since he's
came
better
up
at
because people
argumenting
can
with this
see that
stuff.
shadows exist. Shadows make different degrees at different parts of the planet. That's how longitude and latitude. It didn't come from the stars. Like the stars can help you project that longitudinal and latitudinal, but that's not where the invention of it came from.
Incorrect. It comes
Did
from the celestial
that's funny.
sphere, as
That's
he
wrong.
told you that all the ancients who were flat earthers, that's
Oh,
where
they
the
were.
celestial sphere came
Y-
from. Yes, they
The,
were.
the ancients. What ancients are we talking about? Like Egyptians? Or are you guys talking about like those mythical ancients?
All of them.
So the Mayans, the Babylonians, the Egyptians, the Nordics, the Eastern Slavs, the Northern
I'm
Slavs, the Asians, the Chinese, the Japanese, the Korean, the Hindus, all of them, or Hindus, right? Indians, all of them have a depiction of a non-rotating geocentric flat Earth. All of them, without a fail, all the way up until 1968, if I remember correctly, when NASA was founded.
No. All of them also have projections of a globe Earth because there were people in just like we're having this debate right now. There was people 2000 years ago having the same debate, and there was
Nope.
people who did actual scientific evidence where they would measure things that would say, oh well, this is proof that the world is round. And then there was other people who were coming up with evidence to prove that it was right, that it was flat. So, but the thing is a majority of scholars throughout history have known that the world is round. This whole idea that the flat Earth thing is not there's more
Okay,
flat
let me
earthers
dismantle
now
your
than
claim
any
right
other
now.
time.
Let me ask you this before we continue. At what point in our modern day history did we stop teaching flat Earth
When did
in
we ever
schools?
teach flat Earth? When did we ever teach
All
flat
right,
Earth in
let's
schools?
go at it. So if you actually do some research, for example, just in the United States of America, because I'm assuming you're American from your accent, right?
Yeah,
All the
assumption.
way up until the early 1900s, so around 1930, 1940, roughly, within not only private but public schools, flat Earth was being taught. Then there was even cases, newspaper articles that the title was "Elementary School Teacher Got His License Revoked for Teaching Globe Earth Blasphemy." There's a woman by the name of Ruth. I don't know if she's still alive. If she isn't, may she rest in peace, but she remembers a time when only flat Earth was being taught in school. Then both flat Earth and globe Earth, and then the flat Earth was removed afterwards on.
Show
And
me
she
some
also remembers
show me some literature because I just googled it and it says that it was only taught in Zion, Illinois, and that there was a specific that this wasn't a wide taught thing in America. That there was flat earthers who reject there, and you know what the thing is there's always people who reject authority and authority figures, and that's a natural part of human nature, and it's not even a bad thing that is a part of
Okay.
natural human nature. But
Get on Google and start
yeah,
listing ancient cultures. Aztec, Sumerians, Babylonians, Egyptians,
what
Hindu,
ancient
name
culture thought the world was
all,
flat?
all, all of them.
All
Research
of them, bro.
their ancient cosmology. They all believed the earth was flat and stationary and enclosed, okay? This is recorded history and any historians would agree with that. Now, the you're talking about celestial navigation, and what you said is completely incorrect because you had to admit that ancients that did believe the earth was flat used very similar means to navigate with the stars. You can't even have these triangular angular measurements with a curved surface. It requires a flat baseline to begin with. Celestial navigation requires the earth to be flat. Okay.
No,
Now,
it does
just be
not. How do you
yes.
how do you acknowledge the North Star then? On a flat Earth, how does the North Star exist?
What does that even mean?
Like, if you can, why can you see the North Star in the northern hemisphere, but you can't see in the southern hemisphere? But the North Star is always pointing towards due north if you're anywhere other than the North Pole, that you can know where north is by finding the North Star, but in the South Pole you don't have that same advantage.
because there
Okay.
is well exact. Yeah, take over, man. I'm gonna get worked up for no reason. Just go, man.
Oh, no worries, man. So none of that has any relevance whatsoever to how the globe has been falsified. But for you, and you've already contradicted yourself. You know that celestial navigation is possible on a flat Earth because there's a lot of flat earthers. That's who originally came up with it. Okay, and
No,
that's
it's
where the
not.
concept of the celestial sphere came from. That's where latitude and longitude exists. That's the only sphere that there is the celestial sphere, but it's not a real sphere. It's how it appears due to
Wait, can I ask you real
perspective.
quick? Can you I'm going to keep listening, but can you send me an example of the flat Earth, because I've seen different hypothesis on what the flat Earth
Okay.
model
Let
would
me.
look like. Can you send me
hmm
your version of the flat Earth
I'm
so
gonna
I can
help you out
see
real
it
quick.
visually? Yeah,
I'm
I'm like a visual learner, so
yeah, I'll help you out real quick. No one
yeah, thank
here.
you.
No
That would
one
at least
here.
I understand what you're talking
Okay.
about.
Remember the. Remember earlier when we said you're going to want to imagine the heliocentric model with a flat disk in it. Just remember that is not what any see the picture here on the side. That's not what any of the ancients believed, and that's not what anybody here is claiming. Okay, nobody here is claiming to know the overall structure of the earth, the overall shape of the earth. No one here is claiming to be able to tell you how all the luminaries function. Okay, because none of that is relevant to how the earth is falsified, the spherical earth is falsified. You're shown all these pictures from space and you believe in them, that's cool. And you're shown and you're taught that gravity pulls everything into spheres in this, you know, vacuum of space, this impossible vacuum of space. If that is the case, and we're told the dimensions of this said sphere, then it would be easy to calculate how much drop over distance must be present for that to be reality. And it's a lot more than you might think. Just over, a sphere. Do you know the radius of the Earth? The claimed radius of the Earth?
Not off the top of my head, no.
It's 3,959 miles. That's the claimed radius of the Earth that we're told. That is the foundational rung to all the cosmic distance ladder that all of the heliocentric model is built upon, this claim. Since we're told the dimensions of the sphere, then we can calculate how much drop must be present if we're living on those dimensions, living on that
Can I
sphere.
stop you real quick? Let's take one
Hold on one
thing at a
second.
time, because no, you're throwing so
One.
many things at me.
No,
Like let's take one thing that we can debate at a time, and because like you've hit me with like 50 different things,
I
and so I
haven't
can't be
even
like,
presented evidence for you to debate. I'm almost
He
there.
had a
Can I
book on you.
present the evidence real quick and then you can debate it?
sure, yeah.
Okay. Since we're told the dimensions of the spherical Earth, and someone was cool and posted a chart there for you to look at. Over 10 miles, there would be 66 feet of drop, 66 feet of curvature. Over 20 miles, there would be 266 feet of curvature. This is a lot of drop. Now, there are hundreds and hundreds of observations, long range infrared photography, laser transit tests, where you set up a laser 5 foot on one side of a 20-mile lake and you shoot it straight across and it hits 5 mile or 5 feet up on the other side when there's 266 feet of curvature missing. And this isn't, hey, look at this crazy thing that happened this one test. This is what happens every single time. And you can go verify this yourself with a friend and a simple mirror flash. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, this is kind of one of those things where like the people who would like try to prove the moon landing wrong, and they'd be like, well, what about this? And then the scientists were like, well, I don't even know what you're talking about, because this isn't something I had to look into, because this isn't something we think about. So then they go and look into it and they're able to disprove it wrong. So there's
No,
things
this
that
is
you're bringing
completely
up that I've
different. Completely
yeah,
different.
well, no, I'm just saying there's things that you're bringing up that I've never even heard of before, like arguments that like
Like spheres have
I mean,
curvature.
yeah, no, I mean, obviously they do, but I've also watched things disappear over the horizon. How do you explain that?
There's many ways that happens. And the funny thing
How?
is, it never disappears over the horizon where it is supposed to. If you're about 6 foot tall, you should never see past 3 miles. Okay. Well, the thing is, objects that quote unquote disappear over the horizon can be zoomed back into view. There are multiple reasons that you will not see it once it gets so far away. And there are good reasons for bottom up obstruction, which we don't see every time. sometimes we do see bottom up obstruction. You can get on Google there and look up sinking refraction. Look up the definition of sinking refraction.
I know what refraction is, and I know how the light
Go.
can
You
reflect
like Google?
and
Go
stuff.
and
Can I
look
ask
up
a
sinking
question real?
refraction.
Can I
Yeah.
ask a question real?
How do you
Okay.
Sure.
explain this photo here?
Just a simple question. What did you say the drop per mile was?
It's 8 inches per mile squared. Is the
Okay.
parabolic approximation, which
I
is
got you.
good
Okay.
for up
Okay.
to about
No
1,000
problem.
miles. So over 10 miles is 66 feet of drop. Over 20 miles is 266 feet. And someone was kind enough to post a chart just at 2:38 a.m. there in the sun chat for you.
I got a quick question. If you're watching boats leave your vision, and say it happens at a different distance every day, it's different. Do you think that's still Earth curve?
Why would
Hey,
it be
good
different
question.
every day?
Because it is.
Well,
That's
because
what we see.
that's exactly what happens. That's what we observe. Different distances. If we think it's caused by different.
Is there a reason I can't post photos in this chat? Do I need like permissions or something? Because I
You just
cannot
have to
post
be
photos.
here for a while. It's the main politics channel.
Well, then I'll send
If
it
you
to
want to
you
send,
directly.
you can send it to Boogie Woods, and I'll post it up for
Yeah.
you.
Here, yeah. So, wait, I can't even. Oh wait, no. Boogie Woods. Sorry. Give me a
So
second.
we would love if you could show us some measured curvature, because we've all been looking, many of us, for many years, and we've never found any. And every time we go out, we just verify 0 drop over distance, regardless of conditions and regardless of distance.
And
Have
in
you
my case,
seen those like flat earthers that like have been disproven wrong because they go to the North Pole or they shoot a rocket up or they like, how do you explain these photos where you can see the tops of the skyscrapers but you can't see the bottoms of them because of the distance, because of the drop off, the curve
As
of
he
the
just you're assuming it's from the curve of the earth, but if you watch the time-lapse photography of that, you would see the amount of buildings that are present change wildly throughout even the course of a day. It is purely an optical effect.
But okay, so there is
Bingo.
optical effects. No. So you do have something called refraction. It's where you get mirages from, right? Where
No
the
one's
heat
denying
flow to the
refraction
ground.
exists.
So then it's not Earth curve.
I'm acknowledging.
You're switching to refraction, right?
No, but both things can exist at the same time. Refraction can exist and a curve can exist. Like just because they change every day, if like you would be able to
Flip
there is
that.
no day where you can see the bottom of these skyscrapers regardless of the refraction or the
You do not know that.
then
can
show
I
me
quickly
evidence
say something?
of
Can
where
I
one of
quickly
these
say
photos.
something? Yeah. So, if you take, for example, the Nikon P900 P1000 and go across the lake and see and try to zoom in on some buildings, right? From certain distances, right? The after a certain point or distance away from you, the buildings, the lower parts of buildings start compressing into each other, right? So it looks like it's, for example, 1 floor when it's actually 20 floors, and that's due to many of things, right? From the type of what type of atmosphere you have, if it's moist, if it's humid, if it's dry, right? As well as just the density of the atmosphere itself, because you're looking through the most densest part, which is the closest part to the floor itself. Higher you go, the less dense the air is, right? So further and clearer you could see. Now,
Can I ask you?
People have done like there are videos. I bet somebody is already looking one up right now, where people zoom into those buildings where you can't see the bottom floors, and you see more floors appearing, right, as you're zooming in, because the angular size has increased instead of decreased. The main factor is so have you done art ever in school, right? Have you learned about your personal arc of horizon, your personal dome around you? Okay. So the human eye can see the exact same distance in all directions equidistantly without anything obstructing its view. That creates a circle around you, and that would be aka a dome, right? Now, when you're observing things in the distance, when you see a quote unquote curvature, what you're seeing is the edge of your vision, right? The farthest your eye can see, which is equidistant, not curvature. Secondly, right, angular distance. After a certain point, no matter how big something is, it's once its angular size reaches, if I remember correctly, 0.002 degrees, it's invisible for you, right? It doesn't exist anymore, right? Just as the same principle applies with light. No matter what shape a light source has, from a distance, it's going to be a circular train coming.
You know, and you mentioned refraction, and nobody's denying refraction exists, and you want that to save your globe reality when nobody can measure any drop over
Wait,
distance.
wait.
But the
You
the
guys,
only the
hold on.
only
I need
problem
to
hold
interrupt.
no, I'm speaking.
No, because you guys,
You can wait a
but
moment.
you
You
guys
can
have been
wait
talking
just
for
a
a
moment.
while.
You can take a breath. Now, when you mention refraction, the problem is yes, refraction exists, but it is not capable of doing what you need it to do for every single laser transit test, regardless of atmospheric conditions, regardless of distance, to always appear flat. Okay.
All right,
That
but
requires
okay. So I
refraction that
need to
doesn't
interrupt
exist. Go ahead.
because I
It's
feel
your
like
turn.
you guys are you're doing something that I think is really silly to me. Is that you're believing certain parts of the scientific method, but not other parts of the scientific method. So you're
What part
picking
of
and
science
choosing.
has to do with determining shapes?
Refraction. Like that is something that is something
Okay,
human.
let me rephrase
No,
what you
no,
just
no, no,
said.
no, 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 no. Let me
No,
finish.
you just
'Cause
made a stupid claim.
no,
I just
because
want you
you guys
to understand.
sit here and act like refraction was something we understood
What
2000
can
in
you steel
ancient
man the question?
civilization. We
What
had
was
no
the
idea
question
what
asked of
refraction
you?
was.
Please, steel
No,
man the question that was just asked of you. Please.
no, I will
What
not
was just
because
asked
I
of
don't
you, bro?
care. What was asked of me?
Well, you replied, so you should know the question. Please steel man it. He just asked you a question and you replied with
Oh.
reflection.
If you guys
Right?
want to have an honest debate or you want to do the semantic thing,
I
then we can do the
well,
semantic thing. But I'm not going to sit here
if
and
this being
have a
honest,
debate.
right?
No, you're
Pause.
trying to. No,
Bro,
because all right, I'll leave.
what does refraction talk about, bro? Does it
Do you
talk
guys
about
want me to
shapes
leave or do
or
you want me
light?
to stay? It talks about the refraction of light through something. It's when light
Through
changes
mediums.
angle.
So through a medium. Mediums are not shapes. Mediums are water, air, right? So what does geometry have
I
to
don't want to
do
talk
with
to you anymore, man.
refraction,
I was
bro?
having a good debate with the other guy, and you just completely
Yeah, you don't
ruined
want
it.
to admit
So
that you made a man.
no, I think that
Please
you're
push
trying
him
to
on
do
this.
the
Please,
you're
Biggie,
strawmanning
push
my
him on this.
argument.
You can't allow this to happen, man. He's just
It's
giving answers, and nobody's. And I'm not gonna let him not take accountability for
uh,
it, bro.
no, no, no. You're
What does
That's cool.
so
geometry have
Pause
to do
offended.
out.
with
Someone could
light?
have a
Time
different
out.
view than you that you have to get so defensive that you have to be like, "Oh, stillman this, stillman this." Shut the fuck up, dude. Let's have an honest debate. You're coming at me with this bullshit. Let's have a real debate.
Hey, cool, man. Don't worry. Don't even worry about it. But the
I
thing is,
I don't want to I don't want to debate Mar. I'll debate you, but Mar is like
we're, we're,
he's not trying to have an honest discussion.
we're just having a conversation. You know, this is there is no debate to be had. You know, it's empirical measurement. And you think refraction can save the spherical Earth? So have you
No,
thought
I don't.
about have you thought about the entailments? Oh, well, welcome to flat Earth then, because it can't save it because
No,
that
but
kind of
the thing is,
refraction doesn't
no.
exist.
Do you know what the scientific method is?
Yes. Are we using the scientific method right now, or are we
Yes.
measuring the
No, we
surface?
are. The scientific method is a very important part of understanding the world because the scientific method can at least acknowledge that it might be wrong. And if you can prove that it's wrong, then it will acknowledge that it's wrong. I think that's something you guys do not do, is that even in the face of evidence, you're not willing to, and you'll do this whole thing about like, oh, well, blah, 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 some sort of like random simple thing, but that there's a
Get
scientific method that exists, and you guys rely on that scientific method when it serves you, but you completely reject it when it does not serve you. And I think this is a perfect example
Incorrect.
because there is
Incorrect.
overwhelming evidence, overwhelming evidence that the world is round. But you guys reject any evidence you don't like, and you're only willing to accept the evidence that can somewhat prove it. But and then we get in these debates about refraction and the curve of the earth, but there is such simple ways of seeing that the world is round. Why can you not see the North Star in the southern hemisphere? How have
Why do
we
you
been
gotta
to
leave the
the
Earth?
moon?
Why do you gotta
Bro,
leave the Earth? Why don't you stay here and measure it?
why are you
But
changing
but
topics when we're trying to talk
because
about these laser transit tests? And
because
tell
I
me
don't think that's
how these
relevant.
stars
No,
in the
no, no. I
sky
think it's
can change the way that the laser travels across the water. Tell me how the stars can do that.
the stars can't do that. I've
Ah,
never made that
excellent.
assertion.
Excellent.
I
So
don't
they're
know
not
how. I don't
relevant to
even
what
know
we're
the point.
talking about,
No,
are
no,
they?
no, because this has nothing to do with the scientific method. I'm not a
It
scientist.
doesn't. This
I
is a
I'm not an
geometric thing. This
astronomer.
is a
So
mathematical thing.
this isn't something that I study normally, but I know enough about this stuff that I have literally experienced it. And you guys want to get caught into these weeds of like these internet circles that convince you of these things that are
No,
easily disproven.
timeout.
I just don't have the knowledge to disprove it because I'm not a
Are
scientist
you
in that way.
are you
But
done
I
with
can
your tirade of poisoning the well and me believing some random YouTube video when I'm telling you that this is something that anybody can go and verify? This is empirical measurement. This
okay.
is not
So
what I know the normal spiral that's going on here, okay? But this is empirical measurement. Okay. This is testing for drop over distance. And this isn't a random happen one time. This happens every single time, regardless of conditions, regardless of refractive conditions, and regardless of distance. There are hundreds of feet of missing drop. And now I'm sure
but
you can agree that
I'm not going
curved
to sit here and argue
surfaces
that with you.
have
I don't know enough
what
about
is there
that.
to argue?
But
What is there
I
to
don't know anything about what the fuck you're talking about. But I do know
You don't
that
know that water lays flat and lasers also shoot flat, and when
no,
we run them parallel together, they can show how flat each other are?
that's not even true because lasers they can be affected by gravity. Light is affected by
Oh
gravity.
my.
This has been proven. Einstein proved that light can be affected by
O
gravity.
okay,
Gravity warps
Google.
light.
Okay, Google.
No,
Ask good.
this is
No,
part of
time out.
this is part of one of
I'm gonna teach you something real quick. Now get
yeah,
on
go ahead.
Google and ask Google how much gravity can bend light over 20 miles. Go ahead and ask it. I'll wait.
You go ahead and tell.
Ask ChatGPT, ask Google, whoever you want. Go and ask how much can gravity affect light over say 20, 30 miles? And keep in mind that the navies and the military use these lasers to acquire targets accurately 30 and 40 kilometers away. Keep that in mind as well. But you tell me how much gravity is going to bend this laser.
He doesn't know anything about that.
No, but Google will tell him. Daddy Google will tell him.
He doesn't know anything about that, so he needs to appeal to the Google masters.
He's looking it up. He's going to tell us.
I'm making myself a drink right now.
Okay. You gonna? What if we wanted to drink too, man? Come on, rude.
I will say this.
You're
You
cutting
guys
out.
a little bit of like things that most people don't know anything about, but you never just try to disprove basic things that we all know.
You're cutting out. Nobody can make you out. What you're saying. Have to wait till you get your headset closer.
Yeah, okay. That's why I stopped talking because I was out of headset range. I went over to my
Go ahead and
kitchen.
tell me how my thinking is incorrect.
All right, give me 1 second because I'm gonna step outside because I'm in a house. I'm staying with family right now and they're sleeping, so I don't want to get too loud and wake them up. So I'm trying to be, respectful.
Gotcha.
I feel like whenever, because I've known other flat earthers, but they're usually like religious flat earthers, so their flat earth view is based on faith and they don't try to use science. And I respect that. If your faith tells you something and that's what you want to believe, I totally respect that, and I'm not going to try to convince you otherwise. But if you're going to try to use science, then I'm going to try to debate you on these things. But these
You're welcome to.
yeah, but okay. So then you can make your point, and I can look it up, and I can Google, and I can try to just disprove these things. But you're the expert on the flat Earth aspect. I'm not an expert on the round Earth expert or theory. It's something that I've experienced. I explain my experience that I've literally had to navigate using a round Earth model. I've never had to navigate using a flat Earth model, but there are other things that I think we can look at that we could probably debate that I do know. So I would like to bring it to that because I don't want to Google every single argument because there's people that are smarter than me that could have this debate with you over lasers, and gravity affects lasers, but not that much on an Earth as much as the sun, obviously, and or a black hole where we see these things happening. But we do know for a
Black
fact
hole. Oh
that
my god.
wait, let me
Have
finish.
you ever measured the Earth? Have you ever measured yourself?
No, I have not. Why would I need to measure the fucking Earth? Why would I ever do that
Tells
in
me
a
all I
million
need to know.
years? Because the only reason you ever measured the Earth is for confirmation bias, to prove something you already believe. You didn't do it to
You know how
try to
ridiculous
disprove
that
it.
is? That's
You know how
ridiculous because
stupid you sound? Yeah.
we're the only ones that have ever changed
I'm
our
the one who sounds
opinions.
stupid, but you guys are a bunch of flat earthers. Please,
Oh,
99%
good
of the
good
population would
one.
think you guys
Good
sound
one.
stupid. No, no, no. But the irony of you guys telling me I sound stupid when you're a bunch of flat earthers
If you ever
is
find
literally
yourself
like being a flat earther is like synonymous
You're
with
making a
being
fool of
stupid.
yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. In the
We don't
flat
think you're
Earth
stupid
channel.
because you believe in a
All
globe
right,
just because the words that are coming out of your
then,
mouth.
then just answer me this: have we ever been to the moon?
Nope.
Then explain to me why, with my own eyes, I have seen evidence that we've been on the moon.
Show me.
There's a reflector, a mirror of sorts on the moon
You've seen this
that
with your own eyes.
I have. Yes, I've reflected light off of it and measured the angle between where I'm at.
Bullshit.
Then explain to me how is that something that is disproven where anybody
Tell us
could
what
do
you
it?
did. Tell us
Do you
exactly
know?
what you did.
And that was
I
done well before anybody claimed to have went to the moon.
No, this was back in like 2008,
Ask
2009 when I did
Daddy
it.
Google if anyone reflected anything off the moon before anybody landed on it. See,
Are you
we know
expecting the answer to be
100 times more about what you believe than what you do. See, we know the
yes?
heliocentric model way more than you do. That's why we know it's so ridiculous.
Oh my God, you
You've
guys are
maybe never
so
thought of all the entailments that come along
hey,
with the belief of living on the
Hillman.
outside of
I
a
love you
spinning
guys how you
ball of
guys
water.
try to use words you think you know what they mean.
Tell me about this test you did shooting light at the moon and getting a reflection. Tell me about it.
So we had a little device that we set up a laser to, and we had our telescopes, and we could see the moon landing through our telescopes. We could literally see where
That's
the moon landing
impossible.
is. It
Sorry,
is
dude.
not impossible.
Yeah,
It's
you're
not.
lying, dude.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you're lying, dude. How big was your telescope?
It was pretty big. It was in
Pretty
an
big.
it was in an
Yeah, why did?
astronomy lab. So
Okay, you don't have to lie because that's never happened. And you guys in your backyard in an astronomy lab or whatever, never happened. So how can you claim that you've done it? The strongest telescopes on Earth cannot do that.
then how do you explain us being able to reflect light off of the
So
moon?
why are you
Is
asking
that
me
something
to
that
explain something when
this
you
is
just
how I
lied about
started?
something?
Yeah, why are you
Yeah,
skipping past your lie?
You're just like, oh,
just
that didn't
admit that
happen.
you
On to
lied,
the next.
and then we can, and then we can continue
I
the
didn't lie.
conversation when you admit that you lied.
We could see the exact location where the moon landing happened on the
Yeah,
moon.
but you didn't see the moon landing. You didn't see the equipment, though, did you?
No, we could not see the equipment. The equipment
No.
was too small. But you could see the
Okay.
disruption on the at the place that it happened.
So what you did then was you worded a sentence to make it sound like
I don't
you'd
even know why I'm
seen
having a
the
conversation with you guys.
equipment.
You guys are so
Okay, so
fucking dead.
all right, well,
No,
let's
but
go back to.
explain to me.
Okay, well,
I'm going to
just hang
leave
on
unless you
one
give me a
sec.
good
One
reason
sec.
to listen. All right, then
One
give me a
sec.
good
We'll
reason
go
to
back.
listen to me.
Right.
Have a
So
good
go
faith
back.
conversation with me. Don't do this
Okay,
like bullshit.
let's have a good faith conversation then. All right. We'll look past your lie, and then we'll go back to what you were saying before about navigating and stuff
Over to
like
the
that.
MAGA to deal with you idiots. At least MAGA, they're not fucking. They don't think the world is fucking flat.
Okay. See ya.
Bro, he's dumb. I'm sorry, but
Gets caught in a lie and then just pieces out.
not
That
just
was
how,
awesome.
bro. That's what I like. I can't let somebody say the answer to what you. There's a train coming. Wait a sec.
That's the third one in 10 minutes.
I accidentally clicked out of this channel, not on purpose.
Oh, he's back. Okay. All right. Cool. So you were saying like you're a sailor.
The worst faith arguments. I'm not gonna lie.
Look, dude, I know it sounds like that because of our accents, but we're actually just speaking to you normally.
It's always you guys who like think that like you can go, well, explain. You made a lie. I literally saw the location of the moon landing. I couldn't see the exact.
Yeah, the location. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyone can see that. You can look up with a camera and see that.
We could shine a laser to that direct location and have it reflect back to us, and
yeah, they've been
measure the amount of time that it took.
Are we going to have a good faith
that gave us
argument
an
or not?
exact estimate on how far that was from Earth, because the light has to hit there and come back, so we could measure the amount of time that it took.
What kind of laser do you use?
That's fine, but
I don't know what kind of laser we used. I was
the moon
at the time, and the professor was doing it.
Is the moon is the moon the Earth?
Obviously not. So I'm not sure.
Obviously not, right? So when are you going to relate the Earth to you saying you're bouncing lasers off the moon? Like what's your argument going to be for that?
Well, that we've been to the moon and that we left a mirror there.
Great. And how does that relate to you proving that the Earth's a globe or flat?
That there's this is literally the part of the argument that you guys have that is the stupidest part of the argument to me.
What's stupid about what I just said?
That how many people would have to be in on the lie?
It doesn't matter. That's an appeal to emotions. Don't worry about it.
Appeal to emotions.
Right,
Don't do your logical fallacy shit with me, because this is not a logical fallacy. This is not an appeal to the emotions. This is a fact that you would need hundreds of thousands of people across the globe.
Emotions aren't facts, dude.
All right, then why would Russia during the Cold War agree that the world is a globe and not flat? Why would the Chinese do that? Why would the Japanese
care what. No, well, the Chinese didn't. But
no, explain this to me.
Okay, can you just calm down, dude?
Logical argument. Then explain to me why
dude,
no other country on the planet, no other scientist on the planet agrees with your stupid fucking idea.
Yeah, great. Can you ask me one question instead of 10? Start with one.
That was one. Why would any of these people agree with you? Why would or agree with the United States in their lie? Why would they agree with NASA?
Okay. First we have to work out whether there's a lie or not, right?
Well, your contention.
Would you agree with that? So if you're going to come up with an idea,
I will concede
talking over the
your
top of me,
point
dude.
that it's a lie. I will concede to your point that it's a lie. Why would the
No,
rest
no,
of
we
you
have to
agree with it?
we have to work out if there's a lie or not. Me and you, let's do it. We have to
No,
work out if
I'm
there's a
going
lie.
to concede. I'm going to concede the point that it's a lie. Like I'm
Oh,
going to go ahead and
so
concede
you're a
that.
flat earther now.
Yes, I'm a flat earther. Then explain to me
Oh,
why
okay.
Russia and China are still perpetuating the lie that this is a
Oh, so
globe.
you're not a flat earther.
No, I just want to understand why our biggest geopolitical contenders would agree with the NASA lie. Why would they be on board with that? Why would they
Okay, so
perpetuate
if
a
if
NASA
you
lie?
were if you were a flat earther and you'd worked all that out, right, that the Earth was flat, it wouldn't concern you anymore because you know that you can't get into anyone's head and work out why anyone does anything.
Even
You'd
true.
have to ask them.
This is what
Now you're a flat
Mentoria
earther.
is.
Now you're a flat earther. Now you can go and ask them why they lied, right?
With you. You're not trying to have an
So,
honest conversation.
I
I wish
am, but you're talking about emotions. You're talking about someone
it has nothing
doing
to do with
something for
emotions.
some reason, and we can't know why someone's doing something. We can know if they're doing something, right? So we have to work out whether there's a lie or not. Is there a lie? Is the Earth flat or is it a globe? It's an is question.
Are you making a point?
Yes. So let's work it out. Right? So the
All right.
let's go through it slowly, man. So the observation is that the Earth's flat. Would you agree with that?
No, I do not agree with that. I would say
Okay.
the observation would prove that the world is round.
Okay. Can you present the
Let me ask
observation?
you this. Do you think gravity?
No, just stop. We're gonna do this.
No,
Can you
because
present the
you want to frame
observation?
it in a way. You want to frame it in a way
I'm not
that you
framing
hold
anything.
the
You just
conversation
said.
so that you can do. No.
I'm sorry.
Does
You just said
gravity
the
exist?
observation is that the Earth's a globe.
Just
I'm
answer me
asking
this?
you.
Does gravity exist? Can you answer that? Does gravity exist?
I'm not moving off the question. We're going through
You
this
see,
step
but
by
no, you're
step.
trying to no. Then I don't want to have this conversation with you. I'll leave.
After we go through this,
If
you
you
can
want to
ask
actually
me.
have this
You
debate,
can ask me about gravity. All right. So after we do this, you can ask me
okay.
about gravity. That's fine. I'll answer your question. You don't need to be rude to me. I'm not being rude to you. Okay.
No, you're being
So
disingenuous, and
the
that's the
observation.
same
You
thing.
said the observation. I'm not. I'm just repeating what you said. You said the observation is that the Earth's a globe, right? So can you show me that observation?
That the world is a globe. So
Yeah.
in my ability and in my life, I have navigated using a compass and the stars, and that has proven to me that the world is a globe.
How does a compass prove the Earth's a globe?
Because it points towards magnetic north. If I keep going west, I will keep going west forever.
In
How
a
do you
circle.
explain that?
It works on the globe too. If you point north and you're on a sphere, and you head west or east, you're gonna go in a circle, aren't you?
Yeah, okay, but then what about if I'm in the southern
Yeah. And if
hemisphere?
you're on a
Does it
flat
then?
plane and the compass points north and you head east or west, you're gonna go around in a circle as well.
Okay, so your contention is that the compass always points to what, the center of the Earth?
North.
Not
No,
not
not the center of the Earth. No, I didn't say that. It points to
well, the center of
a
if the
magnetic
Earth is
center.
flat,
No,
where's
a
the magnetic
magnetic
center of the
center.
where
A
is that
magnetic
if it's
center.
flat?
The compass
I heard you
works
third time.
on a magnetic center.
Okay, so where's the magnetic center on a flat Earth?
Where the magnet points.
Where is that then? On a flat Earth, show me a map that explains to me where the magnetic north is.
So are you saying that the compass doesn't point to a magnetic north?
No, I'm saying it does, but I on a globe, not on a flat Earth.
Well,
So show
then
me a
you're
map.
adding
Show
something.
me a
So
map
then you're just
where the
Then you're just adding something in, right?
no.
Now
Are
you're
you
adding
do you
in
think
on a globe. But you said compasses prove that the Earth's a globe. But I just demonstrated that on a flat surface, you go around in a circle, and on a sphere, you go around on a circle as well.
Just show me a map
So
that
they're
shows
both.
the southern
This is the
hemisphere.
problem, right? So you go compass,
Not
globe,
listening,
but
dude.
it
You're
works
clearly
on
not
both.
listening at all.
Okay, go ahead.
It
Go
does
ahead.
not.
I'm all ears.
It does not work on both, because then if in your viewpoint there is a magnetic center on a flat Earth, where on that flat Earth is the magnetic center? Is it in
Well,
the
you
center of
point the
that
compass
flat?
north. Point the compass north and follow it.
But are you like not understanding the question? Can you, like, there's someone in chat showed a
It's
map.
Antarctica, by the way, where the center would be.
No, it's not. Antarctica's in the
Antarctica's in the
south.
Yes, it
south.
is.
Sorry, dude.
So
He's a
then why
globe.
can't
He's a
you
glober. He's on your side.
Dude, this is so like it's
If you're
the
talking
crazy
about
part
the
about this
North Pole on
conversation with
flat
No,
you
Earth,
knowledge.
is
Antarctica
Stay
will
that
out
be
of
the
the
center.
conversation.
no, but you have to recognize that a majority of the planet thinks that you're fucking retarded for your view,
Yeah, that's
right?
fine. I
That
don't really care about that. I don't care about
then,
what people think, right?
okay,
So
but you shouldn't act like you're so high and mighty because people don't
I'm
see
not.
the way
I'm
you do. Then
talking to you, and you keep on insulting me.
I'm
You're
sorry.
the
I
only
don't mean to
one
insult
that
you.
keeps on. You're the only one that's acting high and mighty at the moment.
No, I feel like you're
I
being
haven't
condescending in the
insulted
way
you
you're
once.
talking to me. No, but I feel that you're being
No, I'm
condescending
being
in the way
very
you're talking
stern
to me.
because I deal with people like you all day.
Well, I don't meet people like you very often because most
Okay.
people know the
Yeah,
world
I
is round.
know.
And it makes
Yeah,
so much more
but that
sense.
doesn't.
It just makes more sense
Okay,
because
so why can't you
everything we know
explain it
about.
then?
Do you know what relativity is?
So why can't you explain it then?
Explain what?
The Earth being a globe. So far, you've said compasses, which go around a northern point. That's not a globe.
It's not just that, it's everything
Okay,
that you
what
have.
else then?
Have you ever been to the most northern point where the compass takes you? Like
No, I haven't.
to the
No.
point. Okay,
No.
but have you seen videos of people that have been there?
Yeah, the star Polaris. Yeah, I've
Yeah,
seen
yeah,
it.
and
Yeah,
the
yeah.
sun doesn't set for like 6 months out of the year. How do you
That's not
explain
6
that?
months. That's a stretch. I don't have to explain that. That's your explanation.
No, but then there's literally video evidence of this.
That's fine. I'm not doubting it. How does
Then
that
what are
make
you
it a globe?
doubting? What makes, like, how do you, okay, so I'm
So
gonna
you're
come
going to
back
avoid
to
this question now.
no,
You just presented the sun being 24 hours in the north, and how does that make it a globe?
because the Earth is on something called a precession, right? So the Earth isn't like north
So
doesn't
the
mean
Earth's moving, right?
the Earth is moving, but it's also tilted.
Okay.
Like that's why we have
Okay.
seasons.
And it's
So you
rotating
can
as
explain
well.
seasons. Why do we have seasons? A flat Earth
Okay.
model does not
Can you
explain seasons.
demonstrate? Can you demonstrate the Earth moving?
Uh, yes,
You
you
keep.
can look at the
Go
stars.
ahead.
You can look at the sun and the
That's the
moon, and you can
stars.
look at
That's the
the
stars
other
moving,
planets.
not the
Yeah,
Earth
you can see
moving.
how
That's
the
the
other.
stars.
Every time I try to talk, you interrupt me, so I don't even know
Yeah,
why.
I know because
You see,
you
you're doing it
said
again
the Earth
every
is
time
moving.
I try to.
The
No,
Earth
but
is
I'm not gonna
moving
have a
because
conversation
something
with
in the
you
sky
every
is
time. You
moving,
see, you
right?
cannot let me make a point without
Yeah,
interrupting.
because you
Yeah,
now you know how it feels,
because
right?
no, no, no,
Yeah,
you're a disingenuous
yeah.
because you
So
know what?
you've
Down,
been sitting
I
here interrupting me and
no,
insulting me, and now when
no
someone else
problem.
starts to talk over the top of you, you
I
get upset,
have
right?
an honest conversation
See
with
how it
someone because
feels?
all
It's
the
not a
evidence
very nice
you.
conversation, is it?
You just
Yeah,
vibe. You know, if
yeah.
I see, therefore I know. Like your education level proves
I
that
I haven't
shit
actually
about
told you what I know yet. I haven't told you anything.
you.
You've been telling me what you think you know,
Like
and
you are
it's
the
absolutely
master.
nothing.
I love having a good, honest debate with people, but like there's no
It's not
matter
a
where you
debate. You are the
Like,
ones that you're putting up claims that you have no backup for. I haven't made any claims yet. You haven't given me a chance to. You're the
made
one that's
plenty
not
of
having a good faith conversation.
Jesus. Literally, I stopped talking, and then the minute I start talking, you interrupt me. It's funny how you do that.
Holy fuck, you're a whiny baby. Jesus fuck.
Alright, I'll go somewhere else
Hey,
then.
we don't bully people.
Good night. If you guys want to have an honest debate with someone who knows the world is round, I'll stick around. But if not, then call me a whiny baby and interrupt me a bunch. But if you want me to stay, then tell me, and then I will have this conversation with you. But if
Maybe
not,
you
then
should
fuck.
try not interrupting other people, and then it'll work both ways, right?
Should I go or should I stay?
You can stay. I'm going to go on mute because you're not worth talking to.
Alright, bye then. Anyone else want to try to make his point and be less condescending about it? No other flat earthers want to step up to the plate and try to have a conversation?
You're a clown, you're in bad faith, no one wants to talk to you.
Yeah. This is why flat earthers are considered the dumbest, most fucking disingenuous retards on the
Great
fucking planet.
argument. Great argument.
Oh,
Good job.
there's no argument to be made. I'm literally attacking you guys
Yeah,
as a bunch
exactly.
of.
You haven't presented any evidence, not one shred.
There
So
is
good,
so
good,
much
good on that.
evidence out there. I don't need to present evidence. There is so much evidence out there. You guys just reject it at
Oh,
every
flip it.
turn.
Flip it. You didn't
You
provide
cannot
shit.
prove your point of view at all. That's why no one believes you. And that's why you guys are such a fringe group that is literally, you guys are equated with the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet. When people talk about stupid
I
people,
agree with you,
they're
man.
usually like, "Oh man, you're a flat earther," because you must be fucking stupid. Because only the dumbest people in society could believe that the Earth is flat. Because all the evidence proves you
All
wrong.
right,
We
bro.
literally
Can
have
you stop getting your knickers up in a
satellite.
bunch?
Why is this guy so right, guys? Why is this guy so amazingly right? How do you guys explain daytimes and nighttimes? Explain that. If the Earth is flat and doesn't move.
That's a very good point. No, they'll
Yeah.
say, well, it's shadows.
They
we're in a
claim
very
they claim time zones to be like political, and that's fucking retarded.
It's such a dumb argument. And then they get into like this, well, if you shine a laser or
How's it?
refraction. Well, the argument earlier was refraction, where you
How many
need
time zones
science.
are in China?
What refraction is, but you reject other parts of science. You guys are
Crazy
fucking
how you guys
stupid.
can't explain how it's not possible for how it's possible for the Earth to not move.
I think they just
Explain
don't want
waves.
to talk to you guys.
No, explain Ifo. Explain how there are waves. Explain how there are
really.
waves if the
Oh
Earth
no,
doesn't move.
I'm a Glober. I'm just here because they like me.
No, it's
Because
not.
like I'm the queen.
Because they're like, so you don't believe you're a flat earther then?
No, I'm not a flat earther. What the hell?
Even she thinks it's fucking dumb.
You have to be brain dead to think the Earth is flat. And then they go, well, the ancient civilizations. Wow, 2,000 years ago, when they used to think Apollo drew the sun across the sky, they thought the Earth was flat. That's
No,
the 30 years.
they're only like somehow like sensible argument is that it was measured flat. Okay, explain the other like contradictions to that though. You can't.
They can't explain why we've been to the moon either. There's no
No, they call that
explanation.
fake. They call that fake. They deny that.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's
They
a
deny that.
stupid argument. That's why they get in these like bad faith arguments where they have to interrupt and they have to try to say something about some bullshit that no one's ever heard of before that
Yo,
could
Timbo,
easily
did
just.
you miss me? Timbo,
Great
did you miss me?
argument. Oh, man, this is awesome.
Timbo, do you remember me?
We
Timbo.
all knew you were bad faith actors, and it didn't take long for you to show your true colors and start
Wait,
spouting
how's
out
it
your
possible?
mouth
Wait,
like a.
how's it possible for the sun to orbit around the Earth? Because flat earthers claim that the sun orbits around the Earth and the Earth doesn't spin.
What do you observe?
The sun is moving, but it's not.
Hey, welcome to the team, bruh.
You do realize the sun is about the
It's
100
not.
size, 100
What?
times the Earth.
show me any evidence to support your claim to the size of the Earth. I
Okay,
mean, the
okay, there you
size
go. It's a
of the
star.
sun.
Firstly, it's a star.
What?
It's a star. Stars are fucking huge. Stars are huge. It's been proven to be a star.
100
Proven
times the size of the
by
Earth, eh?
what
Straight up.
science
100 times,
proved that the sun
the
is a
size of the
star?
Earth. What do you mean?
All right,
Solar
I,
flares.
I have
Solar flares.
evidence. I have
Solar flares
evidence.
come out of the sun. Solar
Do you
flares come
know
out of the sun.
that the scientific method is not used in astronomy? You know this?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
In astrophysics, the scientific
It
method is not
is.
used in astrophysics.
Yes, it is.
It's purely
Yes,
theoretical.
it is.
They did a test. They did a test on. They used the speed of light to detect like how far away the sun is. They did this in like 20
Theoretical
years
does
ago.
not mean the scientific. That science does not apply to this thing.
Okay, listen. If it has been proven, go ahead, bro.
Just because it's a theory doesn't mean that's a theory is part of the scientific method. You have a theory
Yes,
that
we
the
know the
world is flat.
stories.
That theory has
We
been
all
thoroughly
believe the
debunked.
Earth was a ball too. Okay,
Brother.
we were all
Okay,
taught
so
the same
listen.
thing.
I'm curious what you'll say on this. If it has been proven that the sun is 93 miles away from the Earth, but looks
hasn't.
like it has. They use the speed of light. They used the what's the
No,
call? They
more
did
than
like a planet like test, I think, on like
93
a
miles.
planet. I forgot the
How many
which
miles?
which planet was it?
Calculations built on
Way more than
assumption
93 miles.
are
It's way
not
Yeah,
more.
but look,
measurements
listen.
and
What
do
flat
not have to
earthers
comport
believe?
with reality.
No, what flat earthers believe, they don't like believe anything they see unless they verify it. So if I saw a
Wow,
bottle,
what a crazy
unless I
idea.
verified it it was a bottle, I won't believe that exists. That's a retarded fucking thing to do. Like, why do you have to verify everything? You see it, and you have to ask questions.
Do you think there's a lot of lies and bullshit sold to people in the world today?
Exactly, there are, but those without
Wow,
proof,
then why would anybody ever want to verify anything? That's
exactly, those
stupid.
without proof. No, you're saying that if you see something, you don't believe it unless you actually verified it and saw that it was believe that it was that thing.
No, incorrect.
Yes, that's how you
We
think of the sun is like small.
No, incorrect. We simply learned how to differentiate explanation from evidence.
Evidence? You mean proof?
Evidence.
Yes.
All right.
Explanation and evidence are two different things.
Does light bend because of gravity? Can we agree that light bends because of gravity?
No, you cannot show any evidence for this.
Then why, when there is a lunar eclipse,
what is gravity?
Gravity is the attraction towards mass. That mass will attract things towards it, and the more mass something has, the more attraction it has. And gravity can not only bend space, but it can also bend light and time.
You realize that Newtonian gravity was
Newtonian,
thrown away over 100 years ago, right?
Yeah, but this isn't Newtonian. This is the
What do you think?
Newtonian
A
physics
mass
was
attracting
proven
mass
wrong when
is
it comes to
Newtonian gravity.
Let me
No,
ask you this. Let me
that is
ask you this.
Newtonian gravity, but Newtonian gravity was proven wrong when we could see that light and space could be bended with gravity, and that's why you can see the stars behind the sun when there's a lunar eclipse,
Exactly.
because the gravity of the sun will bend that light, so you can literally see the stars behind the sun. Einstein proved.
Oh, you said banded.
I'm gonna say
let
this.
me ask you something.
I'm gonna say this.
Let me ask you something.
One more time.
So, okay, what do you think about this? They detected that radar test and like saw that they used the speed of light with like a radar test and proved that it was actually 93 million miles away from the Earth. What do you think of this?
Once
20th
again,
century test, by the way. 20th
do
century.
you want me to answer your question? Okay.
Go ahead.
Let me speak.
How is it fake if they actually tested it? That it was that long away. So it means
Now, do you want me to answer your question?
Yeah.
Do.
Okay, now listen. Calculations built on assumption are not
No.
measurements.
They use their radar, bro. There's not a calculation. They use the actual radar.
No
What do you mean?
There's
They calculated. They assumed
they calculated
the
after
two-way
they used the
speed of
radar.
light.
They calculated
assumed
after,
the
bro.
mediums that were
They
present.
calculated after. They used they tested it first, then they calculate how fast the speed of light is. Then they calculated how far away that would have been with correct math.
I'll try it
They
one more time.
calculated.
Let's see if you can listen.
Okay, I guess you're just gonna keep on going
We
through
Calculations
heard
built
you.
on
You
assumption shit.
assumption
responded.
are not
Yeah, see,
measurement.
this assumption shit. He
No,
doesn't
just
understand. It was
Low
an
key,
assumption,
y'all
bro.
are like talking over each other for real.
If he doesn't
They
understand, it's not an assumption, bro.
I told you 2 assumptions.
Okay, I guess.
They assumed the two-way speed of light, and they assumed all mediums that the light was
Assumed. Why are you
traveling
saying
through.
assumed though? Why are you saying
No,
assumed?
Because they
there's
have
no
no
assumption
way
about
to
the variable
verify
speed of
it.
light.
Oh
We
my
don't
god.
know. When you there's this is actually he's making a decent point right here because this is actually really something interesting in physics is when we judge the speed of light, we don't know if that is the speed of light from one location to another or from that location back again.
Okay.
Because when you
Yeah, you're right.
observe light, when you reflect it off of something, are you observing the light from the moment you sent that light to the moment it hit something, or are you
Mhm.
observing it from the moment it hit that thing and it came back to you? Because the only way you can observe it is when it reaches you. So that's the two-way speed of light. But this is one of those bullshit arguments that flat earthers make because this is a complicated uh, argument within physics on whether the speed of light is a two-way speed or a one-way speed.
They
You
Because
can't
also
really
no,
prove. You
they
can't even
also
prove like
assumed the
provable shit.
it's
mediums.
impossible to prove right now. We don't have a way of
No,
proving.
because that I know why. Because these flat earthers always ask for verification for some fucked up reason, even though they
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
don't
almost
need
like we wanna know
verification.
stuff. Crazy, isn't it?
yeah,
What
but
if you
there's
You
see
take
it?
things
everybody's
that we
word
don't
for it.
see
You
yet.
believe
What
in
if you
stories and
calculate and see?
explanation.
No, no, you just
Don't
don't like
question your
logic, bro.
reality.
You just don't like logic. You just don't like logic. That's
What
the
do you
thing.
think we're using?
Wait. Let me reframe this real quick. How do you explain the people
Let
in
me.
like the space station? Are those just people like lying about
Yeah.
it?
What about
Like,
NASA? $1 billion
yeah,
company.
Yeah, there's
it's not a
there
company.
it's
It's a
it's
government
space
organization.
is the final frontier, but it's made in
I
a
want to ask
Hollywood
you a
basement.
few more.
So
I want to ask you a few more
everybody
questions.
who has anything to do with NASA is just lying to you. Is that what you
Exactly.
Nope.
believe?
Is
Hundreds
no,
of
that's
thousands
not
of
what I
people
said. That is
across
not
the
what I
globe are
said.
lying. Then
That
are
is
you
not
really telling me that
true.
there are
That
all
is
these
not
people?
what I said.
Then let me ask you this: do you acknowledge there are people smarter than you who work in those industries?
Sure.
Definitely.
Okay, then do you acknowledge that every one of those people has to be lying for your theory
No.
Everyone has to be
correct?
in on it. That's not
No.
possible.
Everyone has to be in on it.
Incorrect.
So
Incorrect.
a bunch of these people are just being fooled. They just
There
don't
you
know any better.
go.
They're
They
smarter than
believe what they were taught.
Yeah. Wait. Wait.
They
Wait.
but
think
I
within the
they're
understand. I
smarter
parameters
than
understand.
they
you. They
know.
just don't know any better than you.
Okay.
If
They
a
If
just
you're
teacher teaches
you're
you
more
something, they teach you what they believe. They That doesn't make them a liar. There doesn't
Yeah,
have
but
to
you
be
said they're
everybody in
smart.
on this
Wouldn't a
grand
smart person
lie.
know actual the truth? Wouldn't a smart person not like say what he was taught, just like find out more information and just tell you the
yeah.
truth?
Most
Wouldn't a
Are
smart
people
you the
person do
only
have
one
that?
who's able
never
to
even
deduce
thought
the
about it.
truth and no one else is able to
I don't know
deduce?
about. I don't know how like
No.
true this is, but I've
You can go
actually read
verify this
somewhere
yourself.
that you need at least a
I have
minimum of like
seen,
a special
man,
IQ to
there
join
are
the NASA.
so many videos of flat earthers who go out and try to do their own experiments and prove themselves wrong. The
Yeah,
whole
it's the
laser
No.
memeasurement shit. It's always the
yeah,
measurement
the
shit.
whole
Like who's
measurement thing.
measured
They go
flats?
out
You're
or they
talking
go out
about
there
one
and
Netflix
then they
hit
get proven
piece,
wrong.
and we're
Oh, what?
talking about dozens and dozens of laser transit tests. You're
No,
talking about one
it's
Netflix
We're
not.
not talking about
mockumentary.
one.
No,
I
no.
can name
It's
10
you're not.
contradictions to
It's
your
not.
claims.
Wait. Hold up. Let me respond.
You can't
It's
even state my
just
claims.
one Netflix. It's not one Netflix video. It's all of the scientific community. There's no one with a master's degree that believes what you
You are
think.
just
There's
blurring topics right now.
barely no, but the thing is nobody who has studied this shit agrees with you. Literally nobody. You cannot tell me all those people have just been brainwashed by their teachers
That's a lie.
because
Come on,
why
man.
would they go along with it? Then where are the experts? Where are the people who have degrees in this thing that
Dr.
agree
John
with you?
D.
Yeah, we'll show you some. That's some of the best
But
laser
brother,
transit tests
do you
ever
know
made. Was by a PhD physicist who specializes in optics. Has over
so I
350
found out.
hours
I
of these
found out
laser
you
There
have
are
to
transit
have
tests.
like
millions of people who disagree with you that have the same degree, but you guys want to
exactly
latch
even
on
NASA.
one person? No, but the thing is
You talk
you can
about
have
logic and then you use logical fallacies like appealing
no
to
because
Did
consensus
you
and
know?
appealing to
no,
authority.
this
That is
isn't
not
just
where truth is found.
consensus or
If you ever find
authority. This
yourself
oh
on
my
the
god.
side of the majority, it's time to pause and reflect. That's what Mark
Can I
Twain
Wouldn't
ask
you
said.
you
think
this?
if it was
I agree with
guaranteed?
that. I agree with that. If you ever find yourself on the side
Then
of the
quit
majority,
using
then
stupid
you should
logical
then you
fallacies
should
to support your
no,
position and find some
no,
empirical measurements of curvature.
no, because
Measurements. There's contradictions,
I
game.
They
think
don't
that you
exist.
presented with any evidence would still deny that evidence because you are so invested in your viewpoint.
This
I
is
don't
what
think
you
that you
believe.
are an
You can
honest.
poison the
I no, no,
well.
no.
You can sit here and talk
Shut
about
up.
what is
Well,
wrong
and
with my
this
logic
was
and thinking when you're
logical
the
fallacy.
one that's sitting here spouting fallacy. Go
Wait,
get
Yoshi, I
some
want to ask you a
actual
mini question.
evidence of
Let me talk
measured
first.
curvature, and then we'll see if I deny your evidence.
Man,
Yoshi,
Find
I want
I
to
have
talk.
actual measurement of
literally
surface
I have
curvature, not stars in
okay,
the
let me
sky,
explain this
not
to me then. All right.
explanations for all these sci-fi things. You find empirical measurements of drop over distance curvature. No one has ever measured this curvature. You think they
Okay,
have,
explain to me
but
this.
you go
Explain to me
look
this
for
then.
it and you
I have
present it.
I have I have taken sailboats from California to Hawaii,
Are
from
you going to
California.
reset back to
No, no, no.
celestial
Listen to me.
navigation again?
Yes, because
Well,
I
then
the only way
zip it.
celestial
I've
navigation when
already
you stop
explained it.
fucking interrupting, the only way celestial navigation works is on a globe theory world. And I've
You're
taken
wrong.
from California to Puerto Vallarta down to La Paz
I
down
took a
to
boat somewhere. The only way I could have took my boat anywhere if the water was curving.
By the way, minimum IQ for to work at NASA is 140. Do you think anyone with above like that IQ would even like fly to you? That's like like hierarchy of like smartness.
Smart
You'd
people
have
don't
to
lie. Is that literally what you
no,
just said?
no. If it's like to like the media and millions of people, why would they
Dude,
lie?
like it's just
Doesn't
no,
fallacy after fallacy after fallacy. Do y'all have any actual empirical evidence to present or just stories and fallacy?
no,
Because
we
it's
have
getting
logical
pretty
claims
weak.
that contradict your claims. We have
overwhelming
logical claims
Been
that
an hour.
contradict
They
your
haven't
claims.
produced one shred of evidence
rejection
yet.
everything.
And isn't that funny?
All right.
We have
Yeah,
So I'll
and that's
contradictions to your claims, though. By the way, we have contradictions to your claims.
What is my claims? Repeat my
Okay, so
claim.
first you claim that the Earth is flat when there's many questions that you have to ask yourself before confirming that theory.
You said you're good. That is my claim. Water measures flat. The earth measures, is experienced and utilized and
Okay, now
measures as
first question.
flat.
There's like many questions. First question: why is there daytime and nighttime in different countries and different
See,
places?
you're
Explain
going
that.
to want to appeal to the sky when we're talking about
build this
measurements of
that's
the
not even a
surface.
logical fallacy. That's not a logical fallacy. Shut the
I
fuck up.
didn't say it was a
Appeal to the
fallacy, did
sky.
I,
No, no, this
dumbass?
whole
I
appeal
said
thing.
he's reaching to the sky when we're talking about the surface.
No, that's a
That is
contradiction, though.
off
Still, that's a
Oh,
topic.
contradiction. If
so you
no, no,
can
no, no,
just
no, it's not. No, it's
disregard
not. Let
any
me talk. Let me
evidence.
talk. Let me talk. No, it's
All right,
not because just because if the Earth was flat and it's spun, it wouldn't change because it's not a sphere. It doesn't wrap the shadows and the sunlight doesn't wrap around the Earth, right? If the Earth was flat and it like spun, it wouldn't change. Okay, so only
What?
possible like no, no, no. Listen,
This is your
only
proof of
possible.
surface curvature. Is this whatever this is?
No, no, just it's an easy explanation. I'm not using fancy words like you do,
We're
bro.
not
It's an
after
easy explanation.
explanation. We're after evidence. Do you have
I
any?
guess that logical claim, it makes sense, right? So why wouldn't you believe it?
We are after evidence, not explanation. Do you
I'm
have
just,
any
dude.
evidence?
You told me to write say the contradictions, and I'm saying it right now, and now you're asking for
he's
something
giving you a
else,
perfect contradiction. Like
a
literally, he
perfect
could
one.
not
The
do
So
surface
listen,
of
listen.
exactly what
water
you asked.
measures flat to
We
have
don't have to talk
zero
about one
curvature.
certain subject,
If it
bro.
has no curvature, then it is not a sphere. This is the topic of the room.
Exactly.
This is what we are
Gravity
discussing.
Why do
exists.
we
We
have to
have
talk about?
we have
Let's just switch from
hundreds
that for a
of
second.
examples to
Let's just switch
falsify
from that
the
though.
radius of the earth.
Let's just
You
switch
have
from that for
no
once, bro.
examples of
I
surface
guess
curvature.
calculations don't count. I guess.
Yes,
Anyways, let's
we
switch from that for
do. I've
once. For
provided
once. For
them.
once.
I've provided them,
You
and you
provided
pretend like
measurements of surface
refraction.
curvature?
That yes, that you can see it with your own
Where? Show
eyes.
me. Post it in the side chat, please.
Look inside chat. I posted photos of city skyscrapers appearing over the horizon.
So you're resetting to that too. You don't remember that the
That's true. Actually,
horizon
that's
is
a
That is
very good.
provably
That's a
an
very good claim.
optical effect. You didn't Google refractive sinking, like I said, sinking refraction, like I said,
Okay, then
which
give me
completely
evidence of what you're
proves
saying.
that
You
that
keep
is
asking
not
for evidence. I showed you
specific
evidence.
and
Now show me
required to be
evidence
a
of what you're
sphere.
saying.
You still didn't answer my question, by
Because
the way. Is
now
that because you can't?
you're appealing to a scientific position. Prove your
Nope.
scientific like that.
What
No, yeah,
scientific
nope.
position am I appealing to?
That the refraction somehow explains the level of curvature that you can see in these photos.
There is no curvature seen in the photos. You are seeing obstruction of objects in the distance.
By what?
By atmospheric conditions.
Okay, so then show me the
By the
science
limit
that
of
explains
resolution
the
of your eye.
atmospheric, because we know what refraction is. It explains a mirage, right? You have heat close to the ground and the heat can bend light, and that's where you get refraction. It creates mirages. And it's why people in the desert see water when there's no water, because it makes you
Okay.
think you're seeing something
We're,
you're not. So
we're
show
familiar.
me the evidence the same way you're asking me to show you the evidence. I presented evidence to you. Now show me the evidence that proves the refraction you're explaining, that you're
I'm
trying to
not
describe,
invoking
explain
Go
the
ahead.
flat Earth.
refraction. I'm
No,
not invoking
then what are you?
refraction.
Then the
I am
atmosphere?
showing
Show me
direct
some evidence.
measurements of the surface
Show
of
me evidence.
water to have zero drop over distance.
Show me the evidence.
You are the
I
one that
need
is
some
appealing
evidence.
to refraction.
Dude, he's just
No,
asking for
you see,
evidence.
now
Can
you
can
have
you show
no
evidence or not?
evidence to explain
Of the laser
anything that you're
transits,
saying.
we already shared
Yeah,
multiple of them with
nothing.
you.
Show it. Then share it again. Where?
Sure,
Go
1
ahead. You
second.
didn't see it, bro.
You
By the
guys
way, you didn't answer
love
my question.
using the scientific method
How's it
when
possible for
it.
daytime and nighttime if the Earth is flat and it just doesn't spin? Okay, if your claim is that the sun spins and orbits around the Earth, how would the fuck would it go close to the moon? Because if the moon doesn't move, does it move to you guys? Because I don't know, you guys are retards. Does the moon move to you guys? Like, does it orbit around as well? Can you
Not
guys
only
answer
that,
that?
but what is the moon?
For
What
some
is
reason, when you insult
your?
somebody like a little piece of shit, people won't want to respond for some reason.
Well,
Huh.
I'm not
No,
trying
because
to.
they
I
can't.
have
It's because they
insulting,
can't.
but
Because I'm insulting
no,
because it's
here,
just like you
let
can't
me ask
prove a lot
this.
of stuff.
Let's not go to the ad hominem if we're going to talk about logical fallacies, but let's not ad hominem. There, you have no explanation for what the moon is, what the sun is, why does it revolve around us, what are the stars, why
Yeah,
do planets?
flat earther, explain all of reality to me, or your measurements of surface flatness don't
My
count.
my argument
Explain
explains
how
all
there's
these
daylight.
things. My argument will say that we've put rovers on the moon. We've put
I,
satellites around.
I tried to repost one of the laser
Your
transit tests, but some bot
your
called
your
Clyde
whole
is stopping
argument
me for
is
some
it's
reason.
all a lie.
Same.
Your whole argument is everyone is lying to you. But I can
No, once
argue now.
again,
I
that
can
is not
explain
what anyone
what
here
planet
has
is. I can
claimed.
explain a
You
moon is.
keep
I
You
can
putting
have.
explain
words in my
what
mouth.
is the
What
You
moon.
about
keep
NASA? You
moving
said
away
NASA
from the
lied.
topic of surface curvature.
Explain
You
to
keep
me what the moon is.
reaching for anything you
What
can
is the moon?
to save you from the fact that you
What
have
is the
no
moon, bro?
empirical measurements of
You're trying
curvature.
to no, you're trying to you keep bringing us back to this bullshit argument about the curvature of the Earth.
The topic of
You
the room,
explain
yeah,
it
yeah, I
in
do.
so many ways, but you cannot explain what the moon is
Yoshi, I want to
or what
ask a mini
the sun
question. I want to ask a mini question.
No one here
So if
claims
you,
to know
yo,
what
let
the
me ask you
moon
something.
exactly is, or
So
that is
I
so
can.
irrelevant.
My
That is
theory explains
irrelevant to the surface
it's
of
not
water.
irrelevant.
Irrelevant.
It's
wait,
completely
isn't
relevant.
there
My
ocean
system explains
because of the
everything.
moon?
Your
I've heard
system
that.
explains nothing.
You all need to quit
Literally
talking
nothing.
over each other. You're asking
I'm
12
not.
questions each on top of each other. You can ask any question you want if it's relevant
Okay,
to the
go ahead.
topic of the
No, why?
room
It doesn't
and
have
to
to
the
be. So,
evidence that's
anyways,
presented to
so
you. Scroll up,
it's just
look
a
at the
yes or no
multiple
answer. It's just a yes
observations
or no answer.
and laser transit
Let
tests
me ask
that
it, Gangy.
completely falsify the radius of the Earth.
So a few minutes ago, you said the sun wasn't a star, and you asked me to prove how it was a star. What the fuck do you believe it is? A planet?
So, because I have to know what it is, just because it's true that you don't
I
have
mean, if you
evidence,
don't believe what like people claimed for it to believe, what do you believe that it is?
I don't know, man. I don't claim to
What the
know what the
damn,
sun
bro?
is.
What an answer,
Then
W,
what
bro.
is the
Do
moon?
not claim to know how all the luminaries work. what they are exactly. I do not claim to know
So
any of
your
these
whole
things. I do
argument,
not claim
your
to
whole
know the
argument
overall structure of the earth. I do not
You don't know what
claim any of that.
you don't know.
It
You
is
don't know what
not
the
no,
sun
needed
is.
to falsify the radius. And if
do
you
you know
all
what
were intellectually
do you know what
honest,
germ
you would
theory is?
know that it is not needed and irrelevant when we're talking
Have
about
you ever heard
surface
of
curvature.
have you ever heard of germ theory? Do you know what germ theory
So the
is?
sun is God,
Please
literally,
reach for
you
some
guys.
other random topic.
No. I am
I
curious
can.
about how much science. No. I know you probably know what it is, but I want to understand where he believes in science, where his belief in science ends. So if you believe in any form of science,
Do you know
can
who Michio
we?
Kaku is? Real quick, we need to clear something up. Do you know who Michio Kaku
Netanyahu.
is? He's an astrophysicist. I believe he's Japanese fellow.
It sounds like a Japanese name. No, not off the top of
Okay.
my head. I don't.
He's a famous astrophysicist, okay? And he directly said, I know of nobody in my field that uses the scientific method. Okay.
So
You keep thinking that we are rejecting all this science, okay? But you can't even differentiate explanation from evidence. That's a lot easier than differentiating science from pseudoscience.
you just used
Theoretical
about
mathematical
8 times
models are
a day.
not empirical science. Do you agree?
Where do you think the scientific method
Do
ends
you
then?
agree? Do you agree that theoretical mathematical conceptual models are not science? Do you agree?
They are theories, and that is a
There
part of
you go.
science.
Wait, I
That
Yeah,
got a question.
it can be,
Go
yes.
ahead.
like
I
the
mean,
Big
it's
Bang theory. I don't know if the Big Bang actually happened. It's a theory. It's
It
the most
didn't.
it's an
plausible theory.
explanation, right?
Yeah,
There's no
It's the
but it
most
evidence
could be
for it.
wrong.
That's an
But it
explanation.
could be
unevidence,
wrong.
unlogical theory.
Yeah,
A
but
logical
it
theory.
could be wrong. It could be illogical, but it's the most likely
It's
thing
not.
that we have. Well, I mean,
Atheists believe that before the Big Bang time didn't exist, but they also believe protons and neutrons exist and collided with each other.
yeah,
How would that have been possible if time didn't exist?
no. Okay, I understand the argument you're making, but let's not get sidetracked because
Yeah.
that's
Okay. Wait.
because just you
I want
and
to
I
ask
can
him one more
have.
question. I want to ask.
You and I would love to have that conversation with you in a little bit because I know exactly what
Oh,
you're
so
talking
you're an atheist? All right.
I am. Well,
Can
technically,
anyone
All
tell me why I can't
no,
post
But
YouTube
wait,
links in the
shut
channel?
up 1 second.
right. All right.
Flat
It's
Earth,
okay.
shut up for 1 second. I'm agnostic because I am
Okay.
not so convinced of that theory that
I
it does.
respect that.
I do not believe that it disproves the creator theory. I think the creator theory is a much less likely theory, but I'm not atheist because atheist would mean that I believe it wholeheartedly, without a doubt. And I'm not that.
I respect that. Woods. So Woods, I
Yes,
want to ask you. So if you think the Earth is like Earth is flat, do you think the other planets are also?
I know
Oh,
that's a question. Is it for me?
earlier we specifically explained that you're going to innately at first try to picture the heliocentric model and then put a flat disk in it. But that's not what anyone here is claiming. And you're going to try to mix up these models, okay? And you're going to be really confused.
They're shaped
Nobody
the
is
same way,
claiming
bro.
nobody is claiming
Explain it
that
to us
Earth
then.
is
No,
a
don't
flat
tell us
disk
what we think.
in
Tell
the
us what you
solar
think.
system.
Then
I was
what
clearing
is
this
the
up.
theory that is most likely correct to you?
Theory of what?
The heliocentric model. Like, what
What's
is the
that even
most
mean?
The
that the Earth is
heliocentric
that Earth
model
is
has been falsified by the fact that there is no curvature present on Earth.
Yeah, but what
there's
about the pictures NASA took?
If the pictures, yeah, that's cool, man. They take pictures and they show a nice big blue
let
spherical
me ask you this.
Earth,
That
right?
curves around and
Is
If
Earth is
those
curved.
Elon
pictures,
Musk
hey, can I
is
speak?
Elon Musk in on the lie though? No. Shut up. Like your opinion, we get it. Is the
Dude,
is Elon Musk in on the
somebody
lie?
mute this fucking punk bitch.
No,
Take it
fuck you,
down,
dude.
mute him.
You
Don't mute
we
him.
know your
If you mute
opinion.
him, you're just gonna lose
You're
the
a
argument.
diehard
You're
flat
proving it.
earther.
You're
But like
proving it.
who
And ain't nobody
what
losing no
other
argument. Y'all are making fools of yourself, reaching for
You're making a
straws,
fool of
reaching,
yourself.
talking
You
about
said you don't
anything
know
we
what the fucking
can,
sun is. You said you
and
don't
you
know what the
can't
fucking
talk
sun is.
about the
you don't know what the
topic
sun
of the
is? You
room.
don't how do you explain seasons? Why
The
do
Exactly.
sun moves.
Sun
the
moves
The
and
sun
doesn't
sun
swallow
takes
the moon.
different
then
Does the
paths,
moon move?
explain
different
Does the
circuits
moon
move the
move
in the
as well?
sky.
sun. explain to me the movement of the sun that also explains seasons and nighttime. How
You
does that
think
work?
Exactly.
you
No,
think the
they probably
source
believe the
of
moon moves
heat.
as well.
You think, what do you observe? You
Well, I
think the
saw the moon
source of heat
today.
is
I was like
93
around
million miles
noon,
away.
and I saw the
I'm
moon,
done
and it was
talking with
about a
y'all. Y'all
half.
ain't even gonna
It
let
was a
nobody
half
talk.
moon.
Nah,
Y'all are
go ahead and
some
let him
rude
talk. Let him
little
talk. Let
Let
him
me
talk.
talk
Yoshi,
punks.
let him
too.
talk.
Yeah.
Go
All
ahead,
right.
bro. Go ahead.
Now,
We're letting you talk. No, go ahead. You're acting like a
the
bratty
s-
child
you
now.
you think that the sun is 93 million miles away, and you believe all these stories you were told.
Yeah, because it's
You
logical
think
to think that way.
you think the source of heat is logical, but you have no evidence to support it. No empirical
It's a
evidence.
There's
star. It has solar flares
evidence,
coming out of it. What the
dude.
fuck?
There's so much evidence.
Present
You're the one who
evidence
rejects.
of
Of
surface
what?
curvature.
Specifically. All right. You want specific? All right. So I will right
Present
now.
evidence of
I'm gonna.
surface
All right. Wait,
curvature.
then stop talking for a second. I'm gonna tell you exactly what I'm googling. I'm gonna Google present me evidence. I'm gonna spell that right of the Earth's curvature.
Can anyone post one of Dr. John Dee's
I
laser
can't even
transit
talk in that
tests?
channel.
Now you're gonna appeal to a higher source. That's a logical fallacy right there. But this
No,
is
I'm
your
showing
higher
you
source.
empirical measurements
Yeah, but all right.
that you
Then
can verify for yourself, not stories, not
what's the
explanation.
guy's name? What's the guy's name who you're appealing to right now?
I was going to show you one of Dr. John Dee's laser transit tests, but this cloud bot
All
keeps
right,
blocking me in
so
the side.
Dr. John D. That's all. That's all you're gonna give me. A last
Wait,
name.
what
What's
does
his
that
That
name?
should come
exactly
up.
prove? Curvature?
The
Dr.
lack
John
thereof.
D. Prove he's wrong. That's what I'm gonna Google. I'm gonna make it so fucking basic.
You're
John
such a
D.
dumbass.
No, you're the dumbass, dude. You're literally
Google,
a
Google,
person
tell
who's
me what's
arguing
reality,
that the Earth
Google.
is flat. No, but you're doing the same thing right now. You're literally Googling things. So if you're gonna Google shit, so am I.
I'm not
Exactly.
You're the
Googling
one who
anything. I tried to
denies
share a
all
YouTube link, but I
Why
can't
don't you
science.
post
guys
anything in the
why don't you guys
slideshow.
There's
like when people use Google though? I don't understand. This is like a source of
There's
information.
nothing
no.
Like what the
wrong
fuck?
with using tools, but if you're ignorant, you might think that they're actual gospel.
That's why when I'm done with this debate, I'm going to use my flashlight because there is always a good use for a tool.
Yeah. A degen? Surely not.
I think we can all agree on that statement. Flat earther, round earther. There's,
Wait,
you can always find a tool to get the job done.
so wait, why don't you think the sun's a star though?
I don't
Why
claim
don't
to
you?
know what the sun is.
Why,
That is
okay, why
irrelevant
don't you think
to the
that it's
way
the sun? It's the
that the
star though.
globe has been falsified.
So your model cannot explain what the sun is, but my
I
model
don't
can.
claim to have a model.
Okay, why don't you claim that it's a
You're a
planet since
flat earther. That
that
is
would
a
be nice to
model.
you?
I am not claiming a model. Why do you keep putting all these words and ideas in
You're
my mouth,
claiming that
dude?
the Earth
Literally,
is
being a
I am
flat.
flat earther
claiming
by
the
definition
surface
is a
of
model.
water is completely horizontal, and if the earth is 72% water and it's flat, it can't be a ball.
Okay, but there's contradictions
It's
though. You don't
not.
Understand, bro.
It's not
What
75%.
contradictions? Show me
Bro,
measured curvature. That's the only
How's it
thing that can
possible for the
contradict
sun
it.
to move? How's it possible the sun to move? If the moon doesn't,
Once
wouldn't it
again,
just
you're
follow
reaching
the
for the
fucking
sky
moon?
when we're trying to talk about the surface.
Okay, wait. Okay,
If you
don't
want to
then. Let's just
falsify,
change. Tell me. Tell me. Answer this off-topic question. I don't care. Answer
not
it.
know.
wait,
Exactly.
can I
Wouldn't
ask
you
you this?
know everything if this was guaranteed?
Wait, let me ask him something real quick.
If
Like,
I can measure the surface of water flat, I must know everything. Do you hear yourself speak, dude? What the?
Yeah, then why the fuck do you believe if it's not guaranteed? If every claim is
It's
not
not a
guaranteed?
belief.
Can I quickly say
Do you
something?
believe how tall you are,
Yeah.
or do
yeah.
you know how tall you
What
are?
the fuck? Yeah, I measured.
Well, I
Go
think
ahead,
you
Murph.
I
Go
think
ahead,
you
Murph.
can like grow or shrink
So
with
here's the thing, right? Um, First and foremost, without coming to agreement of what we live upon, you can't go any further than that, right? Just as you wouldn't look at your ceiling lights, right? The lights on your ceiling to determine the shape of your floor that you're standing on in your room. You're not going to do the same with the lights in the skies. If you're into the heliocentric model, right? You probably agree with the saying that the microcosm is the macrocosm and the macrocosm is the microcosm. If you do, that means everything is a mirror of itself. Something bigger is a mirror of something smaller, and vice versa. Right? Now, watch this. When it comes to the military, right? The Navy, the Army, right? And a whole bunch of other fields, right? I'm going to talk about these primarily, right? Most of their documents, when they're talking about trajectories of different type of aircraft, from the SR-71 to ballistic missiles, right? With liquid moving payload, or a liquid fast payload, right? So a non-moving one. And within all of these documents, right, they state that they do treat the Earth to be non-rotating, flat, and stationary in all of their calculations and assumptions, right?
Wait,
Not
wait,
only that,
no,
but
that's not true.
let me finish speaking, please.
That's not true.
There are also quite a few
It's
of their
not true.
documents where they talk about electromagnetic fields, right? Electricity and
No, they do
dielectricity.
not.
So,
They do not.
um,
That's wrong. What you are saying right
all
now
right.
is wrong.
I'll put the
I,
link. I think I still have it.
put the link, please, because I'm calling you out because I don't want you to keep spreading misinformation
All right,
when we're having
all
a
right, man. Okay,
conversation.
I'm gonna shut you up
All
real
right, all
fucking
right,
quick. I
all right.
personally
Do it.
also looked at
Put
every
your
single
chest
one
up,
of
man.
these links and found all of it. Everybody can do this. You can say nah, right? But that's again
No,
just a
prove me
nah.
wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Please
Prove
prove me
wrong.
wrong.
Not hard, man.
Prove me wrong. Yeah. And while you're at it, jerk me
Oh,
off. 'Cause I'm a little horny right now,
hey,
so you know what? I don't want
Booksy,
to know because that's a sin.
Booksy.
If
One
you can
second,
give
one
me a
second,
like
Booksy.
reach around,
How do you care if it's a sin? You're agnostic, bro.
if you're gonna do what I say, then give me that reach around, bro.
Wait, shut up. Well, 1 second, 1 second. There's a train coming.
Who's the other round
Who the
earther
fuck
here?
are you?
What's your name?
Daco, me?
Daco?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So
I'm not
Booksy,
sitting at my
can you
computer. I
can you see
came
if
over.
there's anything wrong? It says that the link was failed to be sent. By
The cloud
Oh
is
equals
hitting you, it's
wow.
blocking
why
you.
Yes.
Send it
what
and
thing says
no, it's
your
actually
Yeah, I
message
blocked.
can't.
It's
could
actually
not be
blocked.
delivered. You can see the full list of reasons here, and then there's a link to support
Yep.
Discord.
Same
Put it
thing.
inside.
I can't post either.
Put it
Can
inside chat or send it to me directly.
I'm not a mod. I don't
wait,
know
wait, wait, wait.
who's
That is
mod
going to
here.
be Yoshi or
Yoshi. I'm Yoshi. Yeah.
Yo,
And
Yoshi, do
Doc.
you want to
I
debate
miss
later
Doc.
about the God thing?
Well, it's
We
already
can have
1
like a
a.m.
safe
Uh,
debate, bro. Clean debate. I'm not gonna
Dude,
insult you.
I got about another hour before I have to go to bed, but I'm totally down. Like honestly, you are a
Dude,
good
how
faith.
old?
put it in the side chat. Put it in the
How old
side
are
chat if
you?
you can.
How old? How old? How old are
Yeah,
you?
me?
I'm 42, so I'm in my
42. What time is it
I'm
for
in
you?
my golden age.
Time is it for you?
It's 1 a.m. I'm on the west coast of the United States.
Dude, why you gotta go to bed? You're an adult.
Because you know what?
Fuck the
That's a
bed.
good point. I don't
Fuck the
have to go
bed.
to bed, but
Your sleep
I
schedule's
also
already used to waking out at a certain time. Even if you go to like bed like at 5 a.m., you're gonna wake up what you usually wake up at. That's how sleep works.
no, not for me.
Not
And
for
also
you.
because I give myself like a time limit because if I, I don't get on Discord very often because when I get on Discord I usually start drinking and then I stay up way too late and then the
Oh,
next day I hate the fact that I got on Discord and tonight I decided to get on Discord besi- despite my better judgment and now here I am. So if you want me to stay up until 5 in the morning or something, I'm
not
gonna hate
5.
myself, bro. Yeah, but I'm
Nah,
not
not
gonna blame
5.
you. I'm gonna blame myself, and I'm gonna be like, God damn it, Yoshi, why the fuck did you do this?
Yeah, but what's gonna
Every
ruin?
night.
What's it gonna ruin though? Come on.
I have 4 children. I
Oh,
have a
you're
job.
right. Ah, you're
Yeah,
right. You're
like,
right. My bad. My bad.
well, but 2 of my kids are in college, and the other 2 are about to be in college. So
Cheers,
I
bro.
don't.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I'm like I have more free time right now in my life than I have in the
Cheers, bro.
last 20
I'm
years.
only 16 and I want to have like a lot of children when I grow up. And I'm only 16. That's amazing, bro.
Yeah, well, I have 4 kids with 2 wives, and I'm
Oh,
currently
whoa.
divorcing my second
I
wife.
see. Damn. That's tough.
Yeah, no, actually, it's great because I'm currently dating this girl who's half African American, half Cambodian. Oh, she's so fucking hot. If you fucking knew the fucking pussy I'm getting right now, and she likes it in the
That's
butt.
insane.
She's fucking crazy.
Jeez.
Like, and she's like almost 20 years younger than I am. She's in her 20s right now. Like, I'm living the good life. I'm not complaining, but I'm also
Damn.
my mom has had surgery, so I flew out to see my mom, and I'm staying at my mom's house right now. Literally,
Uh,
like, I'm in my mom's spare room because
did that guy leave? Did Pookie leave? No, he's still here.
I don't know, but you know what? Thank God for science. Otherwise, my mom wouldn't be alive today because my mom has had cancer 3 times in her life, and she's had chemotherapy, and
Jesus
she's
Christ.
going shit. And you know what the
Yeah, I
thing is?
thought that is.
She's here. I'm here because she's having breast surgery because she had breast cancer, and she had a full bilateral mastectomy, is where they
I know
remove
how
both.
tough that is. My aunt passed away from that.
Well, so my mom survived it, but she had breast cancer. She had her breasts removed, but she was about 30 when this happened, and so she got breast implants. And because she got breast implants over the last 20 years, she's had to have her breast removed and replaced because breast implant technology is not that great. And a lot of the breast implants she's had been terrible. So she's like 70. I think she's 67, and
I see.
she decided to get rid of them completely, so she had a whole new surgery, and now she's laid up in bed watching The Mentalist or something because my
Oh,
mom
that's
likes
I've
it.
watched that. Shit's amazing.
I haven't seen it, but I heard it's good. But she's
You should
loving
watch it
life.
with your 20-year-old girlfriend.
What?
You should watch it with your 20-year-old girlfriend. It's a
Nah,
jackpot, bro.
she grew up watching. She loves like American Horror Story. She's on to like dark, like uh what was that movie that just came out where it was like the crazy girl? Fuck, she likes
Obsession.
Obsession. She made me come and go watch that with her, and you know what? It was worth it because she's really good in bed. And even if this relationship goes nowhere, at least it was fun. I'm 42. But also, if I put myself on cam, which I'm not going to do right now, I look like I'm 28, 29.
Damn, that's
So
very good. They're in good shape.
I take care of myself. I eat healthy. I don't drink a lot of alcohol. I like to smoke weed, but that's like the only type of high I like to get.
Bro, I and I'm
So
anti-weed, but I don't care what anyone else does with their life.
yeah, that's my drug of choice. I don't like to drink alcohol. I like to smoke pot. I will say I've been drinking tonight because I'm debating flat earthers. So it's like
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a drink or two. Uh, but honestly, like I've got a good life. I practice law in California. I have
Wait,
two
how much?
families, three
You
houses.
practice law, so you want to be a lawyer?
Oh, so you know what evidence is. So
Dude,
Okay,
I
because
am
we
before you
talked
come
about
I
we
back,
were
find
I
find
am a
some
lawyer.
measurements of curvature,
brother.
and
We were talking about this
when you
shit because you were
can't,
muted. We couldn't talk to you. You were just off jerking off somewhere.
I muted myself. I
No,
was looking,
but we
trying to
were
figure
having
out
a
why I couldn't post.
conversation.
Yeah, that's not the
I
topic.
feel like you're
Y'all are just degens talking about whatever.
I don't want to talk about
Yeah,
flat
but
Earth.
how can I talk? There's no flat earthers for debate, but you, and you muted. So what the fuck can I talk about?
Yeah, and honestly, like, no offense, you're not the best flat Earth debater. Like, if you appeal to the Bible, I'd have more respect than what you're appealing to. This is
Empirical measurements that anybody can verify. You don't like that kind
there
of
is
evidence?
Just
there is
measurements, bro. That's the only thing.
that you're so disingenuous when you say that there's so much more
What
empirical
is disingenuous about that
that
specifically?
that there is so much more empirical. If we're just talking about a magnitude of evidence,
Does that make
you,
these
no, you're
empirical
trying,
measurements not empirical
you're
measurements
trying to like
because you
no, because
think there
you're
is
trying to
others,
pick apart
but there
little
isn't?
bits of it.
You're trying to pick apart little parts of the empirical evidence without looking at the empirical evidence as a whole. Instead
I'm
of
not.
looking at it as a whole and looking at it all the evidence, you're trying to
What
say, well, this one
empirical
little part,
evidence? You
this
didn't
one little
present
part you can't
any.
explain. And I'm like,
You
yeah,
presented zero evidence.
Because we couldn't send it
I
the bot's
cannot
book.
reject evidence you do
That's
not
not our fault. That's
present.
not our fault. We have evidence. That's not our fault.
I have presented evidence. I have literally used
What evidence did you
the
present
compass.
The bot
So
is bugged,
as
bro.
that
I
is relative to the whether the surface of water is curving or not?
Oh my god, I should so go to bed right now. It's 1
You
AM.
should,
But
because this
I
isn't
sh
just a room to
Yeah,
just talk about
it was
whatever.
No, but I have
nah, because you
okay,
weren't
you wanna
talking,
tell
so
me
we
what I
couldn't have a topic to talk about.
let me ask you guys real quick. What should I do? I have 2 options right now. I should go to bed right now, or I should go
Just
make
keep giving
myself
us.
another drink. If I go make myself another drink, I'm gonna become less comprehensible, and I'm gonna go get a little more drunk, and I can keep having this conversation. But I'm also
Obviously, you drink. That's not even a question. You're American.
In my
I was
country, I can
so
drink as a
I was
minor.
I was so hoping someone would say that to give me the excuse to go make myself one more drink. This is my last
Ew.
drink, though.
I don't
Thank
understand
you.
like alcohol though. Do the people just do it just to get drunk? Just for that? Because the taste is like bleeding dog shit. Like it's
Rid of
spicy
their
dog
Oh,
shit.
well, no,
traditions.
no, no, no. The reason I do it is because I practice law. And if I have to come home every day from work and be like, ugh, I had to make an argument, like, it would
What about
literally be
coffee?
like if, well, no,
Coffee.
no, no. Mr. Flat Earther, imagine if your job, even if you disagreed with it, you were like, well, I have to make the argument
And you
that
put
the
up
world
such
is
something.
round. I have to make the argument that the world is round. Even though I disagree with it, I'm getting paid to do this. The only reason I can pay for my kids'
He
college.
probably is right now.
Yeah, and honestly, like I would argue against my own beliefs as a lawyer to put my kids in college and for the betterment of my life. And so if you have to do that every day, it inclines you towards drinking alcohol and not smoking weed, because if you smoke weed then you just feel bad for yourself. Alcohol at least gives you a little bit of liquid confidence and be like, well, it's not so bad what I'm doing.
When you're drunk,
Can
yeah.
you guys guess what type of lawyer I am by that
Criminal
description?
defense? Criminal defense?
I wish. Honestly, criminal defense, at least I would feel good about myself.
Is he still here?
I am. I don't know the other guy. I'm a
Yo,
corporate lawyer.
Woods. How'd you get
Oh,
sneak?
you
Oh, he
wait.
left.
Do you defend the little guy or?
Are there any flat earthers here? Can you open your mic and say yes if if there are? You can talk about whatever if there aren't. No, I guess. All right. Fuck it. You care about your
Can,
looks a lot, Yoshi?
can you put a meme in the side chat? Do I care about my looks a lot? Is that what you asked?
Yeah.
I do to an extent, because for 2 reasons. One, I have to present myself in front of juries sometimes, and
That's
looks
true, yeah.
do matter. But for part 2, I am 42 years old, but if you were to meet me, you'd guess that I was like maybe 30, 28, 29, 30. And I've always been that way, so I've always looked young. And the older I get, the closer when people guess my age, the closer they get, and it makes me feel a little insecure because I'm like, well, fuck, I was like 28 and people used to think I was 18. Now I'm 42 and
That's
people
tough.
think I'm 36, and I'm like,
Damn.
maybe I shouldn't be drinking alcohol. But also, I mean, I think anyone cares
I mean,
about
what
their
does
looks.
alcohol do in that though? Doesn't change your looks much.
Alcohol, no, it does. Alcohol definitely ages you. But on top, I also think everyone cares about their looks. Like no matter what your age is, no matter what your situation is, you care about your looks. Like
Yeah, but
because you
some do more than others. For example, I'm only 16 and I'm blasting anabolic steroids right now. I'm on
don't
HGH.
do that. Oh,
No, I
you're a
really care.
lunatic.
I really want that like David Lade look. I really want to be like the top.
Brother. No, my
I don't
brother in
care what I
Hawaii.
have to take, bro. I'm
No, because
blasting
the
trend right
problem
now.
is what you're
I'm on my
doing
second
right
cycle.
now. No, no, no. Hear me out. When I was in my 20s and all through my 20s, I didn't drink alcohol at all. I like to smoke weed, but I didn't drink alcohol. And I look at 42. I am very good looking for my age. Like I don't want to like pat myself on the back, but I will say most people will say I'm 6'3", I'm in good shape, I work out, I exercise, and I'm in very good for a 42-year-old. I don't think
Yeah,
that
but
when
the
you're a
argument to that is like
42-year-old, no, 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 you're sacrificing the rest of your life to look good right
it's not
now.
that bad. I'm not doing like extreme stuff. I'm just on like
No, no.
some human
When I
growth
was when I
hormone.
was 16, 17, I was a fucking goofy ass motherfucker. I was a
Yeah, so
tall,
you should be
lanky.
goofy in your teen years. What do you got
Yeah,
to lose?
why then don't sacrifice your teens putting all these chemicals into your body when you could be sacrificing your 20s and 30s. Have you ever played a role playing game like Fallout or
Yeah, of
Final
course. I'm a
Fantasy?
gamer.
All right. All right. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to appeal to the gamer side of you. Think about it like this. A majority of the game that you play, are you playing at those early levels or are you playing at those late levels? Do you want to
Early.
optimize? No, what? You want to
Wait, what do you
optimize
mean?
for late. You want to, when you're playing a game like Fallout, you want to, or, Elder Rings, or,
I finished both.
yeah, or Elder Scroll, you want to
Mm.
optimize for the late game because the majority of the time you play that game, you're playing
Yeah,
at the
you're right.
level higher than 30 or 40. Like you're playing at those high levels.
Yeah,
Those
it's more
early
fun that way
levels,
too.
yeah, those early levels, it's sure it's great to optimize for the early levels, but really you're just trying to survive the early levels. You want to optimize for the late levels because a majority of your life is in those late levels. If you optimize for 15 to 21, you're going to be burnt out from 21 to 35 and you're going to be fucked from 35 to 56. Like if you optimize for those late levels, you're going to be a goofy looking motherfucker and you're going to be silly as fuck from 15 to 21,
Yeah,
but
but
from
I
20
feel like
to
people should
35,
sacrifice their best time of their life just to maximize that and just live their life.
bro,
Your life's gonna be shitty in 20 years, so why not just live your life the best now? That's why I take
trust
steroids because
me,
I want a big body, like a good body
maximize.
that people admire.
Yeah, but don't use drugs. Don't use optimizers.
It's you don't understand. It's not that easy to get naturally though. This has been proven by actual
Bro,
athletes.
my brother in Christ, I'm 42 and I'm fucking a 22-year-old. Like, you don't think you need to optimize that same way. It's not that, that's not how it works. Like, girls aren't into like the fucking six pack and they're into the sense of humor. They're into the stable relationship. They're
Yeah,
into
yeah,
a
but
lot of
looks matter
men
most,
want
bro.
that physical part of it. No, this is the whole thing that like Andrew Tate and that fucking retard group has convinced young men is that and like Calvicular and all these idiots
Clavicular,
that
yeah, clav.
yeah, you do not need to optimize right now. Trust me, optimize from 21 to 36 and you are going to be married to the hottest
Going.
girl you can imagine. Like this
Mhm.
isn't something that if you're doing something that is destroying your body that is going to do harm for you when you're 30, you're going to regret it when you're 30. That's have you ever heard this that youth is wasted on the young? Have you ever heard that before?
Yeah, I think so.
Youth is wasted on the young. Young think they know what is best for them, but it's not. It's wasted on them. So you shouldn't be sitting there trying to waste your youth to be the best you can. Plan for your future because the majority of your life you're going to be playing those later levels. You're not going to be playing those early levels. So majority of the
Yeah,
life.
exactly. But that people have a reason for this, and it's mostly that's just because not they're insecure like in your physically, which I was, but just because they're insecure like in other ways, and they don't want to just be good. They want to dominate and be like perfect. So and
I'm
you can't get that naturally. You just can't. So people use drugs and anabolic steroids like human growth hormone and trenbolone and Anavar and
why
like MK.
If you can be better than average, then you're gonna be doing pretty well for yourself.
Yeah,
You
but
do not.
most of like people like me don't want that. We want to be perfect.
Why?
Yeah, but you'll never perfect is never achievable.
I don't
Why
know.
do you
I
want it
like this
perfect?
way. Why do people like some type of foods and other people don't like some type of foods? That's because
No,
that's the way they are. We don't know.
no,
So
you are
because I don't like
brainwashed.
eating tinned
No,
seafood,
Oh fuck!
does
It's
that
this
make me
guy.
not perfect?
hold up,
No, it
hold up.
just makes you different. And this guy. Oh, by the
You're
way, this guy's a flat earther.
you're
Yeah,
being
a real
brainwashed
nasty one.
right
Not a
now.
rat. You were
I'm
insulting me throughout
wait,
the
wait, wait.
debate, bro.
Don't get distracted. Listen to me. If I'm 42, right? I'm a lot older than you.
Yes.
I think you are being brainwashed by the current manosphere of Gen Z.
Base.
A lot of what is going on with Gen Z right now is you guys are being convinced by the manosphere. Everyone from Andrew Tate to the
Myron
Clav.
Gaines, Sneeko, Person
yes,
Fit,
what's that guy down in Florida?
Clavicular.
Uh
Person Fit.
Clavicular,
Oh,
Aiden
Clav.
Ross.
Or yeah,
Aiden Ross.
David Lade.
I I I know Aiden Ross personally. I've met when I
Really?
in California. Yeah, he grew up in the mountains in California, and when he's like what 15 years younger than me or something like that. I was in the mountains working in California at the time, and I got to know Aiden Ross because someone I knew him, and I got invited to parties that he used to throw. And Aiden Ross was a charming motherfucker. I'm not gonna lie, super charming dude.
He's like
Every
fucking
time I
That's
rat.
met this guy, I
awesome.
was like, much younger than me too. He much younger than me, but every time I ended up at a party at this guy, him and I would sit down and we'd talk, and I'd be like, "Oh, this guy's a really interesting guy." Now I see what
Yeah.
he turned into, and he's wholeheartedly part of this manosphere, not because it's what he believes. If you knew this guy in reality, he's a smart dude. He is a very I remember seeing the video of him trying to pronounce the word fascist, like,
Yeah.
and he's smarter than that. He is not that dumb. He
That's
is
just for
just
the media, though.
yeah, and that's the whole problem is I think that your generation is being convinced that you need to
Yeah,
look
but
like
you have
you
to
look.
like think
You need
about
to
yeah,
be
but
Aiden Ross or you need to be uh Andrew Tate. That's not what you need to be. That's not what women want, especially your
exactly.
generation. Your generation has a higher level of virginity than my generation or my dad's generation
Yeah,
or my
of course.
grandfather's
Why
generation.
wouldn't it?
You guys don't
Exactly.
get laid because you are so. That's why I'm dating someone who's almost that's like my I'm literally dating someone who's like a little bit older than my
Are you
kids.
robbing the cradle?
I am
What?
super robbing the
What does that
cradle.
mean?
So that's great. Tell us
Okay.
how you dating young girls has proven the shape of the earth.
Yo,
No,
okay, you weren't
I
here
the only
before.
reason this
Listen,
girl's
listen, listen,
dating
listen.
is
This
because
guy
she
wasn't here before, bro. This
it's
guy,
his
no flat earthers were here. That's why we changed the topic because no one flat earthers here. But you're
So
here
no
now, so
flat
you should
earthers are
debate
in here.
him.
So you go into a flat earth channel to talk about not flat earth. That's
Dude,
showing
maybe
high
I'm just too
intelligence
lazy to
right
go to
there.
DMs, bro. Maybe we're just too lazy to go to
I'm
DMs,
gonna
and
make
no
myself a
one's here,
drink.
so
I'm
no
gonna
one's gonna know. All
I'm
right,
gonna stop
I kind
talking
of
for
want
like
you
4 or
and
5
I
minutes.
kind of want you and Yoshi to debate because you're a retard. You don't know anything about your own claims, and I want to see what this will be like. So, this guy's a flat earther. I want you guys to actually debate. I'll
Well,
think about what you said, bro. But there's a lot of things because I wish didn't want to be perfect. I wish I didn't have this mindset. I wish. I
that
wish, but I just can't. I can't. Even
but
with proof,
okay.
I can't.
Well, let me put it this way. When I was in high school, 9/11 happened, right?
I know.
So
Yeah.
the whole media told me I needed to go join the Marines and I needed to be patriotic. And so I remember in high school, I had American flag sticker on my
That's
car
cool.
because I thought, well, I need to. But this is my point: is that don't buy
So he's
into
brainwashed by the
media.
media.
Dude,
Yes.
shut up, dude. I was at
Yeah, that's
18.
great.
Yeah, yeah, at 18. But I'm not making a point to you. I'm making a point to my other guy here, who
That's
his.
you don't have to tell him 8 times, kid. You're brainwashed by the media. Deal with it. Step aside. Stop
Okay, bro.
watching the
No,
bloody
no, no,
news.
no. I'm
Stop
trying.
reading shit magazines.
No,
I
that's not what I
guess.
Start
was
thinking
saying.
for yourself.
But
Yeah. Become a
we
flat
were
earther.
having a good
I can't
conversation.
control it, bro. The main point here is I can't control it. I just want to be
Well,
like
that's
this,
part
and
of
I
buying
wish I didn't.
consequential.
Like that's because that's like gay people wishing they weren't gay, but they are.
Where do you?
No,
My
it's
mind is
not.
clouded by insecurities, and I wish
Anyways,
it wasn't.
Well, then let
Yeah,
me ask you
you're
this.
programmed
Wait,
with
wait,
them.
wait, wait. Shut up, you flat earther motherfucker. I want to ask him a question.
All right,
He
one
muted
down.
you. Of course you muted him, bro. Of course he's actually a good debater too. He's actually a good
No,
debater
he's
too.
not. He's been in here
Yeah,
before.
he
He's a
is. He
doormat.
is. Okay, bro.
You
I
think
guess
he
you.
is. He has been in here
Go use your
before. He got
fucking.
his.
Go use your
Hey,
baseball
Doco,
example.
listen
Go use your
carefully.
example.
Doco, the other guy has been in here before. He got his ass handed to him 9 ways from Sunday.
Okay. We
Excellent. I'm
handed
glad you've got that through your head.
friends asses to each other. By the way, we actually destroyed your friends.
You couldn't destroy a soup sandwich. Deal with it.
Soup sandwich. What the fuck is a
Wait,
soup
a
sandwich?
what? A soup sandwich?
Exactly.
This
What
guy
is
says
that?
the most weirdest
So,
insults ever. At least he insult me properly, you dumbass. You see,
I
like
didn't
that.
insult you.
No, you were back then when we were debating. You were saying using the most like stupid.
There is no,
bullshit.
listen, there is no debate. I don't know why you clowns think that you can come in here and go, we're debating flat earth. It's a fucking measurement. You go out, you measure it, it's either
That's
flat or it's curved. What did you come up with? What was your measurement? Did it come out flat or curved? Yeah, why you keep saying contradictions?
Because there
I have a
were.
Yes,
question.
there is a contradiction.
I
It's
actually
either
have a
flat
question.
or it's curving. Why does he keep fucking
Contradictions.
talking? There's another one down, and it's a contradiction. It's
Contradictions.
either flat or curved.
No,
What was your results?
Nope. There's questions.
What was your results?
There's questions, bro. There's many contradictions.
There's not questions. What was
Yes,
your
there are.
results?
Yes, there.
You're out of the game. Right. You wanted to hear Yoshi get chopped up? Next. Yoshi, are you a ball believer or are you a flat earther? Yes, Yoshi, it's your turn. The other two are out of the picture. They're not going to disrupt you. So if I say, hey, it's flat, you're not going to respond? No response? Interesting. See, Doco? He's smart enough to realise there's nothing to debate, that it's just a measurement. You take the measurement, you get an answer, you get a result. You learn to live with it, whether you like it or not. You obviously can't do that.
What do you mean answer? But he's not even here. He said he was gonna be like here.
Doco, the question of what shape the Earth is just a matter of measurement. Can you say
Nope,
measurement,
it's
boys and
not.
girls?
It's not. No, it's not.
So what is it a matter of then? If you're discussing shapes, it's not a question of science. Science doesn't deal with shapes.
It is.
Geometry does. You measure it.
It's not just fucking shapes, though.
That's not debatable. That's measurable. You go out, you measure it, you get a result. That's not hard to comprehend.
That's just one thing. That's just one thing, by the way. Just one thing.
And for the chap that's got his camera on, can you please turn it off?
Nope, too
Why?
bad. But
Really?
Oh,
Okay.
he's gonna mute you. Watch. He's gonna mute you. He's gonna mute you like a bitch because he can't deal with fucking debates.
Well,
Mute
I'll
him?
go with
Shit, no, I'm not going to mute him. Why would I want to mute him for? I asked him nicely to turn it off.
Fucking
He gets
coward,
yeeted.
coward, can't debate. You mute.
Now, Doco, in this channel we don't put our cameras on for a couple of reasons. Number one, it limits the channel. Number two, I don't want him to accidentally dox himself. So I don't care what he looks like. His race, his skin colour, his religion has nothing to do with the conversation. He was asked very nicely to turn his camera off. He said no. He gets yeeted. Simple as that. He can come back in 2 days. If he learns his lesson, he's more than welcome to sit in here. If he tries the same shit again, he'll get kicked out again. There's nothing to argue over that. You seem to make the most simplest of things a major ordeal. They are not.
Wait, someone
It's very
just get
simple.
kicked? I
Leave
took my
your shit
headphones
off.
What happened?
Someone was asked to turn their camera off. They chose not to.
Well, I mean, if that's the rules, right?
So, Fish, you have a question. What's your question?
Yeah, you were saying like, is the just the measurement? I'm just kind of like, I'm thinking that
This sounds shit, dude. You sound like you're eating your microphone.
Sound like underwater. You gotta fix your mic.
It's like base central, and yeah, it's like you're trying to fight your pillow underwater. whilst eating the
Wait.
microphone at the same time.
Can you ban people from this Discord? Are you a mod?
Can I ban people from Discord? No, I cannot ban people from Discord.
No, from
even though
this
some
channel.
of them need to be.
Well, I thought you were just saying that like someone got muted or
They did.
banned or something.
They got
So
kicked out
you
of the
do
room.
have that authority. You have that authority to kick someone out of this room.
Unfortunately for you, yes.
Hey,
But
I've
I'm not
not
going to
been
kick you out.
disrespectful.
No,
Yeah,
it's not
because
about being disrespectful. There's some very simple rules. Don't break TOS. That's common sense across the board.
yes,
In
I
here,
agree with you.
we leave the cameras off because it limits our channels, the amount of people that are allowed in here. So as soon as someone's camera goes on, the channel gets locked. And we want more people in here. We don't want them locked out.
Hey man, I'll argue on your side on that as much as I'll argue that the world is round. I totally agree.
So
don't break TOS.
So
I hate
not
when
breaking
people are being
TOS proves
racist.
the Earth is round to you. Your logic level is off the Richter, dude.
Yeah, I think yours is.
So you've
but,
got no proof of
respectfully
curvature.
disagree. There's so much more proof of curvature. There
Show
is
us
like
some. Post it in the side chat.
what specifically would you like me to focus on? Would you like
Well, if there's so much
gravitational
proof, how about you just pick your bestest one, stick it in the side chat, and we can assess that.
Well, the fact that gravity exists. Would you deny
Okay, so
that gravity
things go down. So define gravity.
Gravity is a force that pulls things towards mass. So the more mass
So mass
something
attracting mass.
has-
So your
Yeah.
definition of gravity is Newtonian. Newtonian gravity was superseded about 115 years ago. I think you better
You're
play
right.
catch up, dude.
No, but Newtonian gravics or physics still exist. We still calculate.
It's a
how
mathematical
fast the-
construct.
No,
That's
but
what
the
your
thing
gravity is.
we-
No, don't say no. I'll tell you
interrupt.
something. This is where you need to listen because your definition, number one, is outdated. Number two, your idea of what it is non-existent. You believe a mathematical construct, an equation to describe something going down is physical. No, it's not. It's a mathematical construct. It is nothing more than an equation so people can calculate shit. That's all. We don't disagree that things go down at 9.8 meters per second squared. That is not the issue. The issue is you guys claiming the mechanics behind it. Nobody to date knows what the causational mechanism of down is. Science to date does not know this.
Will you allow me to respond without interrupting me?
There's not much to respond to. Except
is.
for, oh wow, I didn't know that.
No, I did know that, but can I respond without?
So why are you trying to sell me that an ideal or an idea is actual physical proof of something?
Because two things can exist at once. Newtonian physics can exist, and non-Newtonian physics can exist. They can.
Okay, so you're going to tell me next that flat and curved can exist at the same time. May as well go with that.
Yeah. Honestly, I mean, I get the point you're making.
So when we go and measure the ground, and it's measured as flat, not curving, flat, how do you explain that?
So the same way I would explain a piece of paper, right? If I take a piece of paper and I draw a line on it, I can say flat. But if I curve that piece of paper, it's
No, we're testing for the curvature. We're not drawing straight lines and then going, hey, a straight line. We're going, hey, here's a tangent to an alleged curve, and there's no curve. So it's just a straight line and a parallel straight line underneath it, or a parallel surface underneath it. So non-curving.
It depends on the way you test it, right? So if you test a piece of paper on
We're not testing a piece of paper. We're not testing the desk either.
Space.
We're testing the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, so if you test...
So we're not testing the piece of paper. We're not testing the line.
Dude. Like,
yes, your crap that you've put forward means nothing. You're using shit analogies. Oh, if you draw a line on a piece of paper. I'm not drawing lines on pieces of paper. I'm outside in reality testing whether there is drop over distance or not.
Why are you so mad, dude? Like,
I'm not mad. I'm disappointed that you've tried to use the same dumb shit 3 times in a row in this room.
You're not allowing me to finish.
You
Like,
use
I'm
the
trying to
same
make a
dumb shit
point.
3 times in a row in this room. This is the exact same stupid shit you said last time. If you draw a line on a piece of paper, you do understand that, don't you?
Every time I try to talk, you start talking over me, and I'm not able
You
to finish
do
my point.
understand the
Hit
last
it again.
time you were in here, you mentioned drawing lines on paper. It was non-analogous then, and it's non-analogous now.
I've literally never been in this Discord channel before in my
Liar.
life. This is the first time. I've been in here for about an hour, so maybe you left
You've
and
been in here
came back.
before. I remember voices.
I
Names,
have
hopeless with.
never in
Voices,
my
really good with.
I've literally never been in this channel before in my life.
Bullshit.
You can
So you're telling me there's another person with your voice using the exact same stupid arguments?
I don't think you want to actually have an honest conversation. I
I
think you
don't
just
think
want
you
to
want to
yell at
be
people.
honest. I think you're using this as a scapegoat now because you know you've been
I think
caught
you're
out.
angry. I think
No,
no,
not
no.
angry.
I think you're
Highly
angry. You
disappointed.
sound angry. Highly
No, I
disappointed.
sound like
I've
this all the
never.
time. So what's your proof of curvature? I'll tell you what will satisfy me. Measured drop over distance. Observable, measurable, testable, repeatable. Now, how about you tell us what will satisfy proof of flatness to you?
I don't. Why would I need to prove evidence of flatness? I can put down a
Because you've got
scale
no
on the
proof of
ground.
curvature and you're sitting here praying about, oh my God, I believe, I believe, I believe. What would satisfy the requirement if I was
You know
to
what you're
tell you
doing right
Earth is
now?
flat? What would satisfy the requirement for you to
You're
accept that it
angrily
is?
screaming at
I'm
me,
not
and if you
angry.
want to mute
I'm not
me,
yelling.
have mute
This is,
me. No, you
listen,
are.
yep, you are what's called fundy muting. This is how I talk all the time. Get used to it. Deal with it, little guy. There's nothing you can do about it. It's just loud. My voice is normally loud. Don't cry. Just deal with it. So, the question put forward to you is what would you accept as evidence to showcase that the Earth is flat?
I try to talk, you cut me off. If you wanted me to make a fucking point,
I just want you to answer the question. I'm not interested in your meta bullshit. So, try again. What would be acceptable evidence from us to you to satisfy the requirement that the Earth is flat?
what would I need to prove that the world is flat to change my view? Change my view on gravity. Change my view on astrodynamics. Change my view on the moon.
Not Earth related. Not Earth related. What else have you got?
I require so much more fucking evidence than you
No,
do
you
to
don't.
prove
You
you
require
wrong.
things that. Hey, slow down. Let's go. Yeah, yelling at me. Yeah, just so you know, whilst you're having a spastic meltdown and you're yelling at the microphone, which you accused me of, notice how mine's still the same volume. Your microphone distorts. Absolutely useless, bro. Seriously. You're wasting your own time. All of this evidence you require. Number one, gravity makes things go down. This has no bearing on the shape of the ground whatsoever. So, the next one, dynamics? Shit in the sky has absolutely no bearing on the shape of the ground. Would you like to put forward a third one? Let's see what you've got.
You're straw manning my argument. I never said that the shape of the Earth has anything to.
Then in that case, maybe you should start listening. This is why you fail at debating. Because the question on the table is the shape of the ground. So if your claims have absolutely nothing to do with the shape of the ground, and you've accused me of strawmanning such, then you're in the wrong room, my friend. So how about you tell us about things that do prove the shape of the ground, so I don't have to strawman you, as I've been accused of doing. What, you don't have any?
You do realize that you are.
I'm waiting for you to supply. I don't want to hear the
I'm not going to give it
meta.
to you.
I'm not interested in
You
your meta
realize you
sooking.
are.
Not interested in your meta sooking. We just want what will satisfy your requirement. You've mentioned gravity. Gravity makes things go down. This has nothing to do with the shape of the ground. I can have hills, I can have valleys, shit still goes down. You don't know what the causational mechanism is anyways, so you can't validate that that's the cause of your baltard or the effect from your baltard that you believe in. You've got no measurement of curvature. So, again, what will satisfy for you proof that it's flat?
Video proof. Show me a photo. Some
A photo?
that
Stand by.
proves you're correct.
Hold
Yes,
on, I've got
please.
photos.
Photos?
Here we go.
Give me
I'll put a
video
photo
photos.
up.
All right. Show me a real photo without any sort of doctoring that shows that the world is flat.
And one big photo. Clickety clackety. Let me drag the right one. There you go. Flat. Done. 124 miles. 300 foot. Zero curvature. You asked, I delivered.
All right. I just came back inside. I was outside because I didn't want to wake up people. What was he on at you? So are you the one who sent the photo of cliffs?
From the front to the back of that is 124 miles at 300 feet. You wanted proof of flatness? That is a shit ton of it.
All right. Then let's pretend that everyone else in this chat
Oh,
is
we don't
just
have
like
to pretend.
Well, let's
Why
just
don't you
pretend
just talk to him if you want to?
Photo. I'm just gonna Google photo from the International Space Station of Earth, and let's see if your photo is more convincing of a
So why
flat.
would their photo? So hang on a minute. You're about to go to a NASA site to get one of their photos. What makes their photos more convincing than mine?
What makes yours more convincing than NASA's? Where's your
Excellent
photo?
question. Excellent question. The difference is I can go back and replicate this tomorrow. Well, actually, it's about a 16-hour drive, but that's another story. I can replicate this. I want you to go replicate the NASA ones.
So I need to.
So let's ask again. What makes your photograph from NASA more convincing than mine?
Wait, I can recreate photos of
from NASA. No, you can't. Don't lie to me, boy.
I can't post photos in this Discord.
No, I didn't say you can't post them.
No. But
I said you can't replicate them.
Before.
I'm not accusing you of anything.
Yeah.
I would like you. How about you shut up and listen?
What I said.
Yeah. How about you go and replicate the NASA ones? That's the difference between our photographs that you're claiming are bullshit and your photographs which are bullshit. We can replicate ours any day of the week. We've just got to go back to the location, clickety clackety, here's another photograph. You can't do that. You believe in NASA. That's all you've got is a belief in them.
It's not just a belief in NASA, it's in the scientific.
So go replicate the photos then.
You can't go replicate that photo for me. Are you going to go
buy that one that I've posted?
Yeah.
It's a 16-hour drive there, bro. It's on the other side of the country.
Then go there, get a drone, and take that photo. Recreate it for me.
So why do I have to go and recreate it to satisfy?
I think that
the reason you're saying to me go and do it is because you know fucking well that I'm going to tell you to go stick a fucking rock up your ass or just fuck off in general. You're an idiot. The only reason you're saying that is because you need justification to not be able to replicate yours or not have the necessity to replicate yours. You, my friend, cannot. I just don't feel like driving for 16 or 17 hours. That's the difference. And I've got work tomorrow. So for me to go and do that, I'm looking at about 3 days. Over, do it, and back. And that's assuming I get a really nice day to take photos. You, my friend, do not have the capabilities, period. It's not that you don't want to. You cannot replicate your bullshit from space. You know this, I know this, and all the happy listeners out in YouTube land know this too. So please don't try to gimmick us with your clown show. Yes, it's entertaining, but you're stupid. Stop that.
Because you can't recreate your photo either.
I can drive there and do it. Can you not comprehend that? You can fly over here from whatever ship bucks out.
Do it.
Yelling at the microphone distorts it. Stop doing that. There is nothing other than the fact I live a shit ton away from that spot stopping me from going and doing it. You saying, do it, do it, do it, just shows you're a tard. That is all, my friend. There's nothing stopping you from going and replicating that photograph. So how about you get off your ass and go and do it and prove me wrong?
So it's on you because a majority of the people.
It's not on me. The photograph is right there.
No, you're the retard who thinks the world.
There's not on me. The photograph is right there. It's a drone shot, 300 feet above the ground. That's it. Go and buy a drone, catch a plane, fly over here, drive from Perth down to there, or probably from Adelaide across, it'd probably be quicker. Take the photo, post it on the internet, and go home. There's nothing stopping you from doing it. Surely a numpty like you can fly a drone. Or is the buying the plane ticket the complex bit?
No, it's that I don't put any sort of stake on this. You're part
yes, you have. You've put a stake on the NASA photos.
Yeah.
You have put your stake on photographs that you can't replicate. So don't back out of it. You're the one that's got to back your shit. We both have access to do this. There's nothing stopping either of us except for work commitments or financial obligations. That is it. Nothing more, nothing less. You, on the other hand, will never be able to replicate your bullshit from space. You can't even validate, verify, or prove your bullshit from space is even true and or correct. We all know this. You know this. You are now just making excuses.
University and convince them that your point of view is correct, or would they think you're fucking stupid like I think you're fucking stupid?
Yeah. Season Cope, Sunshine. Where's Doco? Doco.
Yo,
you don't have to. Doco, don't talk for a second. Yeah, I know you've got a question. Just hold up. You don't have to post my name 16 times in the side chat. Unacceptable.
You didn't see it before. I did before, so
I did see it. I was entertaining your stupid friend. Now,
okay, so
you're going to tell me how NASA photos are more proof than the photo I've got there. Please.
Yeah, because NASA photos were taken for space. Yours were taken for the Earth by fucking Brumada clips. I know that place.
That's the problem. You can't verify the NASA photos. You can go and verify this one.
Okay, what's your proof that NASA is lying to you?
What's your proof that they're telling the truth?
They're extremely smart people.
How do you even know that?
It's written that you need a minimum IQ of 140 to even join NASA.
Excellent. So I can sign up tomorrow then.
How much IQ do you have? Like a fucking 87?
It's above yours, Sunshine, because you're not working for NASA.
Oh, you're not telling me. You're not telling me. How much is it?
I don't have to tell you, but let's just say I can go and work for them quite comfortably. So, Doco, you, like your clown shit, show friend, have a belief. You believe this NASA group is up in space. I want you to tell me how you're going to validate, verify, or prove that those photographs from space that he is yet to provide are true and or correct. How are you going to validate that when you cannot go to the location that they're taken from to validate it? How are you going to do that?
Listen, I understand what you said, yeah, I understand. You're a hugless, kissless bitch that mutes people when he's loose.
Bow out, Junior. Right. So I wonder if Yoshi's worked it out yet. How is he going to go to that location to verify that those photos are true and or correct?
How would anyone do that? You just drive there and buy a drone and spend thousands of dollars.
Space, like your space photos are claimed to be, you're going to drive there. I thought
Yeah,
these guys were supposed to be smart.
How many people have been to space, and how many people have been to your cliffs?
Those cliffs, they get thousands of people driving past them, dude. Up in space, allegedly, that have gone past the, what is it, the Kármán line? I think it's only about 28.
So
Hey guys, hey
all
bros,
28 of
don't debate these guys. These guys support.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks for talking over him. I have enough trouble hearing him.
there not only is there 28 human beings, and that sounds low. I'm not an expert, but I think that's much lower than the actual number. I think it's a lot higher than that. But if that is the case, there are hundreds of thousands of other people who are supporting this, who are doing the
That's
science.
great. It's called
So why are you?
compartmentalization. When you
No,
work
but
for
why are
very
you
large firms,
smarter?
yeah, that's
Why are
great.
you
Hold on.
smarter than all these people?
When you
What?
work for very large
Answer me
firms,
this.
yep,
Why
Yoshi,
are
stop talking.
What do you?
Okay, I'll help you not talk. When you work for very large firms, it's called compartmentalization. Every single person has their own happy little job to do. The guy that puts shithouse rolls on the dunny roll holders doesn't know what the CEO is doing, and it's highly probable the CEO does not know where the guy that puts the dunny rolls on the holders even keeps them.
Fuck you, pussy.
Is that the best you've got?
Fuck you. You're
Keep
a bitch.
going. Get it all out. Tell us how much. Tell us where the flat earth hurt you on this doll. Point to it.
No, you're a coward. You muted me.
I'm a coward because
Why would I debate you?
your proof. It's not a debate. It's a measurement. Go out and measure it. I said that at the start. You seem to believe it's a debate because you're stupid. Right from the get-go. When your little friend Doco was introducing you as some legend debater, I told you this is a measurement, nothing more. Go and measure it. Get a result. Come back with the answer.
Over the same stuff he just repeats on loop and has no evidence to share.
You're just a believer, dude. Sorry.
No, you had to mute me. You coward.
You weren't muted.
You fucking muted me.
You haven't been muted for like the last minute. Stop bitching.
Oh, not for the last minute. Because watch how this debate goes once I leave.
There's not a debate. That's what we're trying to tell you, you dumbass.
We were having a
There's
debate.
How are you going to debate? Listen, how are you going to debate a measurement? Oh my God, he used the red tape measure. He should have used the yellow one. That's about all you can debate. Seriously.
Nah, he ran away.
Maybe the brand. We could debate whether Fat Max or Stanley is better. Which side do you want, Boogie? Fat Max or Stanley?
I've always been a Stanley man myself, but it's a tough
damn.
choice, really.
Oh, man.
But do you pull it with the right hand or the left hand? I guess that's what really matters.
Oh, now we're getting to the interesting stuff. Well, what is it? 75% of the population's right-handed. Remember that next time you shake someone's hand.
But yeah, man. I
That's
try
wrong,
to.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's funny. But I tried to deal with these cats earlier, man. They were both over talking each other, and they were being degens and just talking shit.
Yeah.
And nobody was in here. I couldn't type in the side chat. Like, it was really weird. I couldn't type in the side chat at all. It was like glitched out, and neither could
You can now? Oh, yeah, you're back up now.
Yeah, I'm good now. But neither could Mur couldn't type in the side chat. We got the same Cloud bot rejection thing. It was weird.
Oh, right. Okay. I don't know.
But yeah, seems to be
Odd.
good now. Yeah, just some glitch, I guess. I don't know.
Interesting. So, Fish, do you have any questions now that the other clowns are gone? You'll get sensible answers.
Oh, I'm still working on my microphone. Give me a minute.
You sound a bit better there. It just sounded very bassy, so it's got lots of bass to it, and it sounded really muffled, like you were super close to it, like you're pretty much like you've got one of those headphones with the mouthpiece that wraps around, and you just had that right on top of you. You just have to back it away a bit.
The funniest thing I do, AirPods. For some reason, they suck.
So you weren't too bad there.
I just tried to make a little bit better shareable version of that side shot Lanolin shared. That's a really good one. Let's see if this.
Oh, the real
Yeah, I'm gonna
big
see if
one. Yeah,
this
that's
exported
massive.
right.
That thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I tried to trim it up a little bit. It's probably still pretty big, but let me see how this worked.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. You drag it across to copy it. Next thing, you just watch the little bar loading, loading, loading. It's like, wow, look at this one. It's like my photo stitched horizon shot, where it's basically 13 16 megapixel shots all together.
I mean, you can always, tone it down a little bit, but it's good to have all that raw data of the resolution,
Yes.
the fidelity. It's awesome. And I mean, that side shot, I think, what is it, 6 miles or what?
Yeah,
It's
apparently
really
it's 6 mile.
excellent lens, the rectilinear lens and everything. I mean, it's a really nice picture.
DJ grabbed hold of that the other day. You know, the Globers, when they get a horizon shot, they'll compress the image and go, oh, look, it's curving. And you've seen them compress the images before.
Mm-hmm.
Well, DJ grabbed that side shot and compressed it perfectly flat, perfectly straight.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's really impressive. It's, most of them, that is not the case. Yeah.
So, but it's
quite
also
quite
highly
the
probable.
lens.
Lenolin's not a muppet. He probably had that laser bang on the center. So he's probably put his dot of his viewfinder square on it to take the shot. It looks like it's 3 shots joined together actually, because there's light on each side and there's a dark patch in the middle, and that looks like it's been
Mm-hmm.
stitched. Yeah.
Yeah, it's long exposure too. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I reckon I would switch to an infrared laser and do it at daytime, because I think that'd show out quite well, because you'd be able to film it straight up and photograph it straight up. You wouldn't have to do long exposure like at night time.
What about using a specific lens for the side view shot?
Still the same. All you do is put a filter in front of it.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Like a specific filter that really makes the infrared beam pop. Even with a little bit of light. You said daytime. Yeah, that would be awesome.
What it does, it actually blocks out all the lower wavelengths. So infrared starts at, I think it's about 800 and something, 850, somewhere around there, maybe a bit higher. And an IR filter blocks out everything below that. So my Kalari filter is an 780, sorry, and everything below 780 gone. Everything above that it allows in. So that's how the IR filters work. Cameras stock standard on their sensor have an IR block, so they block infrared above a certain wavelength, and they block ultraviolet, so that's below a certain wavelength. So they've basically got two filters stacked on top of each other, and it just allows all the light in between. And when you get your camera converted, they rip that off and leave it either blank, or they put the specific wavelength that you're after back on. I've had mine left blank, so I can put whatever filters I like to block out or keep whatever waveforms I'm after or wavelengths I'm after.
So you think that would pop a lot more than like a green laser at nighttime? Just infrared with the infrared lens for the side shot?
It'd be interesting to test.
Yeah, I mean, it would supposedly less refraction too, you know. I mean, it would definitely be worth testing.
Yeah, well, that is the other reason why I think it'd be a good idea. Just because of that side of it. So if someone turns around and goes, "That refraction," and we can just go, "Well, by the way, not so much."
Yeah, yeah. And the argument that infrared's used for the longest distance of, you know, the record photographs, and
yeah,
you know, it should, if it's less refraction, you know, it should be more curved, you know, and not be able to see as far. It should be, you know, shorter distance, complete opposite.
I showed you what I did the other day. I went, you know, the hills that I took photos of that I was about 17 mile from.
I think so.
I went back and actually drove further out to see how far I could take photos of the same hill, and I got to 30.29 miles.
Oh wow! And how big of a hill?
It's 400 and something meters high. Doesn't sound like much.
It should still be greatly obstructed, enough to be greatly obstructed from that distance.
Well, I'll post the shots up. Is that the one I want? So full color. So I did full color and full infrared, which is awesome. So there's each one has got a full zoomed in. So that's the full out. Full out. So you can see the blue haze, the hills in the background, and the full out on the IR. And then there's zoomed in and zoomed in. Color than IR, just so you can compare them. So those hills there, as you can see, are all shiny and blue, and that's all you can tell. But in the infrared, if you zoom in, you can see in the middle section, you can see the radio towers on top of it. So I know I've got the right hill, because that's the only radio towers within anywhere.
Yeah, and it definitely takes away a lot of that blue haze.
Oh, it smashes the blue haze off, doesn't it?
Yeah. Sweet.
But that's 30.29 miles or 48.75 kilometers from where I was. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. When I looked at it on the camera screen, like camera's only got this little 2.5-inch screen, it didn't look that crash hot. I was outside in the sun and I couldn't really see properly, and I thought that it had failed, and that's why I was a bit disappointed. And then when I got home and put it on the big screen, it's just like, oh wow, it actually worked. This is awesome.
Yeah, I can't make out the towers, you know, in the non-infrared.
Yeah, they just blend into the background. You can see them just pretty much dead center of the image. You can only just see like two little sticks there. There's actually 4 towers there, 2 big ones and 2 little ones. And the 2 big ones are about 40 meters apart.
And What camera is this?
Canon R10 with a 300mm lens on it.
Nice.
Yeah, you know all about what my goal is with the camera, so yeah, this is me just testing its capability. So that's with 300mm. When I get my big lens, it'll be an 800mm, and I'll have a thing called a teleconverter which clicks on in front of the lens. So that'll take me out to 1600mm, and the effective zoom on that is 2500mm. So for 300mm is that good, 2500 should be able to light that up like a Christmas tree.
And it's just a lens swap or a
Yep.
filter. Nice.
And then I've just got to get a bigger filter for the new lens. That's all. I think I'd step up from a 55 to a 92, I believe.
Now, as far as this infrared laser, I would imagine that would be a lot less dangerous of a laser too, wouldn't it?
Safety wise, exactly the same. If you point it at someone's eyes, it's going to bust them. But the beautiful part about it is only someone who's running an infrared camera is going to see it. So if I'm being sensible with it and I point it from one hilltop to another hilltop, it's not going to have this epic green beam ripping across the sky for 30,000 people to go, ooh, what's that? And the police to come and see me. Whereas if it's IR, only some random who's got an infrared camera out at the time is going to see it. So that's why I thought it'd be a lot better.
Yeah, there's several things going for it.
Yeah. So how it shows up at daytime, wouldn't have a clue. I'd like to think that it would stand out. That's why I'd be keen to get a cheap and nasty one just to test it in my backyard or something like that, and take some photos and see, or switch over and film in IR and see. But yeah, I thought that'd be a lot more fun.
So it's just the wattage and how tight the culmination is on it that determines how powerful it is. It doesn't really matter the frequency, huh?
Frequency wise,
the spectrum.
Yeah, spectrum wise, it's got to be over 780 or 790. If it's below that, it'll get blocked out by my filter. So if it's above that, it'll pick it up, which is what we want.
Well, as this technology keeps getting cheaper and cheaper, which I mean, they might try to prevent that from getting too cheap and too good, but as far as the laser technology. But yeah, man, and that's what's really interesting about the timing of all this is the fact that everybody has access to this technology that makes any of this possible. You know what I mean? This falsification so thoroughly.
Yeah, but it's so expensive. No, the expensive bit comes when you're trying to stabilize it and put controls in to make sure that it moves slightly. That's what a lot of the guys, like the FE Core guys with their salad.
Mm-hmm.
The whole purpose of that device is so that they can level it and move it exceptionally small increments, because a lot of people don't realize that a 1mm movement at the laser end, when you're talking 40 kilometers, the other end, that'd be like, what, 400-meter movement.
Yeah, which I read Shane's analysis of this for his little test he's setting up, and he was complaining about it not being level, which of course there's no way for it to be unlevel to allow it to happen on a sphere. It doesn't matter if it's pointing down pointing up, it's not going to hit the target. It's going to either hit the mound of water or be up in the air where it's proposed it should be.
Yeah.
And that's what I just keep trying to hound to the ones that hang around and like to listen, is to really consider, the entailments of the claim that they're forced to make. That it's not all refraction exists. It's refraction is causing a perfect parabolic arc of light in all conditions over all distances. It's just, I don't think they're really they're really weighing the entailments of what they're forced to claim here.
Yeah, I think a lot of them it's just a case of we found a really cool word on the internet, refraction, and we're just going to throw it and hope it sticks. There's a few of the dishonest ones that are using it as some kind of weasel tactic, but the average numpty doesn't know things like that. They probably look it up and go, "Oh, refraction, that'll get me out of it," and then it's a case of oh shit, what do I do next? And you can pick them really easy.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And there's a lot, there's a little bit to it. And it's definitely not what is claimed as the general refraction that it's claimed, 7/6. And, of course, as you've mentioned several times, nobody's seen these limp lasers in reality.
Well, flaccid lasers have got rights too, man.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. I seen that
I
one
love
yesterday.
that. Who made that? You or Yaga or
No, I didn't make it. It's great
Degaz? I
stuff.
don't know who did it, but it's funny as I was cracking myself laughing when I saw that.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So yes, I actually went back. I've got a another smaller lens. I've got my 300, and I've also got one that's a bit smaller. It only goes to 150, but it's got image stabilization on it. So I went back where I did the first shot of those hills, and I was only 17 miles. I went back there and did a couple of shots, zoomed in and zoomed out, just to compare the difference. So when I'm fully zoomed out, that is what my it's loading. That is what my view is from the same spot where I took the hills the first time and then zoomed in. All right, go on computer. Let's have a moment. Yeah, and then when we zoom in, that's all I get. And when I compare that to the original shots, when I go and find them, of course. Okay, so 2,500 photos in one folder is not a wise idea, boys.
I need to do some serious structuring myself.
It's just, I might have to start naming them. This is this job. This is this job.
Yeah, it adds up. There's a lot.
Was it something 2,700?
Let me find this gif of Rain Man. It's here. You'll see.
There we go. 2737. That was the one. Yeah, that's pretty clean. So that's the difference there. I'll post that straight below it so you can see the difference between a 300 millimeter and a 150 millimeter. Makes a hell of a difference, doesn't it? So exact same position, zoomed in full, only the lens is different.
Yeah, it looks super flat when you're all the way zoomed out. You can't even
Oh,
hardly
the
make
top
it
one.
out.
Yeah. Hey, welcome to Australia.
It's like a big Kansas.
Yeah.
With mountains on the ends.
A couple of little rolling hills, that's about all.
That's where my family's originally from, is all that flat land out Midwest. I don't like it. I like these mountains. It just sucks I can never see a sunrise I can see a sunrise and a sunset, but I can never see the horizon. Second location's about twice as far.
What are you guys talking about? Long distance observations or what?
Yeah, we was talking about observations and infrared lasers, and yeah.
Here I am talking to you with my mic thing locked. I'm getting good at this. Yeah, just long run in the side chat, Jamesy. Just I was comparing lenses. You know how the other week I went and did the 17 mile shot? I went back with a different lens that's a little bit clearer and comparing the shots of that. So the first ones are you see color, black and white, color, black and white. That's done from 30 miles away or 48 kilometers. And I'm aiming at those hills in the background. On those hills, radio tower. So I know a couple of towers, so I know that I'm using those as markers. So I know which hill it is, and I'm just testing lenses to see how good they go in color and IR. And I went back to where I'd previously taken photos from, and I was comparing my new lens versus the old one there. The new one zooms out further, so I get wider angle, but doesn't zoom in as far. It only goes to 150 instead of 300 like the other one. Yeah. It's like playing Uno, and someone hits you with the draw four shit, and then someone else hits one down, and someone else hits one, and you get stuck with all the crap at the end. And all of a sudden now you've got this big handful of cards, and you've got to sit and skip through them. That's what it feels like.
You don't find it quick enough to be relevant to the conversation. You're like, damn it. I'm 3 memes behind.
My memes are sorted out. They're not too bad because I've got them all. Like the names of them will be sun, moon, gravity, and all just tags. So I can just hit the search and just type in sun, and anything sun related will come up, or gravity. All the gravity memes will come up. So I can just pick and choose my favorite ones. So memes I'm good at, but these photos are just the numbers that come off the camera. They're not named. So yeah, I just scroll through hundreds of pictures. Very painful.
I'm gonna post something for you guys.
Curve proof?
It might be.
Oh, he's going to do a better job than the other ones did.
I haven't read the whole thing, so you guys can see this observation. Do you remember DOS Man? DOS Man? Do you remember him?
Yes.
That guy that lives in Alaska?
Yep.
He sent me some DMs about the stuff and some information about it. I'm gonna just post it for you guys because it's a really good observation.
His mountain observation is pretty tidy. I like that.
He gave me the coordinates that he was looking from towards the mountain. Where are we at? Are we in politics? Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I heard him and Yoda talking about it, or Yoder.
Yeah. He sent me this. I posted it. The distance of this mountain from where he's looking at. Can you guys? I was gonna go to Google Maps. Can you do the maps where from? Can you make a view from his coordinates, from his viewpoint location where he's standing, 12 feet, and can you put that on Google Maps and make an image looking towards that direction? You know what I
Let's see
mean?
if we can do that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he put the
where you zoom in and
coordinates
go to ground, and you look from there. Let's see.
towards the mountain.
Google cylinder. Here we go. So, has he got his required target height? Has he got his location? Be in one of these. Not that one.
Send me something else. What was it?
Here we go. I'm gonna have to type that in manually, aren't I? That's gonna suck. 59.77.
He's saying the distance is 363 kilometers. And he's at 12 feet. This is like, for me, this is like one of the best ones because he's looking that long distance on just a clear day across water.
So the place it says that he's at is called, what is it? Anchor
Viewpoint or
Point.
something like that. Yeah,
So
something
it's
like a
got
point.
Was it Halibut Campground? The marker is out in the water. So
Just post whatever. Can you make an image of his viewpoint from the Google's? I mean, from whatever Earth's perspective above. Make screenshots of that.
Is I'll just zoom out a bit so we can all
Because he's looking across the water from a point across the water, and I want to see the body of water. I know I was looking through all that, but I just heard you guys talking, and I wanted to show you guys this because it's some details just to add up to it.
So I might zoom out a bit further, just
Okay,
in case.
perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll zoom out. I'll do a bigger one so we get a better shot, just in case we're looking the wrong way. It's easy to make mistakes. And Control V. Okay, so there's when it loads, zoomed out a lot further, just in case. Alright, so what we're doing now is, which direction are we looking? Across at some hill. And
I got the name in the DMs. Wait, Mount McKinley. The first set of coordinates is where I was standing. The second set of coordinates is the peak Denali. So you can use the coordinates he gave you. Denali of Mount McKinley. Peak Denali of Mount McKinley. Viewpoint is
so
12 feet elevation.
Is I'll go Halibut Campground, so we'll go directions from here.
Can you send me something else? Let me see.
Clear that. And 63.0. Oops, that's not a 6. 0.06908. north to 151.
Okay.
0,
He can see multiple mountains. It's not just that one. He can see multiple. You know that, right?
Yeah, that's why I
Yeah.
zoomed out, and there's a whole heap of them.
Yeah, yeah. There's another one that he shows. You know the pictures he has. It's a different one. I'm gonna send it too.
Holy snap and duck shit.
This is an amazing observation. This is a really good observation.
Yeah. Wow.
It's probably the best one we have, like clear, like in a like in a normal day. Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Okay, something interesting. See on. Did I get it in? No, I didn't.
There's
Okay.
another. I'm gonna bring the.
See how I've zoomed out in the second image? I zoomed out just so we could get a bit more of a feel. I didn't zoom out far enough. Right. So let's just zoom back in on that one. And we're going to go right click, measure. Oops, I don't print it. I want to measure it. Cancel.
I'm gonna give you another mountain that he can see at the same time from that same point. He can see a range of mountains basically from that location.
Yes.
And I'll send you another one.
Distance to here. So he's about 370 kilometers, which is about 229 miles. So
it's crazy.
what I'm going to do is I'll copy that for you so you can see how far out of whack I was. Where's get the old snip and sketch going again. Control V. Get on there. Right, so I drew a happy little line. He's facing just off of north, looking at that hill. That's a long way.
That's a long way. That's what I'm saying. It's a long way.
Damn. All right. Where's the
That's
nearest
what I'm
airport?
So.
Okay, so we've got that. What's the next bit of information? You wanted to see if we could zoom in or land at one of those places and do the old walkabout on the ground. So clear the measurements.
Okay.
How do you zoom all the way in?
He sent me a bunch of other pictures, bro. This one. Okay.
All right, so you can't do the walkabout thing everywhere.
Make a line towards the mountain ranges. Okay, I'm gonna have to go to the map. Okay, so
I did. I drew the one that he said to go to.
oh, look at this one. There's another mountain that he can see. Let me just post you what's happening.
I need to be like street view there or something.
Yeah, how do you do that? How do you go street view?
This one.
Look at this. I don't fool with it, but it's not available everywhere.
You see this one that I just sent? It's a volcano. It's a volcano. He can see that one too. That one is a volcano called what was it? Mount Redoubt, a volcano in Alaska. He can see that too from that same point.
So that.
So that's a triangulation. He can see that. He can see 72 miles, 72 miles that way, and then he can see something 300 and something miles the other way.
So Mount Redoubt.
Or something like that. Kilometers.
Volcano in Alaska.
228.
Oh, so it's just 220 miles away at sea level.
He's saying 228 miles. Yeah, 228 miles.
Well, that means it's further out than what I'm zooming. That's up there. That feels like it'd be down about there somewhere. No names on any of that, just a white mass. Okay, let's go looking. What's it called? Mount. Read. Mount. Redoubt. VC. That's spelled right. Maybe I'll put it in the. Oops. Alaska at the end of it. Oh, zoom, 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 and it's gone over there. So from that one, right click, measure distance to that mad volcano on the top. Distance to here, 57 miles, 93 kilometers. So I did that from the campground. He's not at the campground, he's somewhere else. The photo that I just sent is 228 miles away at sea level. 12-foot viewpoint of Mount McKinley, the peak finale.
Hey, can we talk about Halo 3 in here?
Can we talk about what in here, sorry?
It's a really good game, dude. Honestly, Halo 3.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Game? What game?
Halo 3, brother.
Yeah, no.
I like it because the Earth is basically a ring.
That's great. It's a cartoon. It's a game.
Yeah, that's true, man. I mean, basically, it's just like a ring that you play on the whole time.
And how is that going to prove the shape of the Earth?
Say what now?
And how is playing a computer game going to prove the shape of the Earth?
Well, what's that got to do with anything?
Nothing.
Hey guys, I posted for you guys and you guys. I posted some photograph from Alaska, looking at a mountain range, and you're talking about Earth. So I just posted some images, some photographs over there for you guys. And it's an observation across a body of water, looking at a volcano and Mount McKinley in Alaska for you guys.
Yeah, I'm here.
You can. There you go. Enjoy. Some good observations over there for you guys. You got any questions about the topic at hand? About the long distance observations that we can observe across the Earth? And what does that mean? Contrary to the globe or halo ideas.
Here we get this one back on.
There's something about
hey,
this
Porfy.
game, bro. Wait,
yeah,
what?
tell us how you playing computer games is going to prove the shape of the Earth.
Oh, they look at the photograph. The photograph. Talk about the photograph.
Sorry, man. I'm just focusing on the game right now. I can't talk right now.
He's playing the game.
We can just leave you on mute then, so we don't have to worry. Cool. Just type in the side chat when you want to tell us about your proofs. It's all good. Righty. Now, the only problem I've got, if I went and took photos of these snow-top covered hills, I don't know how good the IR would come out. Whether it'd just weird out or what. Because some things reflect infrared and absorb it better than others, as we know. Different wavelengths of light. Green things seem to stand out really well.
Bruh. Yeah.
Yeah, so no street view there, Jamesy. Apparently not enough people go there to look at... You know how you can zoom in on Google Maps and it takes you right down to street view and you can look around?
Yeah.
It doesn't let you do that at his location.
I think there is like a parking or something, but not at the edge of the water. You can see
Yeah.
up to a point like around the area, but not to that point that he's in. That's why he took a 4-wheeler. You saw 4-track wheeler, whatever.
All
Or
right.
track. You see the image that I
Ross?
posted?
Yeah, I was just hoping for any street view so I could look around, but there's none there. It's not happening. Oh, what's this clown typing in our side chat now? I'm sorry, but the sky does not prove the ground.
You took those photographs, Matrix?
What's that, sorry?
You took all of those, the infrared ones? You took all of those?
Yeah.
That's really cool.
It's good comparing the full color to the full infrared, isn't it?
Wow, yeah. I like it.
So that is my actual goal, is to go and do some mad long range observations, but also have the IR side by side. So we get full color, full IR, and we can compare the two. So when people go blah 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 refraction, I can go away, little man.
In this long distance observation of the Alaskan area, since it's kind of like a cold weather, I mean, he said it's good weather, but he didn't do it in kind of like cold weather, so there's barely any refraction. So
Yeah.
yeah,
The temperatures are very consistent.
yeah.
To get weird refractive effects, you just need massive temperature variations over a very compressed area or a very short distance, and you'll get miraging and all sorts of crazy stuff. When you've got nice consistent
How about those
temperatures,
reindeer?
You
yeah.
spot a reindeer in his photographs?
Which photograph is there a reindeer in, bro? I must have missed it. You must have good eyes.
See what I see. I see cows in your photographs, Matrix. No reindeers. I see cows and trees, vast land, some buildings that way. There's some good photographs, bro.
Those outback reindeer.
No reindeers.
Do you buy milk from those cows, Matrix?
I don't know.
Is there any kind of deer
It's
at
random.
all in Australia? Any kind of hoofed deer-like creature?
We get deers down in the national parks. They're a pest. Some people love them.
Porfy wants to talk about the rings.
They're pretty good eating.
Apparently, yeah, I've heard other people say that.
What?
That venison jerky is fantastic.
Oh. I see some towers in your photograph. You see the towers, like TV towers, radio towers, whatever communication
That's what
towers.
I'm aiming for.
Yeah.
So those towers are my markers, so I know I've got the right hill.
Yo, Porfy said you're just a scared Australian man. He's like talking mad shit right now.
Yeah, talk's cheap till you get the bill.
Tell him that an upside
How
down
are
man
you
is not scared.
wrong? I wouldn't take that level of disrespect. That's just me personally.
You got any questions about this topic, bro?
Well, I mean, I don't even think like Australia is real. I mean, in my flat Earth model, like that's not even there.
You have a model? Tell us about it.
Yeah, like Australia ain't on my model.
Yep. Tell us what else about your model.
Well, I mean, I think that's all that's relevant for like this conversation. So, like, you need to actually demonstrate to me that you're Australian.
I'd have thought this stupid accent was good enough.
Well, that's just begging the question. I mean, right?
How's it begging the question? That's
You
not
need
a
to
knife.
prove you're Australian.
This is a knife.
Accent ain't proof, brother. Prove Australia is a real place.
Prove it's a real place. Why don't you come and visit me?
Well, I can't visit you in a place that doesn't exist.
Yes, you can. I'll give you my address. You fly over here, you come visit, and then you go, oh shit, it does exist. What's the problem?
All right, so give me your address.
You don't want to sit on me knee, or you don't want to come and see the Opera House, Centrepoint Tower, travel out to the middle, look at Ayers Rock. You don't want to check all that shit out?
How is
across the Nullarbor?
Address going to convince me? I need your social security number, your credit card number, your birth certificate. Yeah, I need all that.
Do you want me to hold your hand too? Maybe you can sit on me knee.
Are you trying to monetize? Are you trying to monetize that stuff? You're trying to make money with the paperwork or what?
Say that again, brother.
I think he just needs a friend.
Are you asking for those that paperwork? Everything you asked for. Are you trying to monetize that or something?
No, that's just the proof I need. Prove that Australia is a real place, because it ain't. That's why.
I'll show you something real in Australia that I caught right here. Look, I'm gonna post it for you, okay?
Well, I need his social security number, his credit card number, his birth certificate.
Yeah, but I'll give you something that supersedes that.
My credit card number doesn't prove where I live. My social security number doesn't prove where I live. Absolutely useless to you.
Send it over.
So anything else that you want that's not going to prove where I live? Maybe a photograph of me bum. That might help.
Yeah, that might be something real, but buddy, I'm gonna show you something, Victor.
I don't need to know where you live. I just know you don't live in
Australia.
That ain't a real place.
Victor.
Huh?
Can you see the chat, Victor? Can you see the chat?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, what the hell am I looking at here?
You see do you see cows? You see the cows? Those are Australian cows. You see? If there are Australian cows, there has to be an Australia. You get it?
Yeah, well,
Victor,
how do I know
get it?
he's from Australia? I mean,
So listen. When you go to the store, when you go to the store and you buy Australian milk, Australian ribeye, Australian this, Australian that, that means that it comes from Australia. You see these cows right here?
Things in
there
the
you
store
go.
don't prove
I
a
don't know, it
place
looks kind of like
exists.
doctored or AI to me.
There you go. So Australia is real. Just
Oh, it's AI,
letting
dude.
you know. It's AI.
Yeah.
Ribeye is AI. Lambs is AI. Australian cows are AI.
Australia isn't a real place, dude. Like, I don't know.
But when I buy Australian lamb and I eat the lamb,
Yeah,
and it's
that land
Australian
don't belong
lamb,
there because it ain't a real
the lamb
place.
is not AI, bro. The lamb came from Australia.
Photos
Cannot be AI, bro. Because I ate the lamb, the Australian lamb.
Things with Porfy. That seems more interesting than talking about this fake ass.
Feel free to go into enough channel and talk about his ring. You're more than welcome to do so.
Australia is about as fucking real as Pangea, dude.
Victor, are you telling me that cows, that AI tastes like cows, like lamb? Is that how AI tastes like? Because when I eat Australian lamb, I know it's from Australia.
Yeah, maybe in your dreams.
Yeah, it's delicious, but it's
Bro,
real though.
Eating some fucking synthetic lab meat because Australia ain't a real place.
So how did you come to the conclusion Australia is not a real place? There's only about 25 million people that'll tell you you're a fucking idiot. But anyways, please enlighten us.
I mean, you're the one
About
who lives in a
25
fucking
million
continent. I was
one.
talking, buddy, man.
English, please.
You're claiming to live in a fake fucking continent. I don't think I'm the one who's
So
delusional.
where do I live then? If I don't live in
I
Australia,
don't
please
fucking know
enlighten me.
you
Where do I
know you
live?
don't live in fucking Australia.
Yeah, that's great. So I don't want to know where I don't live. I don't live in fucking China either. So where do I live?
Tell him,
I'm just
Victor.
gonna
You
send
know.
your birth certificate, your credit card number, your social
No.
security number. Hush
None
up.
of those things are going to indicate where I live. My
Oh,
birth
ain't that
certificate will tell Victor, listen. My birth certificate will
live in
tell you
fucking
where I
Narnia.
was born.
Narnia is as real as Australia. You might as well
My
send me
birth certificate will tell you where I was born. It doesn't tell you
Victor.
where I live.
Victor, where do you live, Victor?
I live in a real place, unlike Australia.
Where do you live?
In a real place, unlike Australia.
But where?
Real for these guys, Jamesy, is the ring on Halo. That's about as real as these numpties get.
He's LARPing and trolling. Victor, hey Victor, you've been respectful. You trolling obviously and LARPing, but can you get a bit more real, bro? Like this ain't the best you got. Like Australia is fake.
Why Australia?
Like, are you just acting retarded because you want to act retarded, or are you actually just
Listen,
like
brother,
that?
like I'm here to talk about bullshit that people don't talk about, as they're just afraid to. So if you want to just think I'm trolling, I don't care. But I'm not here.
You are a troll. The only reason you're still in here is because you're somewhat entertaining. We haven't heard someone say Australia doesn't exist for a long while.
Yeah, you want to know what's also entertainment? Believing in Australia.
Wow, what a LARP.
I have to believe in something where I live. Huh? English, son, English.
You know what birth certificate means? I want that. That's English.
Do you know what it is?
I've already explained to you. My birth certificate will only show you where I was born. It doesn't tell you where I live.
Victor, he's laughing.
Why are you laughing?
I got it.
Because he knows it's true.
Because you made a good joke, but he's a comedian, so he gets the joke. Victor, I get it. I get your act now. You're a comedian. Good job, bro. And Matrix makes you laugh.
Fucking comedian. What the
Victor, that's your stick. You're a comedian.
Fucking fake ass accent. Yeah. All right, man.
Victor, good job. You did it. You did well, but Matrix got you at the end. You laughed, and he didn't. I've been laughing. Thank you, Victor. You're funny, bro. Your stick is
Seriously,
good.
dude. We haven't had someone come in and tell us Australia doesn't exist for ages. I honestly can't tell you the last time I heard someone say it. Like some of these other fellas would probably tell you that we've had numpties come in here regularly and say, "Oh, Australia doesn't exist." And no, like seriously, I haven't heard one for I don't know how long.
Victor, you got any more jokes? Victor, can you tell another joke?
I mean, y'all believe in Australia. I don't really got anything else to say to y'all.
Is that like the limit to your vocabulary, bro? Is English like your third language?
I mean, I only speak of real things in my vocabulary, so that's why I
feel like fake Australia.
Yeah. I mean, it also seems like English is your fourth language.
I think what's going on here, Jamesy, is my little girlfriend here has been in here before and he copped the raw end of the stick and he's trying to wind me up and he's realised I don't actually give a fuck if he thinks Australia's fake or not. And it's busted his whole stick. It's broken it.
Yeah, that's why you ain't sent me any of the documents I requested, because you know your whole act will get exposed.
Those documents will not tell you where I live. For example, if my birth certificate says I was born in Sydney, congratulations, I'm born in Sydney. Now, if I happen to live in Indonesia, it does not tell you where I live. It tells you where I was born.
Do you get that, Victor? Does that logically follows to your comprehension?
I don't just want his birth certificate. I want his credit card number and his security number, and he ain't sending it.
My credit card number will only give you a link to a bank. For example, the Commonwealth Bank. It does not tell you Australia exists. It just says the Commonwealth Bank is where his money is stashed. Next
Victor,
card.
you
What was
lied
the
to
next
me.
one you wanted?
You lie to me, Victor, because I asked you, are you trying to monetize this information? And you just asking for a monetary instrument, which is a
Listen,
credit
brother,
card
I'm not
instrument. You
interested in
just
these like
asking for
quotes and
money, and I asked
answers.
you, are you asking
Send
for
the
money
shit,
earlier?
like
And you said, no, I'm not asking for money. And now you just ask him for his, credit card information, asking for money. Victor, what are you doing, bro?
yeah, this is what all the Aussies like. They all give me the same bullshit excuses when I ask for this stuff.
Oh, so there's heaps of Aussies now. Australia doesn't exist, but there's Aussies. I thought it didn't exist, bro. Sounds like you're breaking down. Your story's not sticking anymore.
Yeah, we still speak
What's an
about
Aussie?
it.
Victor, I think the
It's
asking
like
for
you cooked in
money
that one. You didn't cook shit, buddy.
joke didn't stick. Didn't stick
He's
to you.
breaking. This is
Victor,
great.
yeah. Victor, you're asking for money,
Your
asking the
mind's
Australian for
already
money.
broken because you think you're fucking Australian. I don't know why you're talking, buddy.
Well, he's sticking to it. He's sticking to it.
Oh, but all the Aussies. Name one of the other ones that don't exist. Tell us about them.
Yeah, none of them exist because they ain't a real place.
Victor,
But you
Victor,
said there's all the Aussies that you've spoken to.
Yeah,
Tell us about
as
all
in,
the
like,
Aussies.
all the unicorns, all the leprechauns, they don't fucking exist.
Oh,
either.
so
Don't speak of them.
non-analogous. You already shot yourself in the foot.
Yeah.
Pull the trigger again.
You're just lost, buddy.
Yeah,
All of what I was
hold
trying
your
to
hand,
do,
it's all right.
listen, Matrix. I was trying to ask him, like, what do you know about Australia that you know that it's not real? But it looks like he only thinks fairy tales about Australia. That's why he thinks it's not real, because the Australia that he has in his head, it's like a fantasy version, and no, it cannot be real. He spoke about leprechauns and all that stuff. Like that's like, what, Victor? What do you know about Australia? Tell us. What do you know about it?
I know it's a fucking figment of my imagination.
That's the best Australian fake LARPer troll. You stick to it. You made it. That's your stick. Australia is fake, like a joke. That's your stick. Amazing, bro. You're holding your ground. So is it possible that since your vocabulary is limited, is it possible that you don't know anything about Australia and all you know is like a cartoon in your head, like you have like a bubble in your head and you see a cartoon and you think that's Australia and you say that's just a figment of your imagination? Is it like a
I can't know
comprehension
anything
skill
about
level?
something that doesn't exist. I mean,
Is it like a comprehension
yeah,
skill
maybe I
or
can read
something?
like fucking J.K. Rowling and Harry Potter, learn about Australia there.
Yeah, Australia is not there, you know that, right? But just as you read Harry Potter, you know people in Australia also read Harry Potter. People in Australia,
Yeah, that's probably where they learn
Australians.
about it. And they're like,
Well,
oh,
there
I'm
you
just
go.
gonna make up a fucking continent and say I live there.
No, Australia is just a title. I agree with you actually. To the fundamental level, the name, the label, you don't find that on the land. Like
The
you, you
landmass
sound
ain't
you
a
sound
thing
like you're
ever.
from America or something, but you probably some type. You probably like from the American area. I don't know where exactly, Victor, but I don't know. Just bro, like this Australia stick that you're trying to pull, I don't know. It's why do you do this? Is it like a
All right,
are you playing
well,
are you
I
playing the
gotta
game
go.
and just
So I
doing that?
didn't. I gotta go, but y'all couldn't
All
prove me
right, bro. Later, later.
place.
Bye, Victor.
Yeah.
Australia's exists by Victor. Go to Australia.
See what the game was there, Jamesy, was him and his little boyfriend had been in here before, and I railed the shit out of them last time, and they think that I'm the angry man who triggers real easy, and he was just trying to trigger me with the Australia doesn't exist thing, but I don't think he realises that I think it's quite funny that there's morons out there that think a whole freaking continent doesn't exist. I think it's entertaining. It's like you guys are broken in the head, more so than what Globers are.
I show him
Normally.
cows from Australia. I show him photograph of cows from Australia. He doesn't believe it. He doesn't want to, like accept it. Just accept it. Cows, land,
Actually, where'd you put those
Australia.
cows? Oh, you deleted them, did you? Oh, no, they're out. I'm going to grab those cows, Jamesy, and I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to go and put that into one of those AI check things. So copy image, yoink. And I'm going to put that in one of those AI check things. I can't remember them. What are they called? check this photo or something like that. And see what it says. Check this image. Yeah, let's type that in. Reverse image search. AI image detector. Deep AI, that'll do. Sounds cool. And oh man, I've got to save it elsewhere. Okay. Copy, save image. That'll do me. Downloads. That's the one. And we'll let that tell me how fake it is. This image is likely real. 6%. AI likelihood, 6%. There you go. So, confidence, high. Classification, real. So that means that the AI thinks that that's, 94% human created. I might try another one, just in case. See what it says, just in case we get a random. Oh wow, it actually gives you a percentage of what image is AI, and it highlights it. So it thinks that 3% of this image is likely AI. 90%, 7% is human. There you go. So those cows are Australian. There you go, Jamesy. Enjoy your steaks, bro. Oh shit, that's funny.
Lovely steak.
I'll see what this one does.
The guy was trying to make a joke. No Australia here show him the
He's just
Australian
trying to wind me
cows.
up. That was all. Oh wow, this one gives a full write down. It's come up here. Human photography, 99.92%. Detailed analysis report. Landscape and depth of field. The image has a soft and slightly blurry quality, especially in the foreground and background, which is typical of a photo taken through a telephoto lens or with a shallow depth of field. The trees and cattle are somewhat indistinct and lack sharp detail, indicating natural depth and human capture conditions. Animals. The cows grazing appear naturally posed with varied stances and sizes. Their shapes and shadows look authentic without any unnatural smoothing or repetition, suggesting they are real animals in the scene. Trees vegetation. The trees have varied textures and densities, consistent with natural growth patterns. The foliage doesn't display overly uniform or repeated patterns, typical of AI generation, reinforcing the human capture quality. Structural elements. The water tank and fencing demonstrates realistic proportions and a slight blur due to distance, which aligns with normal photographic characteristics. There are no signs of digital artifacting or artificial patterns. Overall, the image exhibits characteristics of a real human photographed rural landscape with natural elements and no visible AI generated features. That is cool. Copy that page. Yoink. I'll probably have to, you probably only get one or two goes and then I'll have to pay for it or some shit like that. Alright, where's the blue marble? That's brutal, isn't it? I wonder if NASA clowns are actually sweating bullets, knowing all this AI shit can just compare and see if it's been doctored or not. Or maybe it's already been pre-programmed if this particular image comes up. Alrighty. Well, lads, I'm going to go and put a movie on. Maybe some kind of Australian movie. Probably Mad Max. That'd go good. Since we don't exist and all.
Some Australian movie right now. Watch the Australian version he's watching.
The Castle. That's a pretty good movie. If anyone hasn't seen it, they want a good laugh. But anyways, I'll unless something crazy happens, you're going to be here for a while, aren't you, Gemsy?
Later I'll hang up and do something else.
Right.
Later, bro.
No, not a problem. Catch us, guys.
What y'all up to in here?
There was some conversations happening before, but people went to do other stuff. How about you?
Hello.
Hello. Hi. How are you?
So are you guys flat earthers?
It's it's a title of a description of the surface of the earth.
Is it flat?
It's pretty flat because when you compare it to the benchmark, which is the sea level, the benchmark of elevation all across the world, sea level, the level of the sea, and then the deepest area of the ocean, which is about from the deepest area of the ocean to the highest peak mountain, is about 13 kilometers, and those are two parallel planes between sea level. So the the surface of the Earth is about what 196 square. Let me check it again. Square
Yeah.
kilometers. Uh, so it will make the Earth flatter than a pancake, basically, between two parallel planes. Because based on laser tests and all the testing that you can do, check observations. I could show you right now in the text chat an observations of in Alaska of over 300 kilometers, 226 miles, I think. Look, I'm gonna post it right here. I posted it already. You can go up in the voice chat. But when you look across the Earth, there's no curvature to be found. There's no curvature anywhere. Damn. If there's no curvature, and all we see is horizontal
You know,
from a reference. Yep.
Muslims are
Go ahead.
supposed to be flat earthers too. Did you know that?
Well, Muslims as a group, I guess they have their own cosmology, just like the Hebrews, the Christians, the
Christians.
Mayans. Everybody has their own cosmologies about the shape or this realm that we're in, and they are pretty similar mostly. It's like a contained horizontal, contained environment under God, under the Most High. It's like a contained environment. You can look at all the cosmologies across the world. And the odd one is the globe idea, which is basically a contradiction of reality. It's an impossibility that goes contrary to what we experience, what we can test, what we can check and verify. It's a contradiction of reality, a misrepresentation of the physical and natural world. That will be the globe idea, and the odd one out of basically all cosmologies. There's many crazy ones, but the globe one is the biggest one at the moment. The biggest belief. But it's a contradiction to reality. So these two mountains, so we can post this volcano.
devoid of any specific details about the issue, let alone facts.
Greg, do you heard him when he said the census make no sense?
Mm-hmm. That was very good. That was very good
Oh
on
my
your part.
Think about it like this. I don't think globe earthers are dumbasses at all, man. I was one too. I didn't believe it. I didn't argue for it. When I wanted to know about flat Earth, I researched it and I was like, oh shit, But like I still even now I'm not calling globe earthers dumbasses. We were all taught wrong. We were all there once. It's not either dumbasses, and I don't call them that either. It's like obstinance, blindness, brainwashing. It's all been done to us. It's not even their fault. It's hard to change for a lot of people, especially when it's going back all the way to their childhood and their lizard brain. It's tough. I get it. I don't think they're being dumbasses, and I don't treat them like that. They've just been misled, and now they're having trouble getting over that. There also are some people who just want to fight.
Yeah, to who it applies to, you're right. To who it applies to an extent. But then there are the dumbasses.
The spectrum is not black and white. There's actually haters of the truth. They hate the truth and they will fight against it. So yeah.
And again, there is I want people to internalize this observation. Notice the types of people that usually subscribe to scientism. They're in relatively, in generally speaking, comfortable so-called first world environments. You don't go to the third world, so-called, or the second world, if that really is a category in most people's minds. But you don't go to these other places that are not in the Europeanized first world, and this is the common worldview. There's something about the people who, by God's grace, have received all these things, all these assets, all these benefits, and have participated with more or less closeness of involvement of the development of technology, right? Of all sorts of applicable scientific achievements, right? And you just become arrogant in believing the scientism bullshit. But those who live more humble lives, who wouldn't even begin to understand the elements of scientism, who wouldn't even begin to understand the elements of like arithmetic or calculus or all this other shit. They don't have this worldview.
It actually took me to a good way. So all these conspiracy theories were coming out with the files and stuff, and I huge conspiracy theories since 2003. One of the biggest ones I never looked into was flat Earth. So when I started thinking all the conspiracy theories are true, she said that my word, the way I said it was interesting because I said the only one that doesn't make sense to me is flat Earth because why? But I don't really know anything about it, so I'm going to have to look into it. And she said that is what the mindset that people don't have. You said it doesn't make sense, but you said you don't know about it and you're going to go learn. I didn't dismiss it. I just said I don't know and I don't know why. So I went and found out and then it all made sense. But they don't have that attitude of wanting to learn. They want you to be wrong and want to fight you and own you and all this stuff. And it's just a bad attitude.
One critique that, and I say this critique because this is a part of their mindset, right? And so you have to basically smash this notion to at least try to contribute to breaking the shackles, right, off of their mind, this goddamn worldview. So the notion that they'll never articulate in so many words out of their own mouths, someone else has to do it for them. They think that all the actual so-called scientific achievements throughout the ages and throughout the world that have been achieved is the fruits of applying scientism. They're distinctives of their worldview, and it isn't. They think that how stupid of you to not believe our worldview, scientism, which again they don't call by that term, but I will call it by their term. Many like me will call it by their term for my convenience because they want to categorize everything else the way they do, and they do it terribly. I'm going to do it better than them. They think all these achievements is part and parcel to in the result of applying our worldview, scientism. We made the cell phone, we made the computer, we made the internet because we believe this worldview of scientism. No, you didn't. This is not the consistent fruit or application of scientism at all. In fact, when you actually understand how to do an internal critique and self-scrutinize, you have no foundation for induction of any kind. The problem of induction is still an unresolved enigma for you dumbasses. Believe in scientism, this worldview. No idea. In fact, the majority of the people who believe scientism aren't even familiar with the term problem of induction. Couldn't even spell induction. But you want to sit up here and act like your worldview is part and parcel to, and is to be thanked for all these technological achievements and all this other shit. No, it isn't. They do not understand how to distinguish and internalize the fact that their worldview is distinct from and not the source of any and all scientific achievement at all. Not one, not one. And I say that strictly and mercilessly. Not a single one. There's not a single scientific achievement, technological achievement, architectural achievement, engineering achievement, etc., that is a consistent result of applying scientism with its distinctives. The whole set of its doctrines. That whole set of doctrines they believe. Not one.
And if you take God away from people by, same on a globe and we aren't created and stuff, then that disconnects people from that idea. I'm not saying religion is truth, but I'm saying when you take away the creator from them, you make scientism a lot easier to indoctrinate people with.
Yeah. Yep.
Man, they even changed the Bible, like all the Bibles up until like 1982, and you can still find the King James. They all mention the firmament in Genesis 1. Now all the new Bibles all say heavens or expanse. So they even take some of the words away.
Yes, several of them, but at least I don't want to distort the facts concerning English translations. Some of them, one too many of them, do that ambiguous translation of Rakia there in the first chapter of Genesis. But the more formal translations, they know what it means. Like the NIV, for instance, it's one of the more idiomatic translations, but it translates it vaulted dome. Very, very straightforward and accurate. Right?
For me, that's cool.
And the NIV is the most popular translation today. So.
And like in America, at least more than 50% of people can't read above a 6th grade reading level. It's pretty terrible.
Yeah, that's another mildly sad fact. There was a time when, like in the late 19th century, early 20th century, your regular farmer who either didn't go to public school system, public, I'm not gonna call it that, the state school system, or any school system. They just were raised at the house, and their parents taught them, or their family taught them, and their community taught them this, that, and the third. They were far more literate than the average person today who goes to the state school system. Like you read their memoirs, or read their letters, little
They read
missive.
their Bible.
That too, 100%.
Some Civil War letters, they're articulate as fuck.
Very articulate. and I heard it somewhere. I haven't researched this in depth, but anyone can research this. Wherever the Bible has been thoroughly implemented into a given society, a given people, the literacy levels in general significantly increase.
I was told and taught the Bible, but it never taught me anything about Earth like that. And I'm not like a genius or anything fucking retarded, but I can read a lot better than all the public school people around me by a lot. I'm just almost like aghast at how bad it is because I'm like, dude, I didn't even have any formal education and I understand this and know how to spell and do basic math. Like, way better than y'all. I mean, how? It's not me.
Yeah. The rotten fruits of the state school system are manifest, and many uh, many employees in there they've recognized it and they tolerate it and they resent it and even speak out against it in public, critique it, and they teach their students, the teachers for instance, they teach their students other information besides the curricula and even critique the curricula to their students. Like, this is what the board of education wants you to say, but here are the facts, and they go on. Not everyone does it. I don't think even the majority of teachers do that, but many are doing that. Like, it's gotten to a point recently where uh, a significant amount of increased awareness of the corruption, the rottenness, the nature of the state school system is being more acknowledged, more learning about that, acknowledging that.
Actually really proud of my son because he's fucking 9, but like when he was 8 last year, his teacher went off script on the curriculum and started talking about her personal beliefs, and he literally spoke up and shut his own teacher down at 8 years old. He was like, "Nope," and I was like, "Well, I mean, I can't argue with that, man, because I mean, everybody else in the class just staying quiet and not thinking, and here you are being willing to stand up to her and be like, nah, it's not what I see and feel and think. But I'm gonna be told differently from my experience."
Oh, okay, interesting.
Yeah, my son tried standing up to his teacher, but she slapped him because he's homeschooled.
Yeah, one of my favorite things to gross people out with is being like, I had sex with one of my teachers and then tell them I was homeschooled.
Gross.
Jeez. Thing I would be so glad to ask an academician, because here's the difference. You talk to, like, just the very simple type that everyone understands. You talk to the given professor, him, her. You talk to the given professor, and here we are where it convenes. I'm gonna call people like us divergence. Divergence in the sense of, diverging from the common notions and belief systems and doctrines and customs and et cetera. Right? Those with minority opinions, beliefs, without argumentation. Right? So you talk to the given professor. Hang on, give me 5 seconds. So I asked them, several questions, but one of the questions I'd ask them is, are you committed to a doctrinal system, regardless of any critiques, or are you truly open? Are you truly open to alternative positions and critiques against the current doctrinal system that you espouse? Because that's what makes the difference. That would be the litmus test for anyone, including an academician. Now we know, more or less, the majority of academicians are actually committed to a doctrinal system. They're not really open. They're not really critically considerate. It's not like they have this attitude in their head. They don't really internalize this attitude that says, I believe these things now, and I think I have a lot going for the things that I believe now, but it could be wrong. And I'm open to what anyone else has to say. Most academicians do not have that in mind.
Like you said, though, a lot of people don't have their eyes open to evidence like that, or the desire, like you said, to change. And people don't have their eyes open to evidence. Like questions are always very hard. So like questioning like what we are told as far as the worldview, what we are, and everything, right? And no magic or anything like that exists. So I don't get to be home when my wife gets home from work. I had a day off a few weeks ago, and we live on the fourth floor of an apartment on the back side of the building. Um, and so her parking spot is 4 floors down and across on the other side of the lot from the building. And I was talking to her on the phone. She's coming home, and she rolls up. I hear her roll up, and I hear her shift into park, turn the engine off, and open her door. And the moment she turned the engine off, one of her cats that was sitting next to me, who was like asleep, the moment she shut that engine off, that cat jumped up, like turned his head up, jumped, ran to the door, started sitting there waiting for her. I was like, "There's no way this motherfucker could have heard her at all, or known she was there or anything." But the moment she turned that car off, that cat knew she was home. And there's no way you could see or hear it. So what that question is, I'm like, well, that's just not like scientifically normal. That makes me ask questions about, oh, why? This isn't normal. This isn't quote unquote what I know is real. So as you start to ask questions about that, when you see that data, if you see that and find evidence like we do with the scientific method, then you can, actually have a known opinion. Do I know what the hell he felt? No, it's all fuzzy fucking magic shit. But I see that, and I refuse to let that like just go by and dismiss it because I saw it. It's real. It happened. I can't explain it. I don't know exactly what happened, but I know it happened, and I know it's not scientifically normal.
Yeah. That's another thing these scientists don't understand because their clerics failed them. Right? Their clerics failed them. They just don't teach them well. One of the things they don't understand, and this is categorically a philosophical fact, is that the laws of physics are not necessary. Right? Not necessary. They don't necessarily exist. Things don't necessarily fall down. Doesn't necessarily fall down. Right? The colors things are not necessarily those colors. Right? The colors things are could have been otherwise. They could have been usually grown taller than what we usually do, et cetera, et cetera. Like the way the material things normally function is not necessary. They're contingent. And there's other possibilities that we
Yeah.
could have been. We could have 3 arms. We could have 3 eyes. We could have wings. Right? Not necessary. And given that there is a normal function of things, that entails that abnormal or paranormal events, functions, are indeed, of course, possible. And for them to say that it's not possible is to either explicitly convey or insinuate, even just subconsciously, that these things that are contingent are absolutely necessary and they couldn't be otherwise, which is obviously false. There are other possible worlds that are logically possible and metaphysically possible, and nomologically possible, given the current laws of physics that we recognize at most.
So, what's your
But
opinion
that
on quantum physics? Is it just a bunch of nonsense and theory, just like everything else in our past, or are they onto something real with these quote unquote particles existing in more than one place at a time? I mean, it
Yeah.
seems impossible to me. So, but I'm ignorant, so I'm not going to claim that what they're doing is fake.
yeah, the so-called quantum physics or quantum mechanics. It's a modern label.
Okay, mate. Well, it's good to see you. Yeah, if the surface is flat or curved, you should measure it to see if it's flat or curved.
Yeah, I'm not trying to prove. I'm trying to prove the idea that it would be easier to disprove to prove something than to disprove it.
Oh yeah. But with regards to the Earth being a planet and a sphere, do you think that's easily provable?
I mean, so it's harder for you to disprove it.
Well, you could prove that there's no curvature. Yeah, sorry, it's harder for me to disprove that the Earth is a sphere. Well, I would just measure the surface to see if it had curvature, and then we would know if it had curvature or not, wouldn't we?
Yeah, I know about it. I mean, they experimented
so
the laser from one shot to
That's all we need to do then.
And
it's not just an experiment. It's not just one. It's actually how we survey on the Earth every day. Yeah. So if we
No,
want to
like
answer that question, I guess we just measure the surface of the Earth, right?
Yeah, by the experiment, I mean like the one that like kind of points out that like truly, because when you look at it, it seems, but this like in the daily life, you don't feel like the Earth is flat. But this experiment, like
So what? Whoa! In your daily life, you don't feel like the Earth is flat, although that's everybody's lived experience. You
yeah, I
don't see
think
a sphere, do you? You see the Earth as flat, don't you? Let's have a reasonable, honest conversation now.
honest one. Well, I don't know.
Okay,
Like you
so
see flat stuff, like that's the way we accept it. And I remember the zooming stuff that when you zoom in, you kind of see the ship itself. You don't see like only the top of it. And
that would depend on the weather conditions, but we're not talking about observations. We're talking about measurements, surveying with tools, including lasers, but not only lasers. Not just one time, hundreds of thousands of times.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't see why you get so emotional here.
No, dude, I'm not emotional. Maybe it's because I'm English. I'm not emotional. I'm just making the point so you can understand it. It's not emotional, dude. Please don't speak to me like that, or you will see emotional response.
Probably that's the cultural difference that we have. Yeah, my bad.
So it's easy to disprove the Earth is a sphere because we measure the surface of the Earth to be horizontal over distance. Right? Or was that too emotional for you?
No, I mean, I wasn't here for any references or disproving or proving the curvature or everything else, because I know that it's like indifferent for me currently. I mean, it will not change my salary, nor will it change my status in life or whatever. It's just something that I don't quite care about, because I'm not a pilot to navigate a plane, nor am I a ship captain to, like navigate as well.
Yeah, it's not going to change your daily life at all. You've always treated the Earth as flat and stationary.
See, like, I mean, by knowing the fact that it was a globe, for me personally, I wouldn't quite, change, or it wouldn't be quite a difference for me.
If somebody came up to tell you that it was raining, but it wasn't actually raining, they were urinating down your back, do you think you'd want to know?
I didn't quite get your example.
If somebody told you it was raining, but actually they were urinating on you, pissing down your back, would you want to know? It's not actually rain, it's golden urine, but he's telling you it's raining. Now, would you like to know the truth that it's not actually raining, or are you happy to think that it's raining?
Actually, I think this example is a bit inaccurate.
You don't even know where I'm going, dude. I'm just trying to ask you if you'd like to know the truth about a situation or not. And it seems to me that you would rather just be happy to continue in whatever belief you've got, which is fine. You can do whatever you want, dude. It just stumbles me when people say, well, I don't care. It's not going to change my life. Okay. If you like being lied to constantly, then I guess that's fine.
No, I see what you mean, but those are completely different like examples of not caring about some things that don't quite affect your life and those who do. So if you're being urinated, it actually affects you because your clothes are gonna be wet, you're gonna smell, you're gonna stink. And
where'd you come from? How did you get here?
Central Asia. Here,
how did you get here?
Here
what would you base
Discord?
your theology on? How were you created? How were we all created? How did the earth get here? What is the point to life?
I think you're getting from one topic to another topic.
No, I'm just going to fucking not bother talking to you, dude. I mean, if it's like talking to a brick wall, I just won't bother talking to a brick wall. It's fine.
No, totally. I mean, like, we haven't finished the first part and you're already moving to a different part. Like,
what's your point, dude? Do you feel hard done by? What's your point?
My point is that your example doesn't correctly represent.
Oh, for fuck's sake, he's upset about my fucking analogy.
Yeah, because like when I tried to give another one, you said that your example is quite nice and like, would you?
I'm just trying to ask you if you like being lied to. It's a very simple question. I was trying to make it flowery for you so we could go on a wandery little imagination and come to a conclusion ourselves. But fuck it, I won't bother with that. Do you like being lied to?
Quite. If that changes nothing, then why not?
Then I worry about you, sir. Then I worry about you.
I don't know. I mean, come on. Would you be upset knowing that?
Dude, this is why people are weak in the fucking world. Because that answer that you just gave me, well, I'm comfortable. It's convenient for me. You wonder why the world is in such a state? Because we're bringing up weak men with weak minds. All right, it doesn't matter to me. I'll be fine. I got my fucking PlayStation. Fucking weak.
Yeah, well, could you please define weakness, please, for me? What is it to you? Is it like the ability to be angered?
No backbone, dude. It's your responses are weak. It doesn't matter to you. It's like you're placid. It's like there's no fight in you about anything. It's like, I wonder why we are like we are. I'm trying to point out to you that you think something and it's wrong. You would rather believe the thing that's wrong because it's more comfortable to you. Okay? You can go and do that, but I'm worried about the state of the world.
But there's the question then. You are, so as you said, you're worried for the state of the world, but if you're not able to change it, it's not even in your power. Why would you spend your time and energy to worry about it?
Because we talk to people like you.
That gives me no answer at all. So, because you're speaking to people like me, you're worried about the world.
Yeah, for 8 years we've been talking to people like you who can't admit the truth that they see with their own eyes and are more comfortable to believe in the lie because it's more convenient for them. That's worrying. I mean, you sound like a reasonable man. Take yourself out of the position for a second, and do you not agree that that's worrying?
I meant that there is no point in you of being worried. So you spend your time, your energy, and your
This
stress.
isn't going anywhere, dude.
No, it's quite going. Like every conversation will eventually get to some point.
Not really.
So I got a bit. I have known a bit more about you and your vision, but I still would like to collect more data about each other to come to a better conclusion, rather than shouting or like.
Oh, I'm definitely not shouting at you, dude. What the fuck? Yeah, maybe me and you shouldn't speak and you'd speak to somebody else, dude. Thanks, goodbye.
See ya.
Well, I happen to be back, so if you want to switch gears.
Yeah, that could be. I mean, like, but still, that was like separate conversation, like mine and his and yours and mine. I mean, like, it was more personal to his observation of world. But I read the comments in the chat, and there was like, it's a yes or no question, man. And I mean, like, okay, so if I answered yes and no, then wouldn't it be so, like, if I have asked someone a yes or no question, then eventually I would like to hear his reasons and his
Then give
belief.
the yes or no answer.
So, no, I'm talking to the guy in the comments.
I know what you're fucking doing, dude, and I'll just jump back in because you just made a complete ass of what actually happened. You're gonna piss me off, dude.
Yeah, but you know, I don't worry about it at all because it will not affect my life at all. So that's what I'm talking about. I have like the peace, not the comfort, but the peace. Yeah, well, so here's the, yeah, do you like being light or no? So if I give no or yes question, then I would like to have some room to give some reasons and to give some circumstances, because your answers will eventually or partially every time change based on the circumstances you're at. So imagine, here's the thing: you have got a bullet in a gun and you have got a guy to kill in front of you, just a child. Would you kill him or not? Probably most people would answer no. But if there's another guy pointing at your head, and like, so you would have no room to choose.
That's lovely.
So you did get the point, didn't you?
No, that's lovely.
What does it mean? Like, well,
That was lovely what you said. That was lovely. I don't have anything else to say apart from that was lovely. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, so you did get the point, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I wasn't really listening to you. I could stop listening about
well,
5 seconds ago. Why are you talking to me? I thought you were talking to Yoda.
Yeah, let's switch gears, okay? Here's the situation, and I'll be quite blunt and frank and short with this. The entire world has been deluded into accepting this outer space myth involving a globe and now a Big Bang cosmology. And it's insane. It's absolutely insane. This has been going on for hundreds of years with increasing intensity and acceptance. And there are very simple ways to dispel the myth of the globe through casual observations as well as highly precise scientific instrumentation used to measure the curvature of the Earth and coming up empty each and every time. Nobody can measure the curvature of it when they try. And this is what's so frustrating. And we can see how it's demonstrated by professors who call themselves geodetic, that is to say, globe surveyors. We can see how in their very methodology that they're measuring Earth flat and then calculating it to conform to an imaginary ball, and how the margins of error within their calculations and within their assumed measurements are so broad that they can use that error in order to create and believe that they live on a globe that doesn't exist. This is a situation we're in. The most esteemed institutions around the world, from governments to academic universities to technical universities, all the way on down through military, through commerce, pilots and boatsmen. Every profession, people believe that they need a globe to do things, and they really don't. You know, you can be watching TV, right? And you could be watching maybe a commercial for, I don't know, freaking butter or something, and they're going to slap a globe on the logo for a stick of butter. The globe seems to pop up in places where it doesn't make sense. And it's because there's this diluted infatuation with it. And most people are unaware of it. There's this cognitive bias with it. And the people believe that there's a globe because they believe everybody else believes that there's a globe, and that somebody somewhere must have proven that it's a globe. And they've got crazy ass fucking stories to justify it. And when you get back to the root of what the globe is, the golden seed value for curvature, it goes back to a man named Eratosthenes, who probably didn't even exist And the story that he has of the sticks and shadows and the wells was a thought experiment that was taught to children. We're stuck right now. It's the year 2026, and we still have no verifiable measurement of curvature to support this globe myth. And that's what's so frustrating. That's why we're here. We're here to tell people about it.
I see it now. So your point is like opening the eyes of people, let's say, or like to give enlightenment in their life.
I wouldn't presume to say it that way. I just want people to consider that they've had no experience directly with the globe, and no matter how hard they try, they won't be able to, and they'll find that nobody who even claims to have actually did either.
Yeah, I see that.
You know, I'm a theist, specifically a Christian, and I've been in debate circles with atheists for a long time. And if I can make this analogous to anything, it kind of feels like how the atheist feels being surrounded by a bunch of religious nuts. Being the flat earther and surrounded by a bunch of globe religious nuts.